Hey y'all, welcome back to the porch. I'm your host, Wally, and I've put together a special collection for tonight. A long, dark stretch of road for us to travel down together. I've gathered my favorite stories and stitched them together here so you don't even have to lift a finger. I've dimmed the lights all the way down to a black screen so you can rest your eyes without any glare. And just a heads up before you drift off, since this channel is still small, I don't have control over when YouTube might play an ad yet. I know that can be a nuisance when you're trying to sleep, and I truly appreciate your patience. If you'd like to help me fix that down the road, consider subscribing. Once our little community on the porch gets big enough, I'll be able to control those breaks better for you. But for now, thank you for sticking with me. And check your windows, pull up those covers, and let the rain wash the day away. Good night, y'all.
So this happened years ago, third week of January. The temperature was sitting at about 22 degrees, and the forecast called for an ice storm by evening. I'd driven into Mineral Bluff from the ranch so I could stock up before the roads became impassable. Flour, rice and canned goods, propane for the backup generator, the usual winter supplies. And Thompson's General Store was the only option for 20 miles, and Old Man Thompson kept it stocked better than most places twice its size. The bell above the door chimed when I pushed through, and that sound was familiar, comforting, even. I've been coming here since I bought the ranch 6 years ago. Same wooden floors that creaked in all the same places. Same smell of coffee and sawdust, and that indefinable scent of old buildings that have been standing for 100 years. Thompson was behind the counter, and that was normal. He was always behind the counter, perched on his stool like some kind of permanent fixture. But something about his posture struck me as odd, even if I couldn't quite put my finger on it right away. He was too straight, too still, like he was holding himself rigid. I nodded to him. He nodded back. His face looked a little pale, but, hell, everybody looked pale in January, and the fluorescent light sure as hell didn't help. There were 2 other people in the store, a man browsing the hardware section in the back, and another one standing near the front window, looking out at the parking lot. They both wore heavy coats, which made sense, given the weather. Both had their hoods up, which made less sense, since we were inside and the store's heating worked just fine. I grabbed a cart and I started down the canned goods aisle. My list was mental. It was built from 6 years of winter preparation. Beans, tomatoes, soup and vegetables. I loaded the cart methodically, my mind already thinking ahead to getting everything unloaded at the ranch before the storm hit. And that's when I noticed Thompson still hadn't moved. Not to adjust his position, not to fiddle with the radio he always kept behind the counter. Nothing. He was just sitting there, hands flat on the counter in front of him, staring straight ahead. Odd. But then Thompson was an odd guy. He was 73 years old, was set in his ways, prone to spacing out sometimes. I moved over to the dry goods. Rice, flour, oats, sugar. The cart was getting heavy. I glanced back towards the counter. Thompson's hands were still flat on the wood. Both of them, palm down, almost like he'd been told to put them there. like he was showing someone that he wasn't reaching for anything. My stomach did a little flip, but I pushed the thought away. I was just being paranoid. And the man by the window, no, he still hadn't moved either. He was just standing there, looking out, one hand on his coat pocket. His other hand hung down at his side, and I could see it now, twitching slightly. It was nervous energy, or something else. And the man in the back was pulling items off the shelf, not looking at them or reading labels, just putting them in a bag. Random stuff. A hammer, box of nails, duct tape, rope. There's the kind of supplies that make sense on a ranch, sure, but the way he was moving, so quick and mechanical, like he was working to a timer. The pieces were there. I just wasn't putting them together yet. I moved over to the refrigerated section, grabbed milk and cheese. My reflection caught in the glass door, and behind me I could see the man from the back had moved. He was at the end of the aisle now, closer to the front, closer to the door. Still had that bag in his hand. He was still moving with that same jerky efficiency. Thompson's face. I could see it more clearly now from this angle. His jaw was clenched. His eyes were open too wide, and they kept darting to the man by the window, and then to the man with the bag, then back to his hands on the counter. Fear. He was afraid. The realization hit me like cold water. This wasn't right. Something was very not right. I stood there, milk carton in hand, trying to process, trying to figure out what I was actually seeing. And that's when the man by the window turned a little, and I saw it. The bulge in his coat pocket, the one his hand was resting on. Too big to be a phone, too distinct. It was a gun. He had a gun in his pocket. My heart started hammering. I forced myself to stay calm, to not react, to keep moving like I hadn't noticed anything. I put the milk in the cart, and then I grabbed the cheese, closed the refrigerator door slowly, carefully. This was a robbery. I'd walked into a robbery in progress. How long had it been going on when I came in? Were they waiting for me to leave? Or were they planning something else? My truck was parked right out front. Had they seen me pull up? No, of course they had. The one by the window would have seen everything. Thompson's eyes met mine for just a second, and I saw a plea there. I saw desperation. Don't do anything stupid, he said. Don't make this worse. And I gave the smallest nod, tried to communicate that I understood, that I wouldn't panic. But my mind was racing. The door was 15 feet away, and the man by the window was between me and it. And the man with the bag was behind me now, somewhere in the store. I couldn't see him without turning around, and turning around would be obvious. It would show that I was aware. So I pushed the cart forward toward the counter. Just act normal. I'm just a guy buying supplies before a storm. Nothing suspicious. Thompson's hands were shaking slightly. I could see it now, the tremor in his fingers. His lips were pressed into a thin white line. The cash register was hanging open. I could see it from here, the drawer pulled out, empty. So they'd already gotten the money. What else did they want? The safe? Thompson kept a safe in the back office. Everyone knew that. Did they know that? My cart squeaked as I pushed it. The sound seemed too loud in the silence. The store was too quiet. No radio play. Thompson always had the radio on. Turned to the AM station. It played old country music and farm reports. But now there was nothing. Just the hum of the refrigerator units, and my squeaking cart, and my own pulse in my ears. I stopped at the counter and looked at Thompson. His eyes were screaming at me, screaming for me to leave, to run, to do something. The man by the window shifted. His hand moved in his pocket, adjusting something. The gun. He was making sure that I saw it, making sure that I understood the situation. I understood. My voice would crack if I tried to speak, so I didn't. I just stood there, hands on the cart, trying to figure out what to do. My phone was in my truck. I'd left it in the cup holder because I was only going to be 5 minutes. 5 goddamn minutes. The man with the bag appeared at the end of the aisle. I could see him in my peripheral vision. He'd moved closer and was watching me now. Both of them were watching me. They were deciding something. I could feel it. The moment hung there, stretched, thin, and terrible. And then the man by the window moved. He walked across the counter. His hand stayed in his pocket, but his intention was clear. He wanted me where he could see me. He wanted me contained. Thompson's eyes closed briefly. When they opened again, there was resignation there. This was bad. This was very bad. I thought about the ranch, about getting home before the storm, about whether anyone would even find me if I didn't make it back. The nearest neighbor was 4 miles away. Nobody would think anything of my truck sitting at Thompson's overnight. Not until the storm passed. Not until it was already too late. The man was 3 feet away now, and I could smell him. Cigarettes, motor oil, and sweat. He reached the counter, positioned himself where he could watch both me and Thompson. The other man was moving up the aisle behind me. I was boxed in, trapped between them and the counter. This was the moment. Whatever was going to happen, it was happening now. I made my decision. I abandoned the cart and bolted. Not for the door. I expected that. I went sideways toward the hardware aisle, toward the back of the store. The man behind me yelled something, and I heard footsteps, fast and heavy. But I had a head start. The back room, Thompson's office. It had a door to the alley. I'd seen him use it to take out trash, and if I could get there, if I could get through it, I could run, get to another building, call the cops. I crashed through the employee-only door. The office was small and cluttered. I saw the desk and the safe against the wall, and then the door to the alley. That door had 3 damn locks on it. 3 locks I'd have to undo while they were right behind me. There's no time. Definitely not enough time. The window. It was small. It was high up on the wall, but it was big enough. Maybe. I grabbed Thompson's desk chair and swung it at the glass. The window exploded outward and cold air rushed in. I could hear them coming down the alley, shouting, running. I jumped up on the desk, grabbed the window frame. Glass cut into my palms, but I didn't care. I pulled myself up and squeezed through. It was too narrow. My coat snagged on something. I jerked hard and felt it tear. and then I was through, falling 6 feet to the frozen ground of the alley. I hit hard, my ankle twisting. Pain shot up my leg, but I forced myself to move. I forced myself to run. The alley opened up onto Main Street, and I could see people and cars. Civilization. Safety. Behind me, I heard the back door slam open. I heard someone coming through the window after me. But I was already on Main Street, already running toward the sheriff's station 3 blocks down. My lungs burned, my ankles screamed, but I didn't stop. I crashed through the door of the sheriff's station, nearly taking out Deputy Morrison in the process. He caught me, asked me what was wrong. I couldn't even breathe enough to talk. I just pointed back towards Thompson's, gasped out the word, robbery. Morrison understood. He was on his radio immediately. Within 30 seconds, the sheriff and 2 more deputies were heading out the door, guns drawn. I collapsed into a chair. My hands were bleeding. My ankle was swelling. But I was alive. They caught them. Both of them. Found them trying to get Thompson to open the safe. And Thompson was okay too. He was shaken, bruised, where one of them had hit him, but okay. He'd been in there for 20 minutes before I even walked in. Had a gun to his head the whole time, making him act normal. He served customers like nothing was wrong. 3 people had come and gone before me. They bought coffee, cigarettes, lottery tickets. They never noticed a thing. I'd been the first one to realize, the first one to see it. Maybe because I knew Thompson better than most. Maybe just luck or instinct. I don't know. What I do know is I don't go into Thompson's anymore. Every time I get close, I remember that feeling. That moment when I realized I'd walked into something dangerous without knowing it. That stretched out, terrible moment when I had to decide whether to run or wait or try to talk my way out. I order my supplies online now. I pay a little extra for delivery. It's worth it not to feel that again. That specific breed of fear that comes from knowing that you're trapped and nobody's coming to help because nobody knows you need it. Thompson retired 2 months later. He sold the store to his nephew. I heard he moved to Florida, somewhere warm and crowded, where general stores have security cameras and alarm buttons and multiple exits. I don't blame him. Some experiences change you. They make it so you can't ever go back to the way things were. That day changed both of us. It made us understand how fragile safety is, how quickly normal becomes dangerous, how you can walk into hell without even realizing it until you're already inside. The scars on my hands healed, my ankle recovered, but I still check the parking lot before I go into stores. I watch the other customers, looking for signs, and I trust my instincts when something feels off, even if I can't explain why. Because sometimes off is all the warning that you get. And sometimes that's enough.
So this was a Tuesday night in March. I had been working late at the office in Columbus, finishing up a presentation for a client meeting the next morning. By the time I left, it was almost 10 p.m. I needed cash for the parking garage downtown where I had lunch plans the next day. And the garage was cash only. Annoying, but whatever. There was a Bank of America ATM in the strip mall near my apartment. A kind of standalone booth set up with the glass walls on three sides, ATM on the back wall. Usually I avoided using it after dark, but the parking lot was well lit and I could see my car from the booth. Just a quick withdrawal, in and out. 2 minutes, tops. I pulled into the lot. Only 2 other cars there. The strip mall was mostly closed, except for a 24-hour gym at the far end. The ATM booth glowed like a little island of light in the middle of the parking lot. I got out, locked my car, and walked to the booth. The door was heavy, one of those pneumatic hinges that makes it close slowly behind you. I inserted my card, entered my PIN, selected withdrawal, $200. The machine whirred, processing. I stood there, waiting, looking at my reflection in the dark screen. Tired eyes. Hair that needed washing. The parking lot behind me reflected in the glass. That's when I saw them. 2 figures in the reflection, behind me and to the left, maybe 50 feet away, between 2 cars in the poorly lit section of the lot. And one figure was on their knees, the other one was standing over them. The standing figure raised their arm, brought something down hard. The kneeling figure collapsed. I froze solid. My brain was trying to process what I'd just seen. Was that real? Or was I seeing things? Shadows, playing tricks? The ATM beeped. My cash was ready, but I couldn't move. I couldn't look away from the reflection. The standing figure was doing something, bending over, dragging the collapsed figure between the cars and out of sight. I should have grabbed my cash and run. I should have gotten in my car and driven away and called 911 from somewhere safe. But that's not what I did. I turned around and I looked directly at where I'd seen them. The parking lot looked empty, just cars and shadows and streetlights. No movement, no figures. Had I imagined? And then I saw it. A shape on the ground, between a white sedan and a dark SUV. Not moving, just laying there. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my cash, grabbed my card. I needed to leave. I needed to get out of this booth and into my car and away from here. But as I turned toward the door, I saw him, the standing figure, walking toward the booth, walking toward me. I was maybe 30 feet away now, close enough that I could see his face in the streetlight. Younger than I expected, late 20s, wearing a dark jacket and jeans. His hands were empty, but I could see something dark on them, something wet that was reflecting the light. Blood. His hands were covered in blood. He stopped. We made eye contact. He knew that I'd seen him. He knew that I'd been watching in the reflection. And I knew that he'd seen me watching. And we stood there for a second that felt like an hour. Him outside, me inside this glass box. Just a door between us. And then he smiled. I shoved open the booth door and sprinted for my car. I made it 20 feet. I could hear footsteps behind me, running fast. My keys were in my hand. I hit the unlock button and the car beeped. I grabbed the door handle, yanked it open, threw myself inside, hit the lock button, and started up the engine. He slammed into my window. palm flat against the glass. That smile still on his face. The blood on his hand left a print in the glass. I threw the car in reverse and stomped on the gas. The car shot backward. He stepped away. He didn't try to hold on. He just stood there watching me. And I shifted into drive and started to pull away. Then I saw her, the person on the ground between the cars. She was moving, barely, one arm reaching out. She was still alive. I couldn't leave her. I couldn't drive away and let her die in that parking lot while I went home and called 911 from safety. That would take minutes she might not have. So I stopped the car and I grabbed my phone. I dialed 911 while I drove toward where she was. Put the car between her and him as a barrier. And the dispatcher answered, and I was already talking, rambling, telling her there'd been an attack and someone was hurt. We needed an ambulance. We needed police. Giving her the address. I could see him in my rearview mirror, still standing by the ATM booth, watching. Not running or hiding, just watching. I got out of the car, kept it between us, and went to the woman. She was young, probably early 20s as well. Blonde hair, matted with blood. Her head was split open. I could see the bone. She was trying to speak, but she couldn't form words, just sounds. Help is coming, I told her. Stay with me. Help is coming. I heard the footsteps. He was walking towards us now. Not running, just walking. Casual. Like he had all the time in the world. I looked up, and he was on the other side of my car, maybe 10 feet away. The smile was gone now. His expression was flat. Empty. You should have left, he said. His voice was calm, conversational. Should have driven away, called from home. This didn't have to involve you. The police are coming. They are almost here. I know. I can hear the sirens. But I can get to you before they get here. We both know that. He was right. The sirens were distant. 2 minutes away, maybe 3. He could get to me in seconds. I stood up, positioned myself between him and the woman. Why did you do this? What did she do to you? Nothing. Wrong place, wrong time. She came back to her car while I was looking for valuables and saw me and screamed. I panicked. I didn't mean to hit her that hard. He said it like he was describing a traffic accident. Like it was unfortunate, but unavoidable. So now what? You kill me too? You kill her? You run before the police get here? His head tilted, considering. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to kill her either. But you've seen my face. You can identify me. That's a problem. The sirens were getting louder, closer, maybe a minute away. He heard them too. Tell you what, I'm going to leave. You're going to tell police you didn't get a good look at me. Too dark, happened too fast, right? You tried to help, but I was gone before you saw anything useful. And if I don't? Then I know where you bank. You probably live nearby. You probably work nearby. I can find you. Not tonight, not tomorrow, but eventually. And next time, there won't be police coming. The woman on the ground made a sound, gurgling, choking. I looked down. She was seizing, her eyes rolling in the back of her head. She's dying, I said.
That's unfortunate. The sirens were close now, less than a block away, red and blue lights reflecting off of the buildings. He backed away. Remember, you didn't see anything useful. And then he ran. Not toward the street, toward the back of the strip mall, toward the darkness beyond the parking lot. Gone before the first police car pulled in. 2 patrol cars, and then an ambulance, and then more police. They swarmed the parking lot. They went to the woman first, paramedics working on her, trying to stabilize her. They got her on a stretcher and into the ambulance. They were gone within 5 minutes, lights and sirens fading into the distance. A detective approached me, older guy with a kind face, asked me what happened and what I saw. So I told him all of it. The reflection in the ATM screen, the attack, the man walking toward me, his face, his height, his age, clothing, the blood on his hands, everything. The detective wrote it all down, asked me to come to the station, look at some photos, help them build a description, and I agreed. But as I sat in the back of the patrol car, waiting to be driven to the station, I thought about what the man had said, that he'd find me, that he knew where I banked, that it was just a matter of time. And I realized that I had made a choice. I could have lied. I could have said that it was too dark, things happened too fast, and I couldn't identify him. He'd have gone free, and he probably would have left town. He would have moved on. I'd have been safe. Instead, I told the truth. I put myself in danger, made myself a target. Was it worth it? For a stranger bleeding in a parking lot? For doing the right thing? I don't know. The woman survived. Barely. She spent 3 weeks in the ICU. She needed surgery and rehab from the brain damage and the trauma. She'd never be the same. But she was alive. And they caught him 4 days later. My description matched someone with priors for assault and robbery. His name was Derek Vance. He was only 28 years old. He was living in a motel on Victory Drive. They found him there. Found bloody clothes in his room. Found that woman's wallet. Everything they needed. He went to trial, and I testified. Told the jury what I saw, what he said, how he'd threatened me. He was convicted. Attempted murder. Assault with a deadly weapon. Robbery. 25 years, minimum. But before they took him away, after the verdict was read, he looked at me. He made eye contact. Mouthed something I couldn't quite make out. But I got the message. This isn't over. That was 2 years ago. He's still in prison. Maximum security. He won't be eligible for parole for another 23 years. And by then, I'll be 52, middle-aged, a whole different person. He probably won't even remember me. Probably. But I still check my rearview mirror obsessively. I still lock all my doors over and over. I still park in well-lit areas. I don't go anywhere alone after dark. I don't use ATMs at all. I use my card everywhere. And I keep cash at home. Anything to never stand in one of those glass booths again. Because I know what can happen when you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. when you see something you shouldn't see, when you make eye contact with someone who'd rather you hadn't. And that woman, her name was Jessica. She sent me a card last year, thanking me for staying, for not driving away, for giving police a description that led to an arrest. She said I saved her life, that if I had left, she'd have bled out in that parking lot. She said that she owes me everything. But I don't feel like a hero. I feel like someone who got lucky, who made a choice that could have gotten them killed. I feel like somebody who still doesn't know if that choice was brave or stupid. All I know is that I can't use ATMs anymore. I can't stand in front of those screens with my back to a dark parking lot. I can't see my own reflection without thinking about what else might be reflected there. What violence might be happening behind me. What face might be looking back at me, smiling, knowing that I saw, and knowing exactly where to find me. The detective told me that I did the right thing, that most people would have driven away. They would have called from home, if at all. They would have protected themselves first. But I didn't. I stayed. I helped. I testified. And now I get to live with that choice. I get to wonder if Derek Vance really will remember me in 23 years. If he'll come looking. If that threat was real or just words spoken in the moment. I hope that it was just words. But hope doesn't make me feel safer. Only distance does. And time. And the knowledge that he's locked away where he can't even reach me for now. Now some nights I dream about that parking lot, about that ATM booth and the reflection in the screen. I see the attack happening behind me. I see him walking toward the booth with that smile. But in the dreams, I don't run. I don't drive away. I don't help Jessica. In my dreams, I just grab my cash and leave. I drive home and I call 911 from my apartment. I tell them I saw something, but I couldn't identify anyone. In my dreams, I'm safe and anonymous, and not a witness, not someone Derek Vance knows by name and face and testimony. But then I wake up, and I remember that I didn't do that. I remember that I stayed and helped, and I have to decide if I'm proud of that choice or if I regret it. Most days I'm proud. Some days, when I'm checking my locks for the third time, or jumping at shadows or avoiding dark parking lots, I do regret it. But the choice is over. You can't unmake it. You can't go back to that night and drive away instead. So I live with it. Live with the fear and the pride. Live with knowing that I did the right thing, even if it cost me my peace of mind. Even if it cost me the ability to withdraw $40 without remembering blood on glass.
I should have used the bathroom before I even left Valdosta. That's a thought that keeps running through my head now, 6 months later, when I'm driving anywhere. I should have stopped at the gas station. I should have used the McDonald's bathroom. I should have done anything except pull into that rest stop on I-75 at 2:30 in the morning. But I didn't. And now I can't even drive past a rest stop without my heart racing, without checking every car in the lot, without that sick feeling in my stomach that says danger, even when there isn't any. I was driving back from Tallahassee, visiting my sister. It was a long drive. I'd left around midnight, figuring I'd get home to Atlanta by around 6 and beat the traffic. And the interstate was empty. It was just me and the occasional semi. Peaceful, boring, safe. Around 2:15, I realized that I couldn't make it home without a bathroom break. I'd had too much coffee at my sister's, and my bladder was screaming. I could push through for probably another hour, maybe. But why suffer? There was a rest stop coming up. Let's pull in, make a quick bathroom break, then back on the road. Easy peasy. And the rest stop was one of those small ones, just a bathroom building with some picnic tables and a couple of vending machines. 2 parking areas, one for regular vehicles and one for trucks. Single overhead light illuminated the main lot. Beyond that was just darkness and pine trees. I pulled in, my car and one other vehicle, a white panel van parked near the bathroom building. Probably somebody sleeping. A lot of people use rest stops to catch quick naps on long drives. I parked 3 spaces away from the van, grabbed my phone and locked up my car. Walked to the bathroom. The door's heavy, institutional. It was the kind that closes with a pneumatic hiss. Inside was about what you'd expect. Fluorescent lights, tile floors, 3 stalls, and then a sink and a mirror. That specific rest stop smell of industrial cleaner and mildew. I used the bathroom and washed my hands. Checked my phone. No messages. I was making good time. Another 3.5 hours, and I'd be home. I pushed open the bathroom door. Now there were 3 vehicles parked around mine. They hadn't been there just 2 minutes ago. 2 SUVs and a pickup truck. Black with dark tinted windows. All parked at angles that blocked my car in. Not completely, but enough that I'd have to maneuver. Enough that leaving wouldn't be simple. My first thought was that it was a coincidence. People arriving at the same time. Random parking choices. Nothing sinister. But something felt wrong. The way they were positioned. The fact that they'd all arrived in the 2 minutes that I was inside. The way no one was getting out of the vehicles. I stood there in the doorway, trying to decide. Go back to my car, hope it was nothing? Or do I wait in the bathroom until they leave? Should I call someone? Well, the decision was made for me. The doors opened, and people got out. 5 of them, all men, all wearing dark clothes. They didn't look at me. They didn't acknowledge me at all. They just gathered near the back of the pickup truck. I started walking toward my car. Casual. Just someone heading home. Nothing to see here. One of them looked up. Made eye contact. I saw him say something to the others, and they all turned. They all looked at me. I kept walking, faster now, got to my car and unlocked it. Started to get in. Hey. I looked up. One of them was approaching. Older than the others, maybe 45. Shaved head with a thick build. Hands in his jacket pockets. You just getting here? He asked. His voice was casual, friendly, even. Just leaving, I said. I tried to keep my voice steady and unconcerned. Long drive? Yeah, from Florida. He nodded, looked at my license plate. It said Georgia, and then looked back at me. Where in Florida? Something about that question felt like a test. Like my answer mattered more than it should. Tallahassee, visiting family. Oh, that's a good drive. You been there long? In the parking lot? Oh, I just got here, used the bathroom. Heading out now. Why was he asking these questions? Why did it even matter? He nodded again and smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Drive safe. He walked back to the group, and I got in my car, started the engine. My hands were shaking. Something was very wrong here. I just didn't know what. So I put the car in reverse, started to back out. The pickup truck behind me didn't move. I'd have to get close to it, navigate around it. And they were all standing right there, watching. I reversed slowly, carefully, got within a few feet of the truck, started to cut the wheel to angle around it. That's when I saw what was in the truck bed. Packages. Lots of them. Wrapped in brown paper. Taped and stacked. And bags. Black duffel bags. Unzipped. Could see plastic bricks inside. Wrapped in clear plastic. White powder visible. Drugs. The truck bed was full of drugs. I looked away fast. Too fast. I kept reversing, turning the wheel. My rear bumper cleared the truck and I shifted to drive. And then one of the men stepped in front of my car. He just stood there, arms at his sides, looking at me through the windshield. I stopped. I couldn't drive forward without hitting him. The older man, the one who talked to me, approached my window, tapped on the glass. I rolled it down an inch, just enough to hear him. You see something back there? In the truck? No, I wasn't looking. You sure? Looked like you were looking pretty close. I was just trying not to hit it while I backed out. I didn't see anything. He studied my face. I kept my expression neutral, confused, innocent. Where'd you say you were going? Atlanta? Home? That's a long drive. Lot can happen on a long drive. Dark roads. Easy to have an accident. The threat was clear. I swallowed hard. I'm just trying to get home. I don't want any trouble. Nobody wants trouble. But sometimes trouble finds you anyway. Depends on what you do next. Another vehicle pulled into the rest stop, headlights sweeping across the lot. The sedan, out-of-state plates. It parked on the far side, and the driver got out. Went into the bathroom. Didn't seem to notice us. The older man looked at the sedan, then looked back at me. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to sit there for a few minutes, and we're going to finish our business. Then you're going to leave. You're going to drive home and forget you stopped here. Forget you saw anything. Okay? And if you don't forget, if you decide to call someone, we've got your license plate. We know what you drive. We know you're heading to Atlanta. That's not a lot to work with, but it's enough. You understand? I understood. They were threatening me, telling me to keep quiet or face consequences. I get it. I understand. I won't say anything. I just want to go home. He nodded, stepped back from my car, waved to the man standing in front of my car, and he moved to the side. I could drive away right now, but they had my license plate, and they'd seen my face. If I went to the police, would they come after me? Were they serious, or just trying to scare me into silence? I didn't know. I couldn't know. All I knew was that I wanted to leave. I wanted to be anywhere but here. I started to pull forward, slowly, with my eyes on those men. They watched me, but didn't move. Didn't try to stop me. I made it to the exit of the parking lot, started to turn onto the access road that led back to the interstate. That's when the sedan came flying out of the parking lot behind me. That out-of-state car, the driver who just arrived, they blew past me, accelerating fast, getting away. Behind them, two of the SUVs peeled out, chasing, with their lights off. Dark shapes racing down the access road. The sedan had seen something. Same thing I'd seen. And they'd panicked. Tried to run. Now they were being chased. I pulled over. I stopped on the shoulder and watched the lights disappear down the road. Heard screeching tires in the distance. And then silence. I sat there, engine running, hands gripping the wheel. What should I do? Should I call 911? Tell them what I'd seen? That there was a drug deal at the rest stop? That someone was being chased? But if I called, I'd have to identify myself, give them my information, and become a witness. And those men had my license plate. They'd know that I talked. Or I could drive away, keep my mouth shut, and go home. Pretend this never even happened. Keep myself safe. I chose safety. I started driving, got back on the interstate, driving north, away from that rest stop, away from whatever was happening back there. I told myself that I'd made the right choice, that getting involved would have put me in danger, that it wasn't my responsibility, and I had to protect myself. But the guilt sat heavy on my chest. That sedan driver, what happened to them? Did they get away? Or did those SUVs catch them? And if they caught them, what did they do? I drove for an hour before I couldn't take it anymore. I pulled over at a different rest stop. This one was well lit, busy, safe. I used a payphone. I called 911 anonymously. I told them about the rest stop and about the drugs and about the vehicles chasing the sedan. I gave them enough information to check it out, but I didn't give them my name. I didn't give them anything that could identify me. Then I got back in my car and drove the rest of the way home. The next day, I searched the news, looking for reports of a drug bust, an arrest, anything. But I didn't see anything. No stories, no arrests. Either police didn't find anything, or it had been cleaned up before they arrived. Or they found something, but it wasn't newsworthy yet. 3 days later, there was a small article. Body found on rural road off I-75 south of Tifton. Single gunshot wound. Identified as Michael Kane, 34, from Delaware. Police investigating. The article had a photo, and I recognized him immediately. It was the sedan driver, the one who'd run, the one who'd been chased. They caught him, and they killed him. I felt sick. I felt responsible. Maybe if I'd called immediately, maybe if I'd given them my name and been willing to be a witness, maybe he'd still be alive. Or maybe I'd be dead too. I'll never know. I can't know. That's what haunts me. The uncertainty, the guilt, the knowledge that I chose my safety over someone else's life. And the police never contacted me, never found a connection between me and the rest stop. My anonymous call didn't lead anywhere. The case went cold. An unsolved murder on a rural road. Probable drug-related. But no arrests. Michael Caine's family held a funeral. I found the obituary online. He had a wife with 2 kids. Parents. He'd been driving home from a business trip. He stopped at the wrong rest stop at the wrong time. Same as me. But he'd panicked. He tried to run. Made himself a target. I'd stayed calm and played along. I made myself forgettable. That's the difference between living and dying sometimes. It's not courage or intelligence. It's just luck and the ability to read the situation fast enough to make the right choice. Or the wrong choice that keeps you breathing. I stay away from rest stops these days. If I need to stop, I wait for a gas station. Somewhere with lights and cameras and witnesses. And I live with the guilt, with knowing that I saw something, knew something, could have done more, and I chose not to. I chose to survive instead. Mr. Caine didn't get that choice. He made one wrong move and paid for it with his life. I made a different wrong move, and I get to live with it forever. Which one's worse? I couldn't tell you. Some nights, I dream about that rest stop, about the packages in the truck bed, about that older man with the cold smile, and the sedan racing away with SUVs chasing, headlights disappearing in the darkness, silence where there should have been sirens. I dream about making it home and checking my locks, and knowing that somewhere out there those men are still dealing drugs at rest stops, still threatening people who see too much, chasing down anyone who tries to run. And I know that the next time someone pulls into that rest stop at 2:30 in the morning, desperate for a bathroom break, completely unaware of what they're about to walk into, might not end with them driving away. Might end with their photo in an obituary, with their family asking why, with their life reduced to a cold case file that nobody's ever gonna solve.
The black ice caught me on the curve. 1 second I was driving, careful and slow, because the temperature had dropped and I knew these mountain roads. The next second, my wheels had no traction and I was sliding sideways toward the guardrail. I jerked the wheel. Wrong move. The car spun, jumped the rail, and plunged down the embankment. Everything went sideways. The airbag exploded in my face. My head cracked against something hard. The car rolled once, and then again, came to rest, tilted at a sickening angle, and then silence. Just the tick of the cooling engine and my own ragged breathing. I did an internal inventory. Fingers still moved, toes moved. My head throbbed, but I could think. There was blood on my hands from somewhere. The windshield was cracked, but still intact. The airbag deflated in my lap, and powdery residue coated everything. My phone. I needed my phone. It had been in the cup holder. I felt around in the dark, fingers searching. Found it wedged under the seat. The screen was black. I pressed the power button. Nothing. I pressed it again. Still nothing. The impact must have killed it, or maybe it was already dying. I'd meant to charge it before I left, but I'd been running late. So, no phone. No way to call for help. I looked out the window. Trees, snow, darkness. The car had come to rest about 30 feet down the embankment, nose pointed downward, passenger side against a pine tree. Above me, I could barely make out the road through the branches. No headlights, no cars. It was past midnight on a Wednesday in February, and this stretch of Route 60 was empty even during the day. I tried my door. It cracked a few inches before hitting the tree. Not enough to squeeze through. The passenger door was pinned against the slope. The back doors were my only option. I unbuckled my seatbelt and the car shifted, groaning in protest. My stomach dropped. How stable was this position? If I moved wrong, would the car slide further down? I stayed still and listened. Wind through the trees, the creak of metal settling. My own breathing, too fast, too loud. No traffic sounds from above. Nothing. The cold was already seeping in. I could see my breath. The heat had died with the engine, and the temperature outside was maybe 15 degrees. And I was wearing jeans, boots, and a sweater. The coat was in the back seat, just out of reach. I'd have to move. I had to get the coat. I had to do something. I reached back carefully, feeling the car tilt slightly with my weight shift. My fingers brushed fabric, so I stretched a little further. The car groaned and slipped an inch. I froze. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat. Easy. Slowly. I grabbed the coat and pulled it forward. I got my arms into it, and the warmth was immediate and inadequate. I was already shivering. How long until someone found me? My husband knew that I'd left my mother's house around 11. He'd expect me home by 1, maybe 1:30. When I didn't show up, he'd call. And then what? He'd assume that I stayed over. Couldn't really worry until morning. And even then, this stretch of road was 20 miles long. Finding a car down an embankment in the dark would be nearly impossible. I might be here until dawn. 6 hours. Maybe more. I couldn't survive that. People survived worse. I'd stay in the car, stay warm as I could, wait for daylight and traffic. That's when I heard the footsteps, crunching through snow, coming from above, from the direction of the road, getting closer. Relief flooded through me. Someone had seen the crash. Someone was coming to help. I tried to roll down my window to call out, but the electrics were dead. I raised my hand to knock on the glass to get their attention. The footsteps stopped. Right above the car, I could hear breathing. Heavy, labored, like whoever it was had been running. I waited. Any second now, they'd call out, ask if I was okay. Any second. The breathing continued. No voice, no flashlight beam, just breathing. And then I heard the footsteps move, circling the car, slow and deliberate, stopping at each window. My relief curdled into something else, something cold. This didn't feel like rescue. This felt like assessment. The footsteps stopped at the driver's side window. A shadow blocked what little light filtered through the trees. I couldn't make out a face, just a silhouette. Large, tall, wearing something bulky. Maybe a coat? Then came the knock. Tap, tap, tap. 3 knocks on my window. Soft, almost polite. I didn't move. I didn't respond. Every instinct screamed at me to stay silent. The shadow waited. I could feel eyes on me, even though I couldn't see them. Watching, waiting for me to acknowledge them. I kept my eyes forward, pretended I was unconscious, injured, not worth the effort. Another knock. Harder this time, more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. My hands were shaking. I clenched them into fists, trying to control the tremor. The shadow leaned closer to the window, and I could see the outline of a head. Breath fogged up the glass. Then it moved away. The footsteps resumed, circling again, checking the other windows, testing the doors. Each handle jingled in turn. Driver's side, passenger side, and then the back doors, all locked and all stuck. The footsteps stopped at the back of the car. I heard scraping, metal against metal. What was it doing? Trunk latch. He was trying to open the trunk. I heard the pop as it released. The trunk lid groaned open. Footsteps moved around to the opening. I couldn't see back there from my position, but I heard a rustling, searching through my things. My gym bag, the emergency kit, the spare tire well. Looking for what? Money? Valuables? Or something else? The rustling stopped. The trunk slammed shut. Footsteps came back around to my window. Tap, tap, tap. Harder now. Demanding. I risked a glance. The shadow was closer to the glass. I could almost make out features. A face, maybe. But the darkness and the cracked windshield made everything distorted. Wrong. Then it spoke. Just one word, muffled through the glass. Open. My blood turned to ice. The voice was wrong, too rough, too eager. This wasn't someone trying to help. This was someone who wanted in. So I stayed frozen. I didn't acknowledge it. The shadow waited for a response, and when none came, it struck the window. A fist pounding glass. Once, and then twice. The window held, but spider-webbed further. It could break through.
It was trying to break through. I scrambled backward into the passenger seat, putting distance between me and that window. The car tilted with my movement, sliding another few inches down the slope. Metal shrieked. I grabbed onto whatever I could find. The pounding stopped. The footsteps moved again, around to the passenger side where I just moved, where I was now pressed against the door. Tap, tap, tap. Right next to my head, inches away, just glass and a few millimeters of metal between us. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I just pressed myself as far from the window as possible. The tapping continued, rhythmic and patient, like it had all the time in the world. And then it stopped. Silence. No footsteps. No breathing. Nothing. Had it left? Given up? I waited 1 minute, and then 2. Still nothing. Just wind and the settling of snow from branches overhead. Maybe it was gone. Maybe I'd scared it off by not responding. Maybe. I let out a breath I didn't know that I'd been holding. I started to relax, started to think about what to do next. That's when I heard it above me. The roof. Footsteps. Right above my head, walking the length of the car. Slow, deliberate, testing the roof's strength. Whatever it was, it climbed on top of the car. The metal groaned under the weight. The car shifted again, sliding another inch. If it slid much more, we'd both go down, maybe all the way to the bottom of the ravine. And the footsteps stopped, centered over the driver's seat, directly above me. And then I heard scraping. It was doing something to the roof. Clawing at it? No, harder than that. Metallic. A tool. It was trying to pry something open. My car didn't have a sunroof, but it was trying anyway, scraping at the roof, looking for a way in. The car lurched. That weight was too much. We started sliding. I felt it in my stomach, that sickening drop. 6 inches? Foot? 5. The pine tree groaned as the car's weight shifted against it, and footsteps scrambled for purchase. The weight on the roof disappeared. I heard a thud in the snow beside the car. It had fallen off. The car stopped sliding, settled into a new position, even more precarious than before. The nose pointed almost straight down. One more good shift, and we tumble the rest of the way. Silence again, and then groaning. Not from the car. Something else. Something in pain. The fall had hurt it. Good. Maybe it could leave. Maybe it could give up. I waited, listening. I heard shuffling in the snow, movement. It was getting up, getting its bearings. And then the footsteps started again. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A little slower this time, limping, but still there, still circling. It came back to my window. I could see it clearly now in the faint moonlight that had broken through the clouds. Not a person. Not quite. The proportions were wrong. Arms a little bit too long. Shoulders hunched a little bit too much. Coat wasn't a coat. It was animal skins, stitched together, crude and rough. The face was covered up, wrapped in cloth and fur, but I could see eyes. Too wide, too bright, reflecting what little light there was. I don't think this was a person. This was something wearing a person's shape, something that lived out here in these mountains, something that had learned to mimic human behavior. The knocking, the speaking, all of it an imitation, an attempt to make me open the door. It stared at me through the window, tilted its head like a curious dog. Then it raised its hand, pressed it flat against the glass. Palm was pale, covered in sores and scars. Fingers long and knobby, nails too thick and yellow. It wanted me to see it. It wanted me to know what I was dealing with. I stared back and didn't let myself look away. If this was it, if this was how it ended, I wouldn't go scared. I wouldn't give it that satisfaction. We stayed like that, locked in some terrible staring contest. Seconds stretched into minutes. And then I heard it. Faint, but unmistakable. An engine coming from up the road. Headlights swept across the trees above us. The truck moving slow, searching. My husband had to be. He'd gotten worried, started driving the route, looking for me. The thing at my window heard it too, and its head snapped towards the sound. That hand dropped from the glass, and it backed away from the car, melting into the shadows between the trees. I pounded on the window with both fists, screaming at the top of my lungs. The truck passed by above. It didn't stop. It didn't see us. No. But then, brake lights. The truck was stopping, reversing. The headlights swept over the guardrail, the broken section where I had gone through. I heard doors open, voices calling my name. My husband and someone else, flashlight beams cutting through the darkness. I screamed again. I pounded harder. The beams found me, and they found the car. She's down there. Call 911. Rebecca, are you hurt? I couldn't speak. I just kept pounding on the window, pointing into the trees, trying to warn them. But when the flashlights swept across the roads, there was nothing there. Just trees and snow and shadows. The thing was gone, vanished, like it had never existed. They got me out 20 minutes later, fire department, paramedics. They stabilized the car, pried open the back door, pulled me out and up the embankment, wrapped me in blankets, checked for injuries, asked me questions, lied, couldn't answer. My husband held me while I shook, not from cold, from the knowledge of what had been out there, what had been trying to get in. I told them someone had been there. Someone had circled the car, tried to open it, climbed up on the roof. And they searched the area. They said they found footprints, but they looked like boot prints. Normal boot prints. Nothing unusual. Probably a passerby who stopped to check on the accident, then got scared off and ran away when they heard the truck coming. That's what they decided, and that's what went in the report. But I know what I saw. I know what pressed its hand against my window. I know what was wearing those skins and speaking with that wrong voice. I know that it's still out there. out on Route 60, in the darkness between towns, waiting for the next person to slide off the road, waiting to test their windows to see if they'll open up. Needless to say, I don't drive that road anymore. I don't drive alone at night at all, if I can help it. And when I do, I check, and then double check that every door is locked, every window secure. Because sometimes the monsters aren't in the stories that we tell. Sometimes they're real. Sometimes they knock on your window in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes you're lucky enough that they don't get in.
I probably should have waited for the tow truck. That's what I keep telling myself now, lying here in the hospital with my arm in a cast and stitches holding my scalp together. I just should have waited. Should have stayed in my dead car with the doors locked tight and the emergency blanket wrapped around me until help arrived. But hindsight is perfect. And when you're stranded on a back road in a snowstorm at 9 o'clock, with your phone at 2% battery, perfect decisions aren't always obvious. My car died about 10 miles outside of Blairsville. Just sputtered and quit, all the dashboard lights going dark at once. I coasted to the shoulder and sat there in the rapidly cooling interior, watching my breath turn to fog. The alternator, probably, or the battery. Didn't matter which. The result was the same. Dead car, no heat, temperature dropping fast. I called for a tow. The dispatcher said it would be at least 2 hours, maybe 3 with the weather, and they were slammed. Everyone was having car trouble in the cold. I said I'd wait. That was before my phone died, before the cold really started to sink in, before I realized how isolated this stretch of Route 515 was at night. 15 minutes passed, half an hour. The cold was getting serious now, and my teeth were chattering. I had the emergency blanket from my trunk, but it only did so much. I couldn't feel my toes anymore. That's when I saw the headlights. An old pickup truck, moving slow through the snow. It passed me, continued about 50 yards, and then stopped. Reversed, started slowly inching back. It backed up until it was alongside my car. The driver's window rolled down. I could see him in the cab light. Maybe 50. Weathered face with a gray beard, wearing a heavy work coat and a trucker's cap. He leaned towards the window. "You broke down?" I nodded. Rolled my window down a crack. "Battery, maybe. Tow truck's on the way." "Well, how long they say?" 2 or 3 hours. He looked at the sky, at the snow, falling heavier now. "Now you'll freeze before then. Come on, I'll give you a ride into town. You can wait somewhere warm." I hesitated. Every safety lesson from childhood kicked in. Don't get in cars with strangers. But I was so cold, and he looked normal, grandfatherly, even. The kind of guy who'd stop to help. "I should probably wait," I said. "The tow truck might come early." "And might, or it might not come at all if this storm picks up. Your call, but I wouldn't let my daughter sit out here in this cold." Mention of a daughter helped. Made him seem safer somehow. A family man. Dad instincts.
I made my decision. Grabbed my purse, locked the car, climbed into the passenger seat of his truck. The heat blasting from the vents felt like heaven. "Oh, thank you so much," I said. "I really appreciate it." No problem. Where are you headed?" "Just into Blairsville. I can call the tow from there, let them know where to take my car." "Blairsville's about 15 minutes up the road. I'll have you there in no time." They put the truck in drive, and we pulled back onto the highway. Cab smelled like coffee and cigarettes and old upholstery. The radio played country music at a low volume. Everything seemed normal. Everything seemed fine, so I started to relax. That was my first mistake. We drove in silence for a few minutes. I watched the road, looking for the turnoff to town. There was a big intersection coming up, Route 515 and Highway 76. Blairsville was to the right, and we passed that intersection without turning. I said. "I think that was the turn." "Well, there's a better route," he said. "Less traffic. He'll get you there faster." I didn't remember there being much traffic on Route 76, but I didn't know the area that well. Maybe he was right. Maybe there was a shortcut. So we continued straight. The road got narrower, fewer streetlights, fewer houses. The storm started getting worse. The snow was so thick now, the headlights barely cut through it. "How far is this route?" I asked. "Not far." His voice had changed slightly. Flatter, less friendly. Or maybe I was imagining it. Maybe I was just nervous. Because we were getting further from civilization instead of closer. I checked my phone out of habit. Still dead. No way to call anyone. No GPS to check where we were going. "What's your name?" I asked, trying to fill the silence, trying to make conversation feel normal. "John." "I'm Mindy. Thanks again for picking me up, John." He didn't respond, just kept driving. His hands were tight on the wheel, his knuckles white, his jaw clenched. The radio station turned to static, and he didn't even adjust it. He just let the hiss fill the cab. We've been driving for about 10 minutes now. We should have been in town, even with a detour. But I looked out the window, nothing but trees, darkness, and snow. "Are we almost there?" I tried to keep my voice casual, unconcerned. "Soon." That one word, that flat, almost mechanical delivery. That's when the fear started creeping in. I reached for the door handle casually, like I was just adjusting my position. Pulled on it. Nothing happened. Pulled harder. The door didn't budge. Child locks. The door was locked from the driver's side controls. My heart started pounding. I looked over at John, his profile in the dashboard lights, that clenched jaw, those white knuckles. "Door seems stuck," I said, trying to sound puzzled rather than panicked. "Safety feature. Keeps it from opening accidentally on the highway." "Well, could you unlock it? I'm feeling a little carsick. I need some air." "We'll be there soon." But we weren't going to town. I knew it now with absolute certainty. We were going somewhere else. Somewhere he wanted to take me. And I looked for landmarks, road signs, anything that might tell me where we were. Nothing. Just endless forest and this narrow, winding road that seemed to lead nowhere. I needed to think.
I had my purse. I could feel the weight of it in my lap with my keys inside. Not much use without a car, but they were something. A weapon, if it came to that. And my wallet, credit cards, driver's license with my address on it. Oh, my address. He'd know where I lived if he looked. That made my stomach turn. Where exactly are we going? I tried to sound calm, reasonable. This doesn't seem like the way to town. It's not. No pretense now. No explanation. Just those two words, flat and final. Then where? My voice cracked, despite my efforts to control it. He didn't answer. He just kept driving. The road got worse. It was barely paved now. More potholes than asphalt. The trees pressed in close on both sides. I looked at the speedometer. 40 miles an hour. Too fast to jump, even if I could get the door open. And we were in the middle of nowhere. Even if I got away from him, I'd be alone in the woods, in a snowstorm with no phone and no idea where I was. But staying in this truck felt worst. I reached into my purse slowly. I found my keys. I slipped them in between my fingers, points out. It wasn't much, but it was something. Let me out. I tried to sound firm, authoritative. Let me out right now. Can't do that. Yes, you can. You stop the truck and you let me out. No. The finality in that word chilled me more than the snow outside ever could. The truck slowed, and we were turning off the road now onto what looked like a dirt trail, barely visible through the snow. No signs and no markers, just trees and darkness and this man who wouldn't let me leave. Please, I said, and I hated how small my voice sounded. Please just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I'll say that I walked to town. Nobody has to know you picked me up. Oh, you'll tell. I won't, I promise. Everybody says that. They all promise. They all. He'd said they all. This wasn't his first time. The terror that realization brought was physical. My whole body went cold. My hands shook. I couldn't even breathe right. The truck stopped, and we were in a clearing now. A small cabin was visible through the snow. Dark, isolated. No other buildings in sight. And he put the truck in park, turned off the engine. Headlights stayed on, illuminating the cabin. The door was open, swinging slightly in the wind. Waiting. He turned to look at me for the first time since I'd gotten in. Really look at me. His eyes were empty. Not cruel or angry, just empty. Like there was nothing behind them. Nothing human. Out, he said. No. My hand tightened on the keys. He reached for his door handle, started to get out. If he came around to my side, if he opened my door, I'd have nowhere to go. The child lock meant that I couldn't open it from the inside. I'd be trapped until he let me out. So I did the only thing that I could think of. I lunged across the cab at him. The keys in my hand found his face, his neck. I didn't aim. I just struck out blindly. I felt them sink into soft tissue. He yelled, his hands coming up. I pulled the keys free and I hit again and again. There was so much blood. It was on my hands, on my coat,
spraying across the dashboard. He was grabbing at me, trying to catch my wrists, but I was pure adrenaline and terror. I hit him again, and this time caught his eye. He screamed. His door was hanging open. He pulled it open before I attacked. So I shoved him, put both hands against his chest, and I pushed with everything that I had. He tumbled backward out of the cab, landed in the snow. I scrambled over to the center console. I fell out his door onto the ground. My ankle twisted sickeningly as I landed, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I got up and I ran. Into the trees, into the darkness, away from the truck and the cabin, and the man who'd brought me here. I heard him behind me, shouting, crashing through the undergrowth. But he was hurt, bleeding, slower than he should have been. I ran until my lungs burned, until my twisted ankle screamed with every step, until I couldn't hear him anymore. And then I found the road. Not the trail we'd driven in on, a different road, paved, with tire tracks in the snow, recent ones. So I followed them, limping now, my adrenaline already fading, the pain in my ankle getting worse with every step. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I saw headlights ahead, a car coming toward me. I stumbled into the middle of the road, waving my arms wildly. The car stopped. An older couple. The woman saw the blood on my hands and face and started to scream. And the man got out, asking what happened, if I was okay. I wasn't okay, but I was alive. And they called 911. The police came, the ambulance. I told them everything about John and his truck and the cabin in the woods. They found it. They found him still there, holding a towel to his bleeding face. Found the cabin. Inside, they found a root cellar. In the root cellar, they found 3 bodies. Women, all in different stages of decomposition. All picked up on back roads during winter storms over the past 5 years. I should have been the 4th. The keys had destroyed his right eye, cut his face open in a dozen places. He'd need surgery to repair the damage. Good. I hoped it hurt. I hoped every time he looked in a mirror, he'd remember the one who got away. And they asked how I knew to fight back, how I knew he was dangerous. I don't know how to explain it. The small things that added up. The wrong turn, the locked door, flat tone in his voice. The way he said, they all. Instinct, maybe. Or luck. Or just the survival drive kicking in when there were no other options. I don't take rides from strangers anymore. I don't care how cold it is, how long the wait might be. I'll freeze to death in my car before I get in a vehicle with someone I don't know. And when I do drive now, I make sure my phone is charged. Always. Keep my doors locked. Keep the keys in my hand. Because predators look like normal people. They look like helpful grandfathers, stopping to help someone in trouble. They look like everybody else, until the moment they don't. Until the moment you realize you've made a mistake. And by then, you're already in their truck, on their road, heading toward their cabin in the woods. If you're lucky, you fight back. You survive. You become the one who got away, instead of the one who didn't. I got lucky. Not everyone does. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years. I've done routes from Maine to California, Canada down to Mexico. I've seen every kind of road, every kind of weather, and every kind of driver. You learn things when you spend that much time behind the wheel. You learn to read the road, to anticipate problems before they happen, to trust your instincts when something feels off. And that night, something definitely felt off. I'd picked up the load in Atlanta around 8 p.m. Electronics, televisions, computers, that kind of thing. Headed out to Knoxville with a delivery window of 6 a.m. Standard overnight haul. I'd done this route 100 times. I knew every truck stop, every way station, every shortcut. The weather was clear when I started. Now, it was cold, about 20 degrees, but the roads were dry, perfect conditions. I settled into the rhythm of it, the hum of the engine, the gentle sway of the cab, the endless white lines disappearing under my wheels. It was meditative. It was peaceful. I was about an hour north of Atlanta, somewhere around 575, heading into the mountains when I saw the first flash, the headlights in my mirror, coming up fast in the left lane. And then the high beams, just a quick flash. Once, twice, 3 times. I checked my speed. I was right at the limit. I checked my lights. They were all functioning. Checked the cargo door in my side mirror. Sealed tight, just like it should have been. And that car passed by me. Some sedan. Disappeared into the night ahead. Probably nothing. Maybe they thought I was going too slow. Maybe they were just being assholes. Did all kinds on the night shift. So I kept driving. 20 minutes later, happened again. Different vehicle this time. A pickup truck. Same thing though. Came up behind me, flashed the high beams 3 or 4 times, and then passed. This time, I paid more attention. I watched the truck in my mirror as it pulled up alongside. Saw the driver lean forward, looking at something. Not at my cab, at the trailer behind me. And then he accelerated and was gone. And my stomach did a small flip. 2 vehicles flashing me in 20 minutes, both looking at my trailer. That's not a coincidence. I found a wide shoulder and pulled over, put on the hazards, grabbed my flashlight from the door pocket, and I got out into the cold. The wind bit through my jacket immediately. I walked back along the trailer, checking everything. The cargo door was sealed, and that lock was in place. The trailer itself looked fine. There was no damage, no obvious problems. So why had 2 drivers felt the need to flash me? I completed my walk around. Everything seemed normal. Maybe they'd seen something that I couldn't see from my angle. A light out somewhere. A loose strap. Something minor. I climbed back into the cab, checked the time. It was almost 11. Still making good time. I pulled back onto the highway and continued north. The third flash came around midnight, and this time it was a minivan. Family vehicle. Came up behind me, flashed the high beams repeatedly, then pulled alongside. I saw faces in the windows. A woman driving, kids in the back. The woman was pointing urgently at my trailer. And then she accelerated and was gone. 3 cars, 3 separate warnings, all of them pointing at my trailer. Something had to be wrong. Something I couldn't see from the cab. Something other drivers could see when they came up behind me. I found another pull-off, This time I didn't just walk around. I went to the back of the trailer, put my ear up against the door, and listened. At first, I didn't hear anything. Just the sound of wind and distant traffic, with my own breathing. Then, I heard it. Movement from inside the trailer. Soft, stealthy, like someone shifting position. My blood went cold. Somebody was in my cargo. Stepped back from the door, mind racing. The trailer had been sealed when I picked it up. The company seals were still intact. Nobody could have gotten in there. Nobody. But I know that I'd heard it. Clear as day. Movement inside. Maybe it was just the cargo shifting. Boxes settling. That happens sometimes when the load isn't properly secured. That had to be it. Except the load had been professionally secured. I'd watched them do it. And cargo doesn't shift with that kind of deliberate, careful movement. Somebody was in there. The question was when had they gotten in? And how? I thought back to the loading dock. I'd been there for about 45 minutes while they loaded and secured everything. Had I left the trailer unattended? Had I gone to the bathroom and I gotten coffee from the vending machine? Yeah, I had. Maybe about 10 minutes. Long enough for someone to slip inside if they were watching, if they were waiting for an opportunity. But why? Why would someone hide in a truck trailer? What were they running from? Or what were they planning? Probably ought to call the cops. Tell them I had a stowaway. Let them deal with it. A little voice in my head whispered that maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was just cargo shifting. Maybe I was being paranoid after 3 random drivers flashed their lights for reasons that had nothing to do with my trailer. If I called the cops and opened up the trailer and found nothing, I'd look like an idiot. I'd lose time. I might miss my delivery window. I stood there in the cold, debating. The smart thing was to call. The efficient thing was to ignore it and keep driving. So I got back in the cab. I pulled out my phone and stared at it. Then I put it away. Told myself I was being paranoid. Told myself to stop listening to every little sound. That it was just cargo. Those drivers had been flashing me about something else. Something I had fixed during my walk-arounds. I pulled back out onto the highway. Big mistake. I made it another 30 miles. The highway was climbing now, winding through the North Georgia mountains. There were fewer cars. It was getting darker. Just me and the endless pavement and the weight of the trailer behind me. And that's when I felt it. A thump from inside the trailer. Not subtle, hard enough to feel through the whole rig. And then another one, like someone kicking a wall. Somebody trying to get my attention. Or trying to get out. I slowed down. My hands were shaking on the wheel. Another thump. Harder. More insistent. They knew that I knew. Whoever was back there, they knew I was aware of them now. And they weren't hiding anymore. I needed to stop. Needed to deal with this. But we were in the middle of nowhere. No truck stops. No towns. Just dark forest on both sides. And a narrow mountain highway. Another thump. This one accompanied by a scraping sound. Metal on metal. Like someone had a tool. Like they were trying to force open the door from the inside. They were trying to get out. or into the cab with me. My foot pushed down on the accelerator. I needed to get somewhere public, somewhere with lights and people. The next truck stop was 20 miles ahead. I could make it. I just had to keep driving. And the scraping got louder, more frantic. I could hear it even over the engine noise. Hear them working at the door, at the seal, at whatever separated them from me. I grabbed my CB radio, keyed it. This is northbound Big Rig on 575, mile marker 47. I've got an emergency. Someone's in my trailer, trying to get out. Need police assistance. Static. Then a voice, another trucker. Copy that. You got a stowaway? Yeah, and they're trying to get into the cab. I'm headed for the Loves at marker 67. Can you call it in? 10-4. Hang tight, drivers. Help's coming. 20 miles. Felt like 100. And the scraping continued. Got more desperate. I heard wood splintering. They were through the cargo, into the space between the cargo and the cab wall. Just one more barrier to breach. Kept an eye on my mirrors, watched the trailer behind me. I half expected to see the door burst open, to see someone crawl out and come running up the side of the trailer toward the cab. But none of that happened. Just that constant scraping, that methodical work of someone who knew what they were doing, someone who'd done this before. 15 miles left. My heart was hammering. My shirt was soaked with sweat despite the cold. The CB crackled with other truckers who'd heard my call, offering support, telling me help was on the way. The cops were en route. 10 miles. The scraping stopped. For a moment I thought maybe they'd given up. And then I heard a new sound. Pounding. They'd reached the wall between the trailer and the cab. And they were hitting it. Testing it. Looking for weak points. 5 miles left. I could see lights ahead. The truck stop. Civilization. Safety. The pounding got harder, more frantic. They knew we were almost there. Knew that they were running out of time. 2 miles. I saw the truck stop sign. Saw the lights of the parking lot. Saw police cars already there and waiting. Lights flashing. The pounding stopped. There was silence. Eerie after all of that noise. Like whoever was back there had given up. Or was planning something else. I pulled into the truck stop, straight to where the police were waiting. But the rig and park killed the engine. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely open the door. 6 officers, all with guns drawn, all approaching the trailer. They motioned for me to stay back, to get clear. I stumbled away from the truck, put a line of police cars between me and the trailer. And they surrounded it, ordered whoever was inside to come out, to show their hands, to surrender. Nothing. No response. No movement. An officer checked the seal. It was broken, torn off from the inside. The lock was still in place, but the door was compromised. Somebody had forced their way through. So they opened it, carefully, guns trained on the opening. A man stumbled out. Not old, 30s, gaunt and filthy, wearing layers of torn clothes, hands up, eyes wild. He collapsed on the pavement, hands still raised, repeating the same thing over and over. Don't send me back. Please don't send me back. Don't send me back. Police secured him, put him in cuffs, checked him for weapons. They found a pry bar and a hammer, tools that he'd used to try to break through into my cab. They asked him 100 questions. Why he'd hidden in my truck, where he'd come from, what he wanted. He was running. That's what he said. Running from something in Atlanta. Something he wouldn't talk about, wouldn't name. He'd hidden in the first truck that he saw. He thought he could ride it somewhere else, somewhere safe and far away. But when those other drivers had started flashing their lights, when he'd realized that I'd pulled over to check, he panicked. He thought that I was going to hand him over to whoever was chasing him. Started trying to get into the cab, to force me to keep driving, to take him further. The police arrested him, multiple charges, breaking and entering, attempted assault, definitely destruction of property. He was wanted in Atlanta, too. Something about a robbery, violence, blood. I gave my statement. I told them everything. They said I'd done the right thing, calling it in. But trying to handle it myself could have gotten me hurt. The cargo was secure. Nothing stolen. Nothing damaged except the wall he'd been working on. And the insurance would cover that. The company wouldn't hold me liable. I could continue to Knoxville once they cleared the scene. But I didn't. And I couldn't. I called dispatch. I told them I needed a replacement driver. That I was done for the night. That I might be done for good. And they understood, or at least pretended to. Said they'd send someone to take over the load. That I should go get some rest, take a few days. Figure out how I wanted to go forward. I sat in the truck stop diner. I drank bad coffee. I watched the sun come up. Watched other truckers come and go. Normal people doing normal jobs. Not knowing how close I'd come to something terrible. Those drivers who flashed me, they'd seen him. Seen his face in the small window of the cargo door. Seen him watching me from inside. They tried to warn me. If they hadn't, I might not have known until it was too late. Until he'd broken through that wall and come into the cab while I was on some dark mountain road with nowhere to run. I think about that sometimes. About how close it was. About what might have happened if I'd been on a more isolated route. If help had been a little further away. If he'd been faster at breaking through. I did wind up going back. I couldn't give it up completely. But I'm a little bit more careful now. I check the seals before I start, and then I check them again at every stop. I listen for sounds that shouldn't be there. I trust my instincts when something feels wrong. And when someone flashes their high beams at me, I never ignore it. I pull over, I check, I call for help if I need it. Because sometimes those flashing lights aren't about a blown tire or a loose strap. Sometimes they're about something much worse, something hiding in your cargo, something trying to get to you, something you never see from the cab, but everyone else can. Those drivers saved my life that night. They took time out of their trips to warn a stranger, to flash their lights and hope that I understood. So now I do the same. If I see something wrong with another truck, I flash. I warn them. I hope they pull over and check. I hope they don't ignore it, like I almost did. Because out here on the night shift, on these dark highways, we're all we've got. Just drivers and lights, and warnings flashed in the dark. Sometimes that's enough. Sometimes it's the difference between making it home
then becoming another story truckers tell at rest stops about the driver who didn't pull over, didn't check, didn't listen when everyone tried to warn him, about the driver who found out too late that they weren't alone.
So I've been a 911 dispatcher for 6 years now. I heard every kind of call you can imagine. I've had medical emergencies, domestic violence, car accidents, break-ins, overdoses. You build up calluses after a while. Emotional armor. You have to, or the job will destroy you. But some calls get through. Some calls stay with you long after the shift ends. They make you check your locks before bed. They make you jump at shadows. And this is about those calls. It was a Thursday night in February. I was working the overnight shift at the Bibb County 911 Center in Macon. Our call center is on the 3rd floor of a 5-story office building downtown. Shared space with some county offices and a law firm. During the day, the building is busy, but at night it's just us. 4 dispatchers and a supervisor, and whatever cleaning crew comes through around 2 a.m. My shift started a little before midnight, the standard overnight. Usually, the busiest hours are from 12 to 2, and then it tapers off until the morning rush starts around 6. I'd done this shift hundreds of times. I knew the rhythm. I knew what to expect. First call came in around 12:47. It was a male voice, young, probably 20s, whispering, urgent but controlled. 911, what's your emergency? Someone's been breaking into my building. Right now, I could hear them. I pulled up the location from the phone ping. It was a cell phone without an exact address, just a general area, downtown Macon, within a few blocks of where I was sitting. What's your address, sir? Well, I don't know the exact number. I'm visiting someone. It's an office building. It's 5 stories. It's downtown near Cherry Street. My fingers paused over the keyboard. Near Cherry Street? That was us. But there were several office buildings in this area. It had to be one of the others. Can you see a street sign? Any landmarks? No, I'm hiding. I'm on the 3rd floor in an office. The door is locked, but I can hear them in the hallway. They're trying doors. 3rd floor. That was my floor, but that was coincidence. It had to be. How many people? I don't know. At least 2, maybe more. They're not talking, they're just trying doors. They're getting closer. I dispatched units, gave them the general area. I told them to check office buildings near Cherry Street. Look for signs of forced entry, possible burglary in progress. Sir, officers are en route. Stay where you are and stay quiet. Don't open the door for anyone except police. They'll identify themselves. Okay, hurry. Please hurry. His breathing was rapid, panicked. It was real fear. I had heard enough fake calls to know the difference. You're doing great. Keep the line open. Let me know if anything changes. I could hear him breathing. I could hear faint sounds in the background. Muffled. Hard to identify. It could have been footsteps. It could have been pipes. Old buildings make noise. 2 minutes passed, and the officers radioed in. They were checking buildings. Nothing obvious. No broken windows. No forced doors. No signs of entry. Sir, are you still there? Yes. A whisper, barely audible. They're right outside. They're trying this door. Officers are in the area. They're checking now. Just stay quiet. 4 minutes had passed. The officers reported checking 3 buildings. There's no signs. All secure. No suspicious activity. Sir, officers are on scene. Can you see them? Are there windows in the office where you're hiding? Silence. And then they stopped. The people in the hallway. They stopped trying doors. I think they heard the police. Well, that's good. Stay where you are. Officers will clear the building. But the officers radioed back. The buildings were clear. All locked. No signs of forced entry. No signs of anyone inside who shouldn't be there. Sir, officers are reporting all buildings in the area are secure. Are you certain someone was trying to break in? Yes, I heard them. They were right outside. Well, can you give me more details about the building? What floor are the elevators on? What color are the walls? Any identifying features? The walls are beige. There's a water fountain at the end of the hall. The elevators are in the center near the stairwell. My blood went cold. Beige walls, center elevators, water fountain on the 3rd floor. He was describing my building. Sir, what's the name of the person you're visiting? What office are you in? I don't remember the name. Some law firm? I'm just waiting for my girlfriend. She works late. And there's a law firm in this building, on the 4th floor. But he said he was on the 3rd. My floor. Sir, I need you to listen carefully. I'm going to transfer you to an officer, and they're going to come find you. But I need you to tell me exactly which office you're in. I can't. If I talk too loud, they'll hear me. Well, they're gone, remember? You said they stopped when they heard police. Maybe, I don't know. I'm scared to look. Something was wrong about this call. The location and the details, the timing. Sir, I'm going to put you on hold for just a second. Don't hang up. I muted the line. I looked at my supervisor, Karen, across the room. I need someone to check the building. I've got a caller who says he's hiding on the 3rd floor from intruders, and he's describing this building. Karen frowned. This building? That's not possible. Security would have called. I know, but check anyway, please. She radioed building security. An older guy named Tom who sat downstairs in the lobby. He confirmed that no one had entered. All access points were secure. He'd been watching the cameras all night. There was nothing unusual. I went back to the line. Sir, security confirms the building is secure. No one has entered. Are you sure you're in the right building? I'm sure. I heard them. They were here. Can you unlock the office door and step out into the hall? Maybe you're confused about the location. No, what if they're still out there? What if they're waiting? This call felt wrong. It felt staged, but his fear sounded real. The breathing, the whisper, the panic. Okay, stay calm. Officers are clearing the area, and you're safe. The line went dead. He'd hung up. I sat there, staring at my screen. That call had lasted 8 minutes. The location ping showed downtown Macon, near my building, but not specific enough to pinpoint an exact location. Karen came over. Security's doing a sweep, 3rd and 4th floors, just to be safe. 10 minutes later, Tom radioed back. The floors were clear. All offices locked. No sign of anyone. No sign of disturbance. False call. It had to be. Maybe somebody pranking us. Maybe someone high or paranoid. It happens, sometimes. I logged the call, and I moved on to the next one, and tried to forget about it. At 2:15, that same number called back. 911, what's your emergency? The same voice, still whispering. More urgent now, more afraid. They came back. They're on the floor again. They're looking for me. My heart rate kicked up. Sir, we checked the building. There's no one there. You need to come out and identify yourself. I can't. They'll find me. Who are they? What do they look like? I don't know. I haven't seen them, but I can hear them. They're checking every office, every door. They know I'm here somewhere. I muted the line and looked at Karen. Same caller, same story. He says they're back. This time she looked concerned. Tom's in the lobby. The cameras show nothing, but I'll have someone go up. She took one of the other dispatchers, Michelle. They went to go check. He took the elevator to the 3rd floor. I stayed online with the caller. Sir, my supervisor is checking the floor right now. She'll find you, but you need to tell me which office you're in. The one at the end, near the bathrooms? On the left. That was a supply closet, not an office. No one would be in there. I could hear Karen's voice over the radio. 3rd floor clear. All offices locked. Checking the supply closet now. A pause. And then, closet's empty. No one's here. I went back to the caller. So there's no one in that closet. Where are you, really? Heavy breathing. And then, look out your window. My window. My stomach dropped. The dispatch center had windows facing the street, and I was sitting right next to one. What? Look out your window. I can see you. I stood up. I walked to the window and looked down at the street. Empty. No cars, no people. Just street lights and shadows. There's no one there. Not down. Across. I looked across the street. The building opposite ours. 5 stories. Dark and abandoned. It's been empty for 2 years since the company that owned it went bankrupt. But I saw movement at the 4th floor window. A figure, barely visible, standing there, looking at our building, looking at me. The phone was still at my ear, and the caller still breathing. I can see you, he said. I've been watching you all night. You're wearing a blue sweater. You have dark hair, and you sit at the desk closest to the window. I stepped back from the glass. My hands were shaking. Who are you? You didn't believe me. When I said someone was breaking in, you thought I was lying. But I was telling the truth. They're here. They're in the building. Not mine. Yours. Karen was coming back into the dispatch center. I waved her over frantically, pointed out the window at the figure across the street. She looked, squinted, and then pulled out her radio. Tom, we've got someone in the abandoned building across the street. 4th floor. All the MPD. Get units here now. The voice on the phone laughed. Soft, almost sad. Too late. They're already inside. They've been inside for an hour. While you were talking to me. While you were sending police to check other buildings. While you were looking the wrong way. Who's inside? Look at your cameras. The ones in the lobby. The ones in the stairwell. Karen was already pulling up the security feeds on her computer. Lobby, empty. Tom's desk, empty. Tom wasn't there. Stairwell, second floor landing. A figure climbing, heading up. Tom, Karen radioed. Tom, respond. Static. Tom, this is urgent. Respond now. Nothing. The figure on the stairwell camera reached the third floor, opened the door, stepped into the hallway just outside the dispatch center. Karen hit the panic button. Silent alarm, straight to police. And then she grabbed the phone from my hand. Who are you? What do you want? The voice that answered wasn't the young man anymore. It wasn't whispered. It was calm, clear. A different person entirely. You should lock your door. The line went dead. Karen ran to the dispatch center door. It was already locked. We always kept it locked. You needed keycard access to get in. But she checked anyway. Pulled on the handle. Secure. We watched the camera in the hallway outside. The figure was standing there. Just standing, not moving. Wearing dark clothes with a hood. Face hidden. They raised their hand and knocked on our door 3 times. Slow and deliberate. None of us moved. 4 dispatchers and 1 supervisor. All of us frozen, staring at that door. The figure knocked again, and then they reached into their pocket, pulled something out. A key card. They swiped it. The lock clicked green, and the door opened. They stepped inside. Karen grabbed the nearest weapon, a stapler. Michelle had her phone, was recording, and I just stood there. I couldn't move. I couldn't even think. The figure pulled back their hood. It was a woman, maybe 40 years old, with short dark hair. She looked familiar. Where did I know her from? She smiled. Hi, Amy. She knew my name. How did she know my name? Don't recognize me? It's been a while. 6 years. You took a call from my daughter. She was having a seizure. She was dying. You kept telling me to calm down, to give you the address, and to follow your instructions. My mind raced. 6 years ago. It was one of my first months on the job. There was a call from a frantic mother, daughter having a seizure, and I tried to help. I tried to get the paramedics there fast. I remember, I whispered. Do you remember how long it took? 23 minutes, because you gave them the wrong address. You transposed the numbers, sent them to 4529 instead of 4259. By the time they figured it out and got to the right house, my daughter was brain dead. We took her off life support 4 days later. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It was a mistake. A mistake. She laughed. Do you know what 6 years of grief looks like? What it's like to replay that call over and over? To hear you telling me to stay calm while my daughter was dying? To know that if you just typed in the right address, she'd still be alive. She pulled something else from her pocket. A knife. Long, sharp, kitchen knife. I've been planning this for 3 years. Learning this building, learning your schedule. I got a job as a cleaning contractor just so I could copy key cards. So I could learn the cameras, figure out the blind spots. Like the supply closet on the 2nd floor. That's where I've been since 10 o'clock. That's where I hid Tom's body after he came to check. Tom. She'd killed Tom. You killed him. He was in the way. Just like you've been in the way of my peace for 6 years. Just like all of you are in the way. She started towards me. Karen stopped, stepped in front of her. Stop right there. The police are coming. You will never make it out. I don't plan to make it out. I just plan to finish this. Then she moved fast. Faster than someone her age should be able to move. She lunged towards Karen. Karen swung the stapler and it connected with the woman's shoulder, but it did nothing. The woman stabbed. The knife sank deep into Karen's side, and I heard Karen scream and then fall. The woman pulled the knife free, covered in blood. So much blood. Michelle was dialing 911, calling for help from inside the 911 center. The irony wasn't lost on any of us. I grabbed the nearest thing, my coffee mug. It was heavy ceramic. I threw it. It hit the woman in the head. She stumbled. I didn't wait. I ran at her and tackled her. We went down onto the ground together. But she was stronger than she looked. That knife still in her hand. She brought it up. I grabbed her wrist with both hands, held it away. She pushed. I pushed back. The blade was inches from my face. Then Michelle hit her. With a chair leg, she broke it over the woman's back. She grunted, lost her grip on the knife, and it clattered to the floor. I scrambled for it, got my hand around the handle, and then she grabbed my hair, yanking me back. My scalp screamed in agony, but I had the knife. So I twisted and drove it backward, and I felt it sink into something soft. She let go, fell away. The knife was stuck in her thigh. She was on the ground, gasping, bleeding. I crawled over to Karen, unconscious, bleeding badly, but okay. I grabbed something, a jacket, pressed it into her side, and applied pressure. The other dispatchers had called it in. I could hear sirens, close and getting closer. The woman on the floor was crying. She was 17. My baby was 17, and you killed her with a typo. With a stupid fucking typo. I'm sorry, I said, and I meant it. I'm so sorry. Sorry doesn't bring her back. The police came. Paramedics right behind them. They took Karen first, and then the woman. They cuffed her, arrested her, took her away in an ambulance with a police escort. They found Tom in the supply closet on the 2nd floor, stabbed multiple times, probably died instantly. He never had a chance. Karen survived. She spent 3 weeks in the hospital. She had surgery and then recovery. She came back to work 2 months later on a different shift. She couldn't do nights anymore. I couldn't do it at all. I turned in my resignation the next day. I couldn't sit at that desk and take calls. Couldn't do it seeing that knife, that blood, Karen falling, Tom in the supply closet. I couldn't stop thinking about that call 6 years ago, the one that I got wrong, the address that I messed up, the girl who died because I made a mistake. We're supposed to be perfect. People call 911 in their worst moments. They need us to be perfect. But we're human. We make mistakes. We screw up numbers. We mishear streets. We get confused. And sometimes people die. And that woman, her name was Patricia Hollins. She pled guilty to second-degree murder for Tom, attempted murder for Karen, assault for me. She's in prison now. Life without parole. She'll never get out. But I still think about her and her daughter, about that call, about how one small mistake created a chain of events that led to all of this, to Tom's death, Karen's injury, to Patricia's life in prison, to me, sitting here 6 months later, still unable to sleep, jumping at every sound, seeing that knife coming towards my face. I still work at a call center. It's customer service, technical support. People call about their cable boxes and internet routers. Nobody dies if I make a mistake. Nobody's life is on the line. It's boring and safe. And that's exactly what I need. But sometimes late at night, I think about dispatch and those calls. The people who need help and trust us to send it. About how that trust is sacred. That responsibility is immense. And one mistake can echo through years, through lives, through a woman who loved her daughter so much that she spent 3 years planning revenge. I don't blame her. Not really. She was right. Her daughter died because I typed the wrong address. That's on me. That's something that I have to carry. Tom didn't deserve to die. Karen didn't deserve to almost die. And Patricia didn't deserve to lose her daughter. There are no winners here. Just survivors and ghosts. And a 911 call center in Macon. It's a little more careful about checking addresses now. A little bit more haunted by the calls that went wrong.
This happened last January at the Ideal Mart out on Highway 76, about 15 miles north of LJ. Middle of nowhere, really. Closest town, probably 3 miles in either direction. And at night, you're lucky to see 5 cars the whole shift. Most of the time it's just me, the fluorescent lights, the hum of the coolers, and nothing else. The owners, they're cheap as hell. No cameras on the inside. There's one out front that barely works half the time. The security system's a joke. It's just a door chime that dings when someone comes in. Back door doesn't even have an alarm. It's supposed to stay locked, but the latch is broken, so you've got to really check it, or it'll drift open on its own. I've been working here for a few months, mostly uneventful. Occasionally, you get a teenager trying to buy cigarettes with a fake ID, or a drunk trying to buy beer after we stopped selling them. It's boring, but it's exactly what you want on a night shift. That night was different from the start. It was sleeting, not snowing, Just that miserable mix of rain and ice that coats everything and makes the roads lethal. The temperature had dropped down to about 28 degrees, and the wind cut right through your jacket. I'd gotten to work at 10 p.m. for my usual shift, stuck there until 6. By 11, I hadn't seen a single customer. Maybe that should have been a clue that something was wrong. Even in bad weather, we usually get a few stragglers. Truckers, mostly. But the highway was dead. It was just me and the sleet tapping against the windows. Around midnight, I started my first walkthrough. Standard stuff. Check the bathroom. Make sure nobody's passed out in there. Restock the coolers, face the shelves, so everything looks neat. I was in the back aisle, the one with motor oil and antifreeze, when I noticed them. Wet footprints. They came from the direction of the back hallway, the one that leads to that storage room and the rear exit. Big prints, like work boots. They were already starting to dry at the edges, but they were fresh, maybe 10 minutes old. I stopped and stared at them. I hadn't heard the door chime. Nobody had come in through the front. But these prints definitely hadn't been here during my last walkthrough an hour ago. So I followed them with my eyes. They went down the aisle, turned at the end towards the coolers, and then just stopped. Like whoever made them had vanished into thin air. My heart was beating faster now. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded too loud in the empty store. "Store's open if you need help." Nothing. Just the hum of the coolers and sleet on the windows. So I walked to the back hallway. The storage room was closed, like it should be. I put my hand on the knob, hesitated. If someone was in there, what was I supposed to do? I'm not a big guy. About 5'10", maybe 160 pounds. But I couldn't just leave it. So I opened the door. The storage room was dark. I flipped on the light. Boxes of chips, stacks of cigarette cartons, cleaning supplies. Everything looked normal under the harsh fluorescence. I checked behind the shelves. I checked in the corners. Nothing out of the ordinary. And the back door was closed, and I tested it. Locked tight. Or as locked as it ever was with that broken latch. I stood there for a minute, trying to rationalize it. Maybe I had missed the footprints earlier. Maybe they'd been there the whole time, and I just hadn't noticed. Maybe a customer had come in during the 5 minutes that I'd been in the bathroom earlier, walked around, left without buying anything. But I hadn't heard the door chime. Not once. I went back out to the main floor. I looked at the footprints again. They were definitely real, definitely fresh. I took a picture with my phone just in case, and then grabbed the mop from the back and cleaned them up. The next 2 hours were pretty quiet. I got a trucker in around 1:30, bought some coffee and a pack of Camels, then left. An old lady stopped for gas around 2, paid at the pump, never even came inside. I kept glancing at the back hallway, but nothing seemed out of place. Around 3 a.m., I went to restock the beer cooler. It's a walk-in cooler, big enough that you can spend a few minutes in there organizing without freezing to death. Grabbed a hand truck, loaded with cases, pushed through the heavy door. And that's when I smelled it. Cigarette smoke. Fresh. Somebody had been smoking in the cooler recently. We don't allow smoking in the store. There are signs everywhere. And the cooler especially. You'd have to be crazy to smoke in there with all the regulations and the fire hazard and everything else. But the smell was unmistakable. I could even see a couple of ashes on the floor near the back corner. My hands started shaking as I stacked the beer cases. I kept looking at the door, half expecting it to slam shut and trap me in there. But it stayed open. Nobody came. I finished and got out as fast as I could. I stood behind the counter, trying to calm down. This was getting weird. The footprints could be explained away, but the cigarette ashes? Someone had definitely been in there recently, tonight, while I was working. I called my manager. I got his voicemail because, of course I did. I left a message saying that I thought someone might have broken in and could he check the security footage. Then I remembered that we basically didn't have security footage. Great. I thought about calling the cops, but what would I even tell them? I found some footprints and some cigarette ashes. They'd think I was paranoid or high. Around 3:30, I did another walkthrough, and everything seemed fine till I got to the bathroom. The door was closed. I always left it open after I checked it. Always. It was just a thing that I did, a habit. But now it was closed. I stood outside for a long moment, my hand on the doorknob. I could hear my pulse in my ears. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The sleet outside had picked up, drumming hard against the roof. And I opened the door fast, like I was ripping off a Band-Aid. The bathroom was empty. But the toilet seat was up. And I always put it down. Another habit. And the sink was wet, like someone had just washed their hands. On the mirror, written in the condensation, were 3 words. I see you. I backed out of the bathroom so fast, I slammed into the opposite wall. My phone was out, 911 pulled up, finger hovering over the call button, but I didn't press it. Not yet, because I heard something. A creak from the storage room. And then another one. Slow and deliberate footsteps coming down the hallway toward the main floor. I should have gone straight out the front door and not looked back, but I was frozen in place. I stood there, watching the hallway entrance, waiting to see who came around the corner. Nobody came. The footsteps stopped, but now I could hear breathing. Ragged, close, too close. I spun around. He was right behind the counter, right where I'd been standing 5 minutes ago. He must have been crouched down, hiding in the space under the register where we kept the bags and the receipt paper. And now he was standing, and he was looking right at me. Could have been 40 years old, with gaunt face and hollow eyes. His clothes were soaked through from the sleet, water dripping onto the floor. He had a hunting knife in his hand, blade about 6 inches long. And we stared at each other for what felt like an hour, but it was probably just a couple of seconds. And then he smiled. "You never noticed," he said. His voice was soft, almost gentle. "Been here the whole time, watching you, learning your patterns. You checked the bathroom at 11:30, 1:30, and then 3:30. You stocked the coolers at midnight and 4. You spend exactly 4 minutes in the beer cooler, and you always leave the bathroom door open. You always check your phone at 2:15. My mouth was dry. I couldn't speak. "You're very predictable," he continued. "That makes it easy. Came in through the back door around 10:30. You were in the bathroom. I've been here ever since. Sometimes in the storage room, sometimes in the cooler. Once I was in the ceiling, in the crawl space above the tiles. You walked right under me." He took a step toward me, and I took a step back. "Why?" I managed to croak out. He tilted his head, considering. "Does it matter? Maybe I was going to rob you. Maybe I was going to do something worse. Maybe I just wanted to see if I could. See how long I could go without you noticing." Another step. The knife gleamed under the fluorescent lights. "But you did notice. Eventually. The footprints gave me away. I was sloppy. I should have been more careful." He was between me and the front door now. The back was blocked by him. My only option was to run deeper into the store, into the aisles. But that just meant trapping myself. "Please," I said, "you can take the money. Take whatever you want. I won't call the cops, I swear." "Oh, I don't want money," he said, and then he lunged. I grabbed the first thing my hand touched, a display of those cheap disposable lighters by the register, and I threw it at him. Lighters scattered everywhere. He batted them away, but it gave me a second, long enough for me to vault over the counter, slip on the wet floor, then scramble back to my feet. He was right behind me. I ran down the center aisle toward the coolers. Stupid. Trapped myself. But I wasn't thinking, I was just moving. He was faster than me. I could hear his boots pounding on the linoleum. I grabbed a case of beer off the shelf and I swung it around. It caught him square in the chest. Cans exploded, beer spraying everywhere. He stumbled back, and I dropped the case and kept running. If I could make it to the front door, I just had to get around him. But he was already moving to cut me off. The knife came up. I saw it coming and twisted away. Blade missed my stomach, but caught me in the side, slicing through my shirt and onto the skin. Pain bloomed, hot and sharp. I fell against the chips display. Bags went everywhere. I grabbed one of the metal chip strips that held the bags, ripped it free. It wasn't much, but it was something. He came at me again. I swung the chip strip. The metal edge caught him across the face. He yelled, stumbled back, hand going to his cheek. Blood seeped between his fingers. I ran. I made it 3 steps before my feet went out from under me on the beer-slick floor. I went out hard. My head cracked against the tile. Stars exploded across my vision. Then he was on me, knee on my chest, crushing the air out of my lungs. I saw the knife come up, but I still had the clip strip. I didn't think. I just swung it as hard as I could. The jagged edge caught him right in the throat. It wasn't deep, but it was deep enough. He made a choking sound and fell back, both hands going to his neck. Blood poured between his fingers, more than I think I'd ever even seen. I rolled away from him and got to my feet. He was on his knees, trying to breathe, trying to stop the bleeding. His eyes were wide with shock. I ran for the door. I burst out into the sleet, into the freezing night. My side was bleeding, my head throbbing. But I was alive. I was alive. I didn't stop running until I came across the highway, hiding behind a tree in the darkness. My phone was out, shaking so hard I could barely hold it. I called 911. They came fast. Police, ambulance, whole thing. They found him inside, collapsed by the chip pile. Still alive. Barely. They got him to the hospital. He survived. His name was Michael Peterson. He was 43 years old. Registered offender. Multiple priors for stalking, breaking and entering, assault. He'd been living in his car, parked at the rest stop 2 miles down the highway. He told the police he'd been watching the gas station for weeks, learning my patterns, waiting for the right night. They asked me why I didn't call sooner, why I didn't run when I first saw the footprints. I didn't have a good answer. Fear, I guess. Disbelief. The human brain doesn't want to believe the worst until it's staring you in the face. But I quit the next day. I didn't even go back for my last paycheck. Let him mail it. I couldn't stand the thought of walking through that door again, being in that space where he'd been hiding, watching, waiting. The owners installed cameras after that, and they fixed the back door. Hired security for the night shifts, too. A little bit late, but better than nothing, I guess. I still got a scar on my side. It's 4 inches long, raised up in pink. Sometimes at night, when I'm alone in my apartment, I think about him, about how he'd been there the whole time, about how close I came to not even noticing at all, how he said I was predictable. I try not to have patterns anymore. Check my locks at random times, vary my routines. I look over my shoulder constantly. My therapist says I'm being paranoid. Maybe I am. But if I'm paranoid, I'm alive and paranoid. And Michael Peterson is going to be in prison for the next 15 years. They got him on attempted murder, breaking and entering, stalking, the whole 9 yards. He'll be 60 before he gets out. And I'm never going to work another night shift. I hope I never have to walk through an empty building at 3 a.m., wondering if I'm really alone. Because sometimes you're not.
I stopped working nights a while ago. I just couldn't do it anymore. The money was good, sure. Overnight shift, Peachtree Center parking garage, paid an extra $4 an hour. And when you're putting yourself through Georgia State, that adds up. Some things aren't worth any amount of money. The garage serviced the office buildings and hotels around downtown Atlanta. There's 10 floors, 1,200 parking spots. During the day, the place was packed. Cars coming and going constantly. People everywhere. Security cameras covering every angle. Safe as houses. But at night, it was a little different. My shift started at 11 p.m. By midnight, the garage was mostly empty. Might have been 40 cars scattered across 10 floors. People who'd left their vehicles overnight, hotel guests, residents from the condos nearby. And the cars sat there under the fluorescent lighting, islands of metal in an ocean of empty concrete. My job was simple. You sit in the booth at the entrance. You monitor the security cameras. You do walk-arounds every 2 hours. Help anybody who needs it. Lock the pedestrian doors at 2 a.m. Keep everything secure until the morning shift arrived at 7. It's boring work. But boring is good. Boring means nothing went wrong. And I'd been doing it for 8 months without incident. that night was different. It was a Tuesday, February. Cold outside, probably 35 degrees. Kind of night where nobody wants to be out if they don't have to be. I'd clocked in at 11 and relieved Martinez, who worked the evening shift. He'd mentioned that it had been quiet. Only 6 cars had left between 7 and 11. 34 vehicles still in the garage. I settled into the booth. I made coffee in the little machine that we kept back there. Pulled out my laptop to work on an essay that was due that week. The security monitors glowed in front of me, following empty concrete floors in grainy black and white. Around 12:30, the first alarm went off. It was a car alarm. It was loud, even through the concrete and distance, coming from somewhere above me. I checked the monitors, cycling through cameras until I found it. It was on the 4th floor, northwest corner, silver Honda Accord, lights flashing, horn blaring. I sighed. This happens, sometimes. Sensitive alarms, triggered by trucks passing on the street outside, or the wind rattling a loose door. Sometimes it was just random electronic glitches. Usually they shut off on their own after a few minutes. This one didn't. After 5 minutes of constant noise, I grabbed my keys and flashlight, and I took the elevator to the 4th floor. The alarm was deafening up there, echoing off the concrete walls and low ceiling. I approached the Honda, walked around it, checked for signs of tampering. Everything looked normal. There's no broken windows, no scratches. There's nobody nearby. I stood there, waiting. Most alarms had a timer. 30 seconds to a minute. Eventually, they stopped. This one kept going. I went back to the elevator, rode down to the booth. I looked up the protocol for this situation. I was supposed to call the number on file for the vehicle owner and let them know. Let them deal with it. I found the Honda's registration in the system, called the number, and I got voicemail. I left a message explaining the situation. The alarm was still going. I could hear it even from the booth. Faint but constant. Grating. I turned up the volume on the TV we kept in the booth. I tried to focus on my essay. I tried to ignore the distant wailing from the 4th floor. Around 1:15, it finally stopped. Silence. Beautiful, blessed silence. I took a breath, and I went back to my schoolwork. Maybe the battery had died, or the owner had a remote shut off and had just gotten my message. Either way, problem solved. And then at 1:45, another alarm went off. Different sound, different pattern. I checked the monitors. 4th floor again. But a different section. This time the northwest corner. Was a black BMW with the lights flashing. That same relentless horn. My stomach did a little flip. 2 alarms in an hour, both on the 4th floor. Probably coincidence. Maybe something about the temperature or the air pressure. Maybe a truck passed, set off multiple sensitive alarms. I took the elevator up. The BMW was parked 3 rows over from the Honda. I walked around it. Same story. No damage, no signs of tampering. Just just an alarm screaming into empty concrete. I called the owner and got voicemail, left another message. Stood there for a little while, waiting for it to stop, and it didn't. I gave it 10 minutes. It was still going. So I went back down to the booth. The alarm continued until 2:23 a.m. Then silence again. I sat there staring at the monitors. Something about this was starting to feel wrong. 2 alarms on the same floor. Both ran for over 30 minutes before stopping. It wasn't normal. It wasn't random. But what else could it be? The camera showed empty floors. No movement, no people. Just rows of parked cars and fluorescent lights. I was being paranoid. Had to be. And then at 2:55 a.m., a third alarm went off on the 4th floor in the southwest corner. This time it was a red Toyota Camry. My hands started to shake as I checked the monitor. This wasn't random. This wasn't coincidence. Someone was setting these off. Someone was up there, triggering alarms in different parts of the 4th floor. Why? What was the point? I watched the monitor showing the Camry. I searched for movement, for shadows, for anything. But I didn't see anything. Just the flashing lights and the empty concrete, and the knowledge that someone was up there doing this deliberately. I probably ought to have called the police, told them someone was in the garage and let them handle it. But what would I even tell them? The car alarms were going off? They'd tell me to call the owners, to handle it myself. It wasn't an emergency or a crime, it was just annoying. So I grabbed my flashlight. My hand hovered over the phone. Call for help? Check it out. I was paid to handle problems. Paid to keep the garage secure. That was my job. But I took the elevator to the 4th floor again. And the Camry was wailing. I approached slowly, swept my flashlight across the surrounding area, between the cars, behind the pillars. Nothing. I circled the Camry, same as the others. No damage, no explanation. But this time, I noticed something. A smell. Faint and chemical. Like spray paint or marker, coming from the driver's side door. When I leaned in closer and saw it, a small mark on the door handle. Fresh, black marker, just a dot, easy to miss under the fluorescent lights. Someone had marked this car recently, while I'd been down in the booth. My pulse quickened. I spun around and shined my flashlight into the shadows, between the cars, into the stairwell entrance. Nothing was there. Except someone was here. Had been here. Maybe was still here. I needed to get back to the booth and lock myself in. Get a hold of the police for real this time. I turned back towards the elevator, and the lights went out. Not all of them. Just the section I was in. Southwest corner. The lights clicked off in sequence. 1, 2, 3. Leaving me in near darkness. Just the emergency lighting and the flashing alarm lights from the Camry. Somebody had access to the light switches. The breaker boxes were on every floor, and someone knew where they were. Knew what they were doing. I took off, Not to the elevator, to the stairwell. The stairs would have lights, and the stairs would get me down faster. I hit that stairwell door at full speed, and it flew open. I stumbled through, started down the stairs, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly. I made it down one whole flight, down to the landing between 4 and 3, and I heard someone coming up. Footsteps, fast and heavy, taking the stairs 2 at a time, coming from below. So I reversed course, went back up, through the door onto the 4th floor. The lights were still out in the southwest section, so I ran towards the center of the floor, toward the areas that still had light. Behind me, the stairwell door opened. Footsteps on concrete. Not running now, walking, deliberate and unhurried. They knew I was trapped. Knew the only way down was the elevator or the stairs, and they knew that they could take their time. I kept moving. I made it to the center section. The lights here were still on. I could see the elevator 50 feet away, so I ran for it. I jabbed the call button and waited. The elevator was on the 1st floor. I watched the indicator lights. 1, 2, 3. Come on. The footsteps were getting closer. I could hear them echoing, coming from the southwest section, from the darkness. 4. The elevator doors opened. I dove inside, and I hit the button for the ground floor, and then I hit the closed door button over and over. The doors started to close, and then a hand shot through the gap, grabbed the edge, and the doors bounced back open. A man stepped into the elevator, tall, probably 6'2", wearing a dark hoodie and jeans, face partially hidden in shadow, but I could see his eyes, cold and empty. He smiled, and I backed into the corner. He stepped fully into the elevator and let the doors close behind him, hit the stop button. The elevator jerked to a halt in between floors. Trapped. We stood there, 3 feet apart, in between me and the control panel. Me with nowhere to go. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me. That smile, never changing. Like this was fun. Like I was entertainment. I still had the flashlight, a heavy metal mag light with 4D batteries in it. More weapon than light. I gripped it tighter. If he came at me, I'd swing. I'd aim for the head. I'd fight like hell. And he saw me tighten my grip, and that smile widened. He wanted me to try. He wanted the fight. Instead, he reached into his pocket, pulled something out. This small rectangle. A key fob. He pressed the button, and somewhere on the 4th floor, a car alarm went off, muffled through the elevator walls, but unmistaken. He pressed another button, and I heard a different alarm, different pitch. He'd been setting them off remotely, drawing me away from the booth, away from the phone, up to the 4th floor, where he'd been waiting. He finally spoke. His voice was calm, conversational, like we were discussing the weather. You always come, every time. So predictable. My throat was too dry to respond. I just stood there, flashlight raised, waiting. He pressed another button, another alarm, and then another. Multiple cars now. A symphony. with wailing from the floor above. I've been watching you for weeks. Every Tuesday night, man. Same routine. You sit in that booth, do your rounds at 1 and 3, then lock the doors at 2. Check the cameras every 15 minutes, just like clockwork. You've been here before, multiple times, watching me, learning my patterns, planning this. What do you want? My voice came out as a croak. He tilted his head, considering. Does it matter? He took a step closer, and I raised the flashlight. He stopped, smiled again. Go ahead, hit me. Let's make it interesting. I didn't wait for him to move first. I swung the flashlight hard, aiming for his temple. But he was faster than he looked. He caught my wrist and twisted. Pain shot up my arm. The flashlight clattered to the floor. He shoved me back against the elevator wall. His hand closed around my throat. That's better, he said. I couldn't breathe. His grip was iron. My vision started to tunnel. I clawed at his hand uselessly. He was too strong. My hand found something in my pocket. The keys. The heavy ring. Multiple keys for multiple doors, and all of them were sharp edges. I pulled them out, swung them at his face. They raked across his cheek. He screamed and let go, stumbling back, had his hands to his face with blood seeping between his fingers. I didn't think. I just moved. I hit the emergency stop button again. The elevator lurched, started moving down. He was between me and the control panel, between me and escape. But he was hurt, for now. The elevator stopped at the ground floor, and the doors opened. I ran out of the elevator, across the garage, toward the booth, towards the phone, and help. Behind me, I heard him coming, stumbling, cursing, but still coming. I made it to the booth, then slammed the door and locked it. Grabbed the phone, dialed 911. He slammed into the booth door, pounded on it. The reinforced glass shook, but held. He screamed at me, incoherent rage, blood streaking down his face from where the keys had caught him. I heard the dispatcher talking, asking questions. I gave her the address, told her that someone was trying to kill me, told her to send everyone. But he kept pounding, kept screaming, then suddenly stopped. I heard sirens, distant but getting closer. He heard them too. His hand snapped towards the exit. He looked back at me. That smile was gone now, replaced by pure hatred. This isn't over, he mouthed through the glass. And then he ran toward the pedestrian exit, toward the stairs that led to street level. He was gone before the police arrived. They found blood on the elevator floor and on the booth door. They got DNA, got fingerprints from multiple surfaces, and ran them through the system. His name was Adam Webb. He was 32. He had prior convictions for assault, breaking and entering. He'd already done time. He'd only been out for 6 months. Been working day labor jobs around downtown. Had access to the garage during the day. And had been using that access to scout, to plan. They put out a warrant. His face was on every news station. Somebody would see him. Somebody would call it in. It was only a matter of time. But they never caught him. He vanished. He probably left Atlanta, left Georgia, started over somewhere else. And I quit the next day. I didn't even finish my shift, I just walked out. The manager understood, offered to transfer me to a day position, but I declined. I couldn't be in that garage. I got a different job at a restaurant. Day shift. It's busy, with lots of people. I'm never alone there. Perfect. But I still think about that night. About those car alarms drawing me away from safety, and him in the elevator with his hands around my throat. About how close it was. How if I hadn't had those keys, hadn't reacted fast enough, if I hadn't been lucky. Because he planned it all. The alarms, the lights, the timing. Everything was calculated. Everything was designed to isolate me and make me easy prey. And it had almost worked. Sometimes I wonder if he's doing it somewhere else now. Some other city, some other parking garage. Setting off alarms, drawing some other attendant away from their booth, away from safety, into his trap. Sometimes I wonder if they'll be as lucky as I was, or if next time he'll be more careful, more thorough, more successful. So, yeah, I don't work nights anymore, and I don't work alone. I don't work anywhere with 10 empty floors and 40 cars, and no one around to hear you scream. Because if I learned anything that night, I learned how dangerous isolation can be. I learned that vulnerability isn't always about dark alleys and bad neighborhoods. Sometimes it's about being alone in a well-lit parking garage in downtown Atlanta, with cameras everywhere and exits all around, but nobody to hear you when you need help. Sometimes the safest looking places are where the worst things happen. Sometimes the alarm isn't warning you away from danger. It's calling you towards it.
It's been months, and I can't even look at snow anymore without feeling sick. They tell me that's normal. My therapist, the support group, the well-meaning friends who still check in 6 months later. They say trauma rewires your brain, makes innocent things dangerous. That eventually, I'll be able to see snow without seeing her, without seeing that morning. They're wrong. It's February 14th, Valentine's Day, though that detail feels obscene now. We'd had dinner at home, nothing fancy. Katie had made her pasta carbonara, the one she always made on special occasions. We'd opened a bottle of wine, laughed about something stupid one of her coworkers had done. Normal. Everything was completely normal. Around 9, she said she was going to take the trash out to the bins at the end of the driveway. And we lived on 5 acres outside of Dahlonega, house set back from the road, long gravel driveway, lined with pines. It's quiet, private, safe, we'd always thought. I was loading the dishwasher when I realized that she'd been gone too long. 5 minutes, maybe even 10. Too long for a trip to the trash bins. So I went to the front door and I called her name. I got no response. The porch light illuminated the yard and the first stretch of driveway, but beyond that it was just darkness. The trash bins were at the end, near the road. Maybe she'd run into a neighbor. Maybe she was chatting. Katie was like that.
she could strike up a conversation with anyone. I walked down the driveway in my slippers. The cold bit through my socks immediately. It had snowed that afternoon, about 4 inches. More was forecast overnight. The temperature was dropping fast. The trash bins were there. One lid was open. The bag that she'd been carrying was inside, but no sign of Katie. "Katie?" I called louder. My voice echoed in the stillness. Nothing but wind through the pines. And their footprints led to the bins. Clear boot prints in the fresh snow. But from there, they got confused, scuffed, like she turned around quickly or struggled. And then they just stopped, like she'd vanished. No, not vanished. Dragged. I could see it now in the light from my phone's flashlight. Drag marks in the snow, leading toward the road, toward the tree line. I ran back to the house and called 911. I told them my wife was missing, that something had happened, and that I needed help now. The dispatcher kept me on the line, asked questions I could barely process. How long had she been gone? What was she wearing? Any medical conditions? Any reason she might have left on her own? No, she wouldn't just leave. Something was wrong. The police arrived within 20 minutes. Sheriff's deputies. They took my statement, examined the driveway. The drag marks were already getting covered by fresh snow. Within an hour, they'd be gone completely. They asked about our relationship. Any problems? Any fights? I knew what they were thinking. Husband is always the first suspect. But they seemed to believe me. The genuine panic probably helped. The fact that I'd called immediately. The lack of any history of domestic issues. So they started a search. They called in more deputies. They brought out dogs. The canine unit picked up a scent at the trash bins, followed it toward the road, then lost it, like she'd been picked up, but in a vehicle. Taken. I spent the entire night searching, walking our property, walking the road, calling her name until my voice went hoarse. The deputies searched too, methodically, professionally, but I could see it in their faces. In February, in this kind of cold, time mattered. Every hour decreased the chances of finding her. The snow kept falling, heavy, wet flakes that covered everything. Covered the drag marks, covered any evidence, covered any trail the dogs might have followed. Around 2 a.m., they made me go inside, said that I'd get hypothermia if I stayed out, that I needed to be available for phone calls, that the best thing that I could do was wait and let them work. I sat in our living room. Katie's wine glass was still on the coffee table, half full. TV was paused on the movie we'd been planning to watch. Her blanket was draped over the couch arm. Everything was exactly as she'd left it. Like she'd just stepped out for a moment. Like she'd be right back. I couldn't sit. I couldn't stay still. I paced. I made coffee that I didn't drink. I checked my phone every 30 seconds. Called her number over and over, hearing it go straight to voicemail. Her phone was in the house, on the kitchen counter. She'd left it behind when she took out the trash. The deputies kept searching. I could see their flashlights in the woods, hear them calling out. But as the night wore on, the search got quieter, more spread out. They were running out of places to look, running out of hope. Dawn came gray and cold, and the snow had stopped. 8 inches had fallen overnight. Everything was white and pristine, but still wrong. A deputy knocked on the door, asked if I wanted coffee, said they were expanding the search, bringing in more resources. His face told me what his words didn't. They were looking for a body now, not a person. I went outside. I needed air. I needed to see the search continuing. Needed to do something. That's when I noticed the snowman. It was in the front yard, maybe 30 feet from the house, right where I could see it from the living room window. A large snowman, 6 feet tall, perfectly formed, 3 spheres stacked with little stick arms and rocks for eyes and mouth. It even had a carrot nose. Someone's red scarf wrapped around its neck. I stared at it. My brain wouldn't process what I was seeing. We didn't have a snowman when I went inside at 2. I was certain of that. I'd walked right past that spot. There'd been nothing there. Someone had built a snowman in my front yard during the night, while I was inside, while deputies were searching the property. Someone had been here, right here, close enough to see through my window. "Deputy?" I called. My voice sounded strange, distant. "When did somebody build this?" He came over. He looked at the snowman and frowned. "That wasn't here during the search. I walked right past this spot around 4. And we both stared at it, the significance slowly dawning. Someone had built this between 4 a.m. and now, between when the deputies had passed through this area and dawn, in the dark, while we were all here. "Don't touch it," the deputy said. He radioed for the others, for someone with a camera. This was evidence now. This was a message. The sun was rising, weak winter sun that didn't provide much warmth, but it was enough to start melting the edges of the snowman. I watched water drip from its base, watched the snow compact slightly as it warmed. That's when I saw the red. Not the scarf, something else. Something dark red seeping through the white, melting out as the snow loosened. "Everybody back," someone shouted. Deputies moving fast now, creating a perimeter, calling for detectives, for crime scene techs, for the coroner. I knew, even before they carefully dismantled it, even before they found her, I knew. Katie was inside the snowman. Her body had been used as the core structure, packed in snow, shaped, decorated, displayed in our front yard like some sick joke, like some twisted Valentine's gift. The killer had been here, had taken her, killed her, and brought her back. He'd spent hours in the early morning building this monument to his crime, right outside my window, while I sat in the living room 20 feet away, while deputies searched just beyond the tree line. He'd been here, watching, playing with us. And they found evidence, tire tracks at the end of the driveway, partially covered by snow, footprints around the snowman, fibers, from gloves, DNA from skin cells left on her clothes. The investigation moved fast after that. They caught him less than a week later, a transient who'd been camping in the national forest nearby. Prior arrests for assault, stalking, breaking and entering. He'd seen Katie taking out the trash one night weeks ago and started watching the house, waiting for his moment. Valentine's Day had just been a coincidence, or maybe not. Maybe that made it more appealing to him, more romantic in his twisted mind. He confessed he seemed proud of it, of the snowman, of his artistry, of getting so close without being caught. He asked if I'd seen it, if I'd appreciated the craftsmanship. The detective said that I'd lunged at him during that interview, that it took 3 officers to pull me off. I don't remember. I remember rage. I remember wanting to kill him with my bare hands. I remember the feeling of his throat under my fingers before they pulled me away. The trial is next month. My lawyer says I'll have to testify, have to describe that morning, have to look at photos, have to relive it all in front of a jury. I sold the house. Couldn't stay there anymore. I couldn't look at that yard, even after they removed every trace of snow, even after spring came and grass grew and the flowers bloomed. I could still see it. That snowman, her red scarf, the water melting and turning pink. I live in Florida now. It doesn't snow here. Winter means 60 degrees and gray skies at worst, where I never have to see snowmen in yards. I never have to watch children build them and decorate them and laugh, because I can't see them as innocent anymore. I can't see them as anything except graves, as hiding places, monuments to violence. So they tell me time will help, that I'll heal, that Katie would want me to move on, to live, to find happiness again. But how do you move on when you know evil was that close? When you know someone spent hours killing your wife and posing her body, building a tomb for her, all while you sat inside, feeling helpless. When you know that if you'd looked out the window at the right moment, if you'd checked the yard at 5 a.m. instead of 7, you might have caught him. Maybe you might have saved her. You don't move on from that. You just learn to carry it. And you never, ever look at snow the same way again. A couple of winters ago, I would have thought that a snowman in the yard was charming, quaint, a sign of neighborhood kids having fun. Now I know better. Now I know that sometimes the monsters don't hide in the shadows. Sometimes they hide in plain sight. And something as innocent as a snowman. Something you walk past every day without a second glance. Sometimes the worst horror is the one you don't see until it's melting away in the morning sun. Katie deserved better. Deserved a life longer than 28 years. Deserved to not become a story I tell therapists and support groups. She deserved to not be reduced to evidence photos and trial testimony. But that's what happened. And that's what he did. And that's what I live with. So every Valentine's Day I stay inside now, I don't answer the door or look outside. I don't even acknowledge the day. Because it'll never be about love again. It'll always be about snow and silence and a decorated grave in my front yard that I walked past 20 times without knowing. It'll always be about the moment the sun came up and the truth melted away.
There's just no way to say it without sounding dramatic, but I'll try anyway. The night I babysat for the DeWitt kids was the most scared that I've ever been in my life. That house sat out by itself in the middle of nowhere, tucked behind a row of pine trees, 2 miles from the nearest street light. Anyone who thinks country living is peaceful has never heard how empty it gets out there after dark. After the parents left, I checked the doors, like always, then curled up on the couch. The wind made high, reedy noises around the windows, and the doors creaked, but I tried not to think about it. I kept my phone close, scrolling, half listening for any sign that the kids were awake. It started with the porch light. I noticed it flicker once, and then again, like something was brushing past it. I figured it was a branch blowing in the wind till I remembered there was nothing out front. I told myself the bulb was just old, but I couldn't let it go. I pressed my face to the cold glass, looking out. I saw my breath fog up instantly. It might have been nothing, but I felt it. A weird prickle you get when someone's actually looking at you. Not just from across a room, but from the kind of darkness that swallows sound. I blinked hard and stepped back, forcing myself not to stare outside anymore. The mood in the house changed after that. Every sound seemed sharper than it should have been. I got the feeling the lights in the back hall were just a little too dim. My hands shook as I poured myself some water, and I made myself go check on the kids. Still asleep, 2 of them lumped under thick yellow quilts. I lingered in their doorway a while, listening to them breathe. That's when I heard the footsteps on the porch. Slow, uneven, almost circling, like someone was testing each step for a creak. My legs locked up. Any urge to call for help or bolt disappeared. The sounds stopped as soon as I noticed them, leaving this bleeding silence behind. And there was a stretch of minutes where nothing happened, and it almost made me feel crazy, like I had made it all up. I tried to read. I played a little game on my phone. After 20 minutes, I talked myself into thinking it was all nerves and lack of sleep. But then the back porch light snapped on by itself. It barely reached the tree line, but I saw the grass move, as if someone had slipped by, close to the house, too fast to see. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. I checked every lock in the house again, looked in every closet. I made sure the kid's window was shut tight. And when I passed back through the living room, I saw it. the faint outline of a face in the glass, just for a second, right outside. It was gone the moment I looked. I never saw features, only the blur of someone pressed close against the glass, watching me. The stalking felt like a game after that, one that I hadn't agreed to play. The lights outside clicked on and off. The old antenna tapped against the roof. The floor creaked near the door. Each time I moved from room to room, it felt like I was reacting to someone, picked out by someone just outside who wanted to see what I'd do next. Every instinct screamed at me to grab the kids and run. But where would I go? There was nothing but fields and woods and dark, and whoever was out there could be anywhere. So I bundled the kids into the master bedroom, still asleep somehow, and locked us in with the dresser jammed under the doorknob. I kept my phone in my hand, thumbed over the emergency call button, and waited out the night. When morning finally came, the first thing I did was look for footprints. The porch was covered with so many overlapping shoe prints in the patchy frost that I lost count. Some looked small, others bigger than any shoe I'd ever worn. There was an old pack of cigarettes left on the porch rail, half empty, and a cigarette burning in the ashtray, snuffed out maybe an hour before dawn. I never told the kids what happened. I just kept coming back to that feeling. The instant when I knew someone was watching, waiting, like a hunter with all of the patience in the world. I always sing in the shower. I always have. It's something about the acoustics, the privacy, the way the water drowns out the world. When you live alone, the shower becomes your stage, your confessional, your safe space, when nobody's listening, and nobody cares if you're off key. I thought that I was alone that night. It was a Thursday, late January, one of those bitter cold nights where the temperature drops to single digits and the wind makes it even worse. I'd gotten home from work around 7, microwaved leftover Chinese food, watched an episode of Something Forgettable on Netflix. Just another night in my rental house on the outskirts of LJ. Around 10, I decided to shower before bed. My house was old, drafty, and the hot water took forever to warm up. But once it did, the steam and the heat were worth the wait. I turned the water on. I let it run while I undressed, and then stepped into heaven. The hot water rolled off my shoulders, washing away the day's stress. I closed my eyes and started humming, and then singing. Some pop song that I'd heard on the radio that morning. Loud and off-key, completely unself-conscious, because there was nobody to hear me. The house was mine. It was all mine. No roommates, no neighbors close enough to hear through the walls. Just me and 45 minutes of hot water and whatever songs come to mind. I sang through the chorus twice, started on the second verse. My voice echoed off the tile, mixing with the sound of water hitting the shower floor. I had my eyes closed, face tilted up toward the spray, completely lost in the moment. And that's why I didn't even see the bathroom door open. I couldn't see anything. But somewhere between the second verse and the bridge, something made me stop. Some instinct, some animal part of my brain that recognized danger even when my subconscious mind didn't. So I opened my eyes, wiped the water from my face, and listened. Just the shower. Just water drumming against tile and the train gurgling. Nothing else. But something felt different. Something felt out of place. The air pressure had changed. Like a door had opened somewhere. Like the house wasn't as sealed as it had been. I turned off the water. The silence was immediate and total. I stood there dripping, listening, my heart starting to beat faster. But I didn't hear anything. No sounds from the house. No footsteps or doors. Nothing. I was just being paranoid. It was an old house, settling. A draft from a window. My imagination working overtime because I'd watched too many horror movies. I reached for my towel. It wasn't there. I'd hung it on the bar right outside the shower. I always did. Same spot every time. Muscle memory. Now it was on the floor, across the bathroom, near the door. My mouth went dry. I stared at that towel, tried to remember if I'd maybe knocked it down getting in the shower. If maybe it had slipped off the bar on its own. But I knew. Deep down, I knew. Somebody else had moved it. While I was in the shower. While I was singing with my eyes closed and water running too loud to hear anything else. Someone had been inside the bathroom with me. I grabbed the shower curtain and wrapped it around myself, hands shaking. I stepped out onto the bath mat, leaving wet footprints on the tile. Grabbed the towel, dried off as fast as I could. Every second I expected the door to fly open. Expected someone to be there. But none of that happened. The door stayed closed. The house stayed silent. I pulled on my clothes, not bothering with anything except getting covered. Jeans, t-shirt, no underwear, and no bra. Didn't matter. I needed to be dressed. I needed to not be vulnerable and naked. My phone was in the bedroom. I'd left it charging on the nightstand. I opened the bathroom door slowly, peeked out into the hallway. Empty. Dark. The nightlight I kept plugged in near the floor cast a faint glow. Everything looked normal. I crept down the hallway, just 5 steps to the bedroom. The door was open. I'd left it open. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. Except the phone wasn't on the nightstand. It was on the bed, face down, not plugged in anymore. The charging cable hung loose from the outlet. Someone had unplugged my phone, moved it while I was in the shower. The fear was physical now. My chest was tight, breathing fast and shallow. I grabbed the phone. No missed calls, no messages. But the battery was at 40%, and it had been at 80 when I got into the shower. Somebody had used my phone. They'd been looking through it while I was singing and couldn't hear them. I needed to leave. I needed to get out of the house. But my keys were downstairs. The purse, my shoes. I didn't know if whoever had been here was still here, waiting, watching.
I stood in the bedroom, frozen, trying to decide, trying to think through the panic. That's when I heard it. A creak from downstairs. The specific creak of the third step from the bottom. The one that always groaned when you put weight on it. Someone was coming up the stairs. I looked around the bedroom. No lock on the door. No weapon except a lamp. The window was painted shut. Had been since I moved in. I'd been meaning to fix it, but I never got around to it. I was trapped. The creaking continued, slow, one step at a time, not trying to be quiet anymore, wanting me to hear, wanting me to know. I grabbed the lamp, unplugged it. I held it by the base like a club and positioned myself behind the door. If someone came through, I'd clock him as hard as I could and then run. The creaking stopped. They were at the top of the stairs now. In the hallway I could hear breathing, just barely audible over my own pounding heart. And footsteps coming toward the bedroom, slow and deliberate. The door started to swing open, so I swung the lamp. I put everything that I had into it. It connected with something solid. I heard a grunt of pain, and the door flew all the way open as someone tumbled backward into the hallway. A man, tall, wearing dark clothes, hands up to protect his face where I'd hit him. I didn't stop. I didn't think. I just bolted. I shoved past him and took off for the stairs. Took them 3 at a time. Behind me, I heard him recovering. Heard him coming after me. My purse was on the kitchen counter. I grabbed it on the way past. Didn't stop for the keys. I didn't stop for shoes. I just ran for the front door. Locked. The deadbolt was engaged. I hadn't locked the deadbolt. I never did from the inside. I only used it when I left the house. He'd locked it. To trap me. I fumbled with the lock, fingers slipping. Behind me, footsteps on the stairs, getting closer. The lock turned. I yanked the door open and ran out into the night. The cold hit me like a fist. 15 degrees. Ice on the ground. No coat and no shoes. But it didn't matter. I ran to the neighbor's house, 200 yards away. My feet were screaming by the time I got there, bloody from ice and gravel. I pounded on their door, screamed for help. Lights came on. The neighbor, Mr. Jones, opened the door. He took one look at me and pulled me inside. And his wife was already calling 911. The police arrived fast, 5 minutes maybe. They went over to my house. They found the front door hanging open. Found evidence of someone having been inside. Found my bathroom window unlocked. That must have been how he gotten in. Climbed in while I was showering, while the water was running too loud to hear. But they didn't find him. He was gone. Disappeared into the woods behind the house. They searched all night. They brought dogs, found tracks leading away from the property, but lost them at the road. They found other things, though. They found a bag in my closet, hidden behind my winter coats, full of my things, my underwear, photos printed from my social media, and a notebook with my schedule written out. What time I left for work, what time I came home, what I did in the evenings. He'd been in my house before, many times. while I was sleeping, while I was at work, and while I was in the shower, singing like an idiot because I thought I was alone. Learning me, studying me, collecting me. And the detective said that I was lucky, said most stalkers escalate, that breaking in while I was home, getting that close, meant he was building up to something worse, that running probably saved my life. But I don't feel lucky. I feel violated, contaminated. The thought of him standing in my bathroom while I showered, listening to me sing, watching my shadow through the shower curtain. The thought of him going through my things, touching my clothes, sleeping in my bed while I was at work. They never caught him. The case is still open. The detective calls me every few weeks to check in, to see if I've remembered anything new, to tell me that they're still looking. But he's gone. Vanished. Could be anywhere. Could be doing this to someone else. Could be watching them sing in the shower while they think that they're alone. I moved a couple of weeks later. I couldn't stay in that house. Couldn't shower without a panic attack. Couldn't sleep without checking every closet, every door, every window 3 times. My new place has cameras everywhere, inside and out. Has deadbolts on every door that can only be opened with a key from either side. Windows that are alarmed, motion sensors in every room. And I don't sing in the shower anymore. I don't sing anywhere. Because singing means letting your guard down. It means closing your eyes and getting lost in the moment. It means trusting that you're alone. And I know now that you're never really alone. Even in your own home, even behind locked doors, there's always someone who can get in if they want to badly enough. Someone who can stand in your bathroom and listen to you sing or watch your shadow while they plan what they're going to do when you finally step out. The detective asked me if I'd noticed anything strange about that night. Any signs that someone might have been in the house. I thought about it, like I really thought. And yeah, there were things. Little things. A window I was sure that I'd locked. It was unlocked the next day. A shampoo bottle in a different position. My bed made slightly different than how I'd left it. Groceries rearranged in the fridge. Sometimes my toothbrush was in a different place. I missed all of these things. Dismissed them. Told myself that I was misremembering. That I'd done it myself, or forgotten. But I hadn't. He'd done it. I'd been leaving little signs that he'd been here. Little violations. Little messages that I'd ignored because the alternative was too frightening to consider. That someone had been in my home. That someone was watching me. That I was never as alone as I thought. And now I know better. Now I listen to my instincts when something feels wrong. Now I trust that animal part of my brain that recognizes danger even when the evidence seems small. And I never, ever sing in the shower. Because somewhere out there, someone might be listening. Someone might be standing on the other side of the curtain, watching my shadow, learning my patterns, planning their moment. Someone who knows that I sing, who's heard me, who's been there in that private moment when I thought nobody was watching. Have you ever sung in the shower before, when you're home alone? You don't really have to answer that question. They already know you do.
So our house has been in my family since the 50s. Mama passed away 3 months ago. I've been putting off cleaning out the attic because I knew it would wreck me. But the estate sale is next week, so tonight I finally climbed those rickety pull-down stairs with a bourbon in one hand and my phone flashlight in the other. The heat up there is suffocating, even in December. South Georgia doesn't really do winter. I was sweating through a Braves t-shirt before I even got to the boxes. I found the letter in a Folgers can full of old Christmas cards. The envelope was addressed to Santa Claus, North Pole, in my second grade handwriting. I smiled. Mama must have saved it instead of mailing it. But when I opened it, there were 2 letters inside. Mine was what you'd expect. I wanted a bike and I promised to be good. Standard kid stuff. The second letter, it was on notebook paper. The edges were ragged like it had been torn out. The handwriting tried to be fancy, but it was shaky, uneven. It read, "Dear Jeff, thank you for your letter. You have been good this year. You will get your bicycle. Merry Christmas, Santa Claus." I stared at it. My mother's handwriting, maybe? Some elaborate thing she'd done when I was 7? But the paper was wrong. It was too new. There was something off about it. And that's when I noticed the smell. The attic always smelled like dust and insulation, but underneath there was something else, something stale and musty. This body odor and sweat, and then something sweet, like candy canes. I turned the paper over. There's more writing, fresh writing. The pen indentations were still visible, and the ink was a little bit smeared. It said, "Dear Jeff, you're back. I missed watching you. You grew up so handsome. You're wearing your daddy's Brave shirt. Number 10, Chipper Jones. And drinking his bourbon. Wild Turkey 101. You found it in the basement behind the paint cans." My throat closed up. I looked down at my shirt, at the bottle. "I've been keeping an eye on the house while you've been gone. Your mama was so lonely after you stopped visiting. 4 years, Jeff. You only came back for the funeral." Handwriting got messier, more agitated. "But you came back for the house, for the things. I watched you pack up the silverware 3 days ago. The family's bonds, the clock. You're going to tell Sarah they were already gone, aren't you?" My hands started shaking. I heard something then, a soft sound, like fabric shifting. It came from the far corner of the attic, past the water heater, where the ceiling sloped down and the shadows were thickest. My legs wanted to run. They were tense. Instead, I kept reading. "I know you've been very, very bad, Jeff. I've been watching you for weeks. Did you know I've been up here? Your mama knew. She used to leave me food. She was kind. She understood that I had nowhere to go." Jesus
twice. But you're not kind like her. I've been watching you through the vents. I saw you going through her jewelry. I saw you crying in her bedroom. And then I saw you stop crying and start opening drawers. You're not sad. You're a thief. Another sound. Definitely not the house settling. Something was moving. I grabbed my phone and swung the flashlight toward the corner. There was a space back there that I hadn't noticed, where the roof line came down. Not quite a room, but a crawl space. Big enough for someone to crouch in, to hide. And there were things there. A sleeping bag, empty food wrappers, little Debbie cakes, beef jerky, water bottles, a bucket that I didn't want to think about, and a red Santa hat resting on a nail. Jeff? The voice came from right behind me. I spun around, and there he was, between me and the attic stairs. He must have been in the eaves on the other side, waiting. He was 60 years old, maybe, gaunt, wearing a filthy Santa suit that looked like it hadn't been washed in years. His beard was real, but, God, just yellow and matted. There was something wrong with his eyes. It was too wide, too eager. He was excited. "You found my letter," he said. He smiled, showing brown teeth. "I've been working on it all week, getting the handwriting right, practicing." He took a step toward me. I backed up against a stack of boxes. "Your mama fed me. Every day. She'd leave plates by the attic stairs. She was good. But you..." He shook his head slowly. "You've been very, very bad." He was holding something. I couldn't see what it was in the dark. "I make lists," he said. "Naughty and nice. I've been making a list about you, Jeff. It's a long list." I looked past him at the attic stairs. 15 feet. He was blocking the way. "I think you need to be punished," he said, still smiling. "I think Santa needs to leave you something special this year. Something you deserve." He raised his hand, and I saw what he was holding. My mama's kitchen knife. The big one. The one I'd been looking for all week. I'm writing this from the car. I'm shaking so hard that I can barely type. I don't know how I got past him. Everything blurred. I know that we were up against each other at one point, and then I slipped past him. The police are on their way, but I can see the attic window from here. And the light is still on. He's standing there in that filthy red suit, watching me, waving. My phone just buzzed. A text from my mom's old number, the one I haven't disconnected yet. "Santa sees you when you're sleeping. See you soon, Jeff." I've been a 911 operator in South Georgia for a few years now. You hear a lot of terrible things in this job, but you get used to it. Car accidents, domestic disputes, medical emergencies. After a while, you develop kind of a thick skin. I mean, you have to, right? But the calls from the old Wonderland toy factory were different. It started a few weeks ago, right after Thanksgiving. The first one came in a little after 2:30. I remember because I was the only one in the overnight shift, and had just finished my coffee. The system showed an address, 1840 Industrial Way, and that was the Wonderland factory. It's been abandoned for over a decade.
The company went bankrupt, and all the workers just showed up for work one day to find the place locked up tight. The building's been on the city's blight list for over a year now, just waiting to be condemned and torn down. I answered like always. 911, what's your emergency? Silence. Not dead air. There was something on the other end. Breathing, maybe? Or the sound of wind through an empty building. But static underneath it all, like an old radio stuck between stations. Hello? This is 911, can you hear me? Still nothing. Just that weird static, and what might have been breathing. I stayed on the line for 2 minutes, according to the call log, trying to get a response. Eventually the call disconnected, and I logged it as a possible pocket dial and moved on. But then a couple of nights later, we got another one. Same address, same time, almost to the minute. But this time, I heard something else under the static. Kind of like an eerie music, but distorted. Like tinny and off-key. Like the music box was winding down. Played for maybe 10 seconds, and then stopped. Then the breathing sound again, if that's where it was. Is someone there? I asked. If you're in danger and can't speak, press a button. Any button. The static changed pitch. The music started again, same few notes, repeating. And then the call dropped. I mentioned it to my supervisor the next morning. He said it was probably kids messing around, that they'd broken into the factory and were pranking 911. Told me to log it and ignore it, unless there was an actual emergency. But the calls kept coming, every few nights, always between 2:45 and 3, always from the same number, which traced back to a landline that shouldn't even exist anymore. The phone company said that line was disconnected in 2010. After the 5th call, I started hearing other things. Not just the music and the static. There were thuds in the background. Dragging sounds. Once, I swear, I heard a child laughing. But there was something wrong with it. It was too high-pitched. Lasted a little bit too long. I asked around at work. It turns out I'm not the first operator to get these calls. Jenny, who works overnights 2 years ago, said she got them for a month straight. Always the same thing. Silence, static, that creepy music. She said it got so bad that she started dreading answering the phone. Did you ever find out what it was? I asked. No, she said. They just stopped one day. I was glad. But mine weren't stopping. If anything, they were getting more frequent. 2 nights ago, I got 3 calls in one shift, all from that same number. All the same weird sounds, but louder now. The music was clear. I could recognize the tune. It was Silent Night, but played out of sync with notes that didn't belong. Last night was my night off. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that factory, about those calls. Around 2:30, I got into my car, and I drove over there. I wasn't planning to go inside. I just wanted to see it. Maybe I'd see lights, or evidence of someone breaking in. Something that would explain the calls and let me stop thinking about them. In the factory site at the end of Industrial Way, it was surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. The fence was new. The city put it up after some teenagers got hurt exploring the place a couple years ago. There was a sign that says, "No trespassing, hazardous structure." I parked across the street and looked at the building.
4 stories of red brick, most of the windows broken or boarded up, and then a big sign on the roof, Wonderland Toys, in faded letters, missing half the bulbs. It looked dead, forgotten, but there was a light inside, just one, flickering on the 3rd floor. Maybe a flashlight, maybe something else. I know that I should have called it in. I should have requested a patrol car to check it out. But instead, I found myself walking to the fence. I found a spot where someone had cut through it, squeezed myself through the gap. And the main entrance was chained shut, but there was a side door hanging open, the lock broken off. Somebody had been here recently. There were footprints in the dirt leading inside. So I turned on my phone's flashlight and I went in. The inside of the factory, well, it was worse than the outside. There was water damage everywhere, black mold creeping up the walls. The floor was covered in debris. Just broken glass, chunks of concrete, piles of old papers. The place smelled like rot and rust and something sweet underneath it, like old candy. I followed a hallway out to what used to be the main production floor. It was huge, easily the size of a basketball court. The assembly line sat frozen in place, conveyor belts drooping down, but there were still toys on them. Dolls with missing limbs, action figures with their faces melted, stuffed animals so water damaged they looked like roadkill. My flashlight caught something moving, and I jumped with a half-barked scream. But it was just a rat, scurrying across a beam overhead. I kept going, looking for stairs. The light that I'd seen was on the 3rd floor, so I needed to see what was up there. The stairwell was pitch black. My footsteps echoed wrong, like the building was bigger inside than it should be. I counted floors as I climbed. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. The door to the 3rd floor was open. Beyond it, a hallway stretched into darkness. Doors on both sides, most of them closed. At the end of the hallway, one door stood open. Light flickered inside. I walked toward it, my hands shaking. I kept telling myself that this was stupid, that I should leave. But I didn't. I couldn't. The room at the end of the hall was an office. Desk, filing cabinets, couch, whole thing. And phones. Maybe 20 of them. All different types. Landlines, old cell phones, even a few rotary phones. They were arranged on the desk in neat rows. And behind them, on shelves that covered every wall, were toys. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them. Dolls, action figures, stuffed animals, little toy cars, board games. All of them old, all of them broken somehow. Missing eyes, missing wheels, torn fabric, plastic that's cracked. They stared down at me from the shelves like an audience of ruined things. The light was coming from a camping lantern on the desk. Next to it was a sleeping bag. Somebody was living here. One of the phones rang. I nearly screamed. It was an old rotary phone, bright red. It was ringing with that classic bell sound. I watched it ring 3 times, then 4. Then I picked it up. Hello? Static. The same static from the 911 calls. And underneath it, the music again. Silent Night, played out of sync. Who is this? I asked. The music stopped, and in the silence that followed, I heard breathing. Definitely breathing this time. Close to the phone, like someone was pressing their mouth up against it. And then, so quiet, I almost missed it. A voice. You came. The light went dead. I dropped the phone and backed towards the door. That's when I saw the photos. They were pinned to the wall next to the door. Dozens of them. Polaroids. Pictures of people. Different people, different times, but all of them in this room. All of them looking scared. The most recent photo was dated 2 weeks ago. A man, probably in his 30s, sitting on the couch. His eyes were wide and his hands were raised up like he was trying to block the camera. Behind him on the couch, half hidden in shadow, was something small. Doll, maybe? Or a kid. For it was too dark to tell. I turned to leave, but that's when the toys started moving. Not all of them. Just a few. The doll on the top shelf tilted its head. The stuffed bear's arm moved. Just a twitch. Toy soldier on the desk turned, its painted eyes finding me. I bolted. I ran down the hallway, down the stairs, through the production floor. Behind me I heard sounds. Lots of sounds. Just pattering footsteps. Something dragging across concrete. And music. Playing Silent Night on repeat. Getting louder. I hit the side door at full speed and burst out into the parking lot. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I locked the doors, started the engine, and drove away with my hands knuckle white on the wheel so hard that I could barely steer. I'm home now. It's almost 5. I called in sick for my shift tonight. I don't know if I can ever go back to that dispatch center, knowing those calls were still coming in. Because here's the thing I didn't mention. When I was running out of that factory, when I was on the stairs, I looked back just a second. There was someone standing at the top of the stairs. Small, child-sized. And they were holding something. A phone, I think. And they were waving goodbye. I should have known something was wrong when Amy said her family didn't do gifts. We've been dating for a few months when she invited me to spend Christmas at her family's place in the mountains. North Georgia, about an hour north from Atlanta. She said it was tradition. Her whole family would be there. And they did this big thing every year. What kind of thing? I asked. You'll see, she said, smiling. It's more fun if it's a surprise. And their property was massive. It was 300 acres of pine forest, she told me. The house sat at the end of a gravel road that went on for maybe 2 miles. We passed a gate about a mile in. Amy had to get out and unlock it, and then lock it again behind us after we drove through. Dad's paranoid about trespassers, she said when she got back in. On 300 acres? Well, you'd be surprised. No neighbors. No cell service. My phone lost signal about 30 seconds after we turned onto the private road. Just trees and more trees. And eventually the house rising up out of the forest like something from a postcard. And her family was waiting on the porch when we pulled up. Her mom, her dad, 2 brothers and a sister, an uncle. All of them watching us with these big smiles. Something about the way they stood there, lined up like that, made my stomach tighten. "This is Jake," Amy said. "Welcome," her dad said. He was a big guy, maybe 6'4", hands like catcher's mitts. His handshake was firm enough to hurt. "We're so glad you could join us for the hunt." "I'm sorry, the what?" "Oh, it's a family tradition," her mom said. He was thin and elegant, wearing pearls with her flannel shirt like she was posing for a Land's End catalog. "We'll explain everything at dinner." The brothers helped us with our bags. Both of them were built like their dad. The sister, younger than Amy, kept staring at me. Not friendly curiosity. Felt kind of like she was sizing me up. "You play any sports, Jake?" the uncle asked as we walked inside. Not really. I run sometimes." "Oh, good," he said. "A runner." The house was real nice inside. Old farmhouse style, but renovated. Lots of mounted deer heads on the walls. Big, huge stone fireplace already going. The dining room table could seat 12 easily, and it was set with actual china and silver candlesticks. They put me in the guest room on the second floor. Amy's old room was across the hall. When I went to unpack, I noticed the window. It opened fine, but there were decorative iron bars on the outside. "Bears," Amy said from the doorway. I jumped. "What?" "The bars. Dad put them up because of bears. They were getting inside the house." "Oh." She came over, wrapped her arms around me. "I'm glad you're here." "Yeah, your family seems nice." She didn't say anything to that. Just held me a little bit tighter. Dinner was venison. Really good venison. Slow cooked, falling apart, with roasted tomatoes and green beans that tasted like they'd been grown right here on the property. Probably had been. "You hunt this yourself?" I asked her dad. "Every year," he said. "There's nothing like fresh meat for Christmas dinner." "We're very self-sufficient up here," her mom added, refilling my wine glass. "You can't always rely on grocery stores when you're this remote." The brother on my left, I think his name was Michael, laughed at that. "Yeah, can't exactly DoorDash a Christmas roast." Everyone thought that was hilarious, except Amy. She was pushing food around her plate, barely eating. "So Jake," her dad said, "Amy tells me you work in IT?" "Yeah, systems admin." "Like a desk job?" "Yeah, pretty much." "You look like you stay in shape, though." "I try to hit the gym a few times a week. I run on the weekends." "How far do you run?" "About 5 or 6 miles, usually." The uncle nodded approvingly. "That's good stamina." After we ate, they all just sat there, looking at me. Amy squeezed my hand under the table. Her palm was sweating. "So," her dad said, pushing his plate away. "The hunt." "Dad," Amy said quietly. "He needs to know the rules, honey. It's only fair." I laughed nervously. "The rules for what?" "Well, every Christmas Eve, we do a hunt," my mom said. She was smiling. They were all smiling. "It's been a family tradition for 6 generations. Started during Reconstruction when times were hard and meat was scarce." "All right," I said. "I'm not much of a hunter, but I can give it a shot." His brother Michael snorted into his wine. His dad's smile got wider. "Oh, you misunderstand," he said. "You're not hunting with us, Jake. You're what we're hunting." The room went quiet. except for the fire crackling. I looked at Amy. She had tears running down her face. "That's not funny," I said. "Oh, we're not joking," her uncle said. He was cleaning his fingernails with a pocket knife. "Hunt starts at midnight. You get a 30-minute head start. You make it to the main road by sunrise and you win. That's about 6 miles as the crow flies. You'll be going through rough terrain in the dark." "Win what?" "Your life," Amy's mom said pleasantly, like she was explaining the rules to Monopoly. "And dinner will be ham this year instead." My chair screeched against the floor as I stood up fast enough to knock it over. "No, this is crazy. Amy, tell them this is crazy." She was sobbing now. Her shoulders were shaking. "I'm sorry," she said. "I really liked you, Jake. I thought maybe we could just do ham this year, but Dad said the tradition has to continue. He said we need the protein. He said store-bought meat is full of hormones and..." "Rules are rules," her dad said, standing. "We need to eat, and there's nothing in this world that tastes like what we serve on Christmas morning. Nothing compares." I ran for the front door. Her brothers were faster. They grabbed my arms before I made it 3 steps. Michael zip-tied my hands in front of me while the other one held me still. "Those come off at midnight," her dad said, walking over. "That's when the hunt starts. Until then, you're our guests." "We're not animals, Jake. We have standards." "You're going to eat me," I said. My voice sounded strange, high-pitched. "Well, yes," her mom said. "That is the general idea." They dragged me to a door I hadn't noticed before, hidden in the wood paneling near the fireplace. Stairs, leading down into darkness. The basement. It was finished, with a couch and a TV and area rugs, but the windows were barred and the door locked from the outside. There were scratches on the walls, deep ones, like someone had clawed at them with their fingernails. Words carved into the wood paneling with something sharp. "Run north. God help me. Jennifer was here 2019. Mark 2021. There were more. Maybe a dozen names and years, going back to around 2015. I felt vomit rising up in my throat. The TV had DVDs stacked next to it. Die Hard, Home Alone, Elf. Like this was a normal guest room and not a holding cell for people about to be murdered. I tried the windows anyway. No luck. The bars were solid, welded into the foundation. I yanked on them until my hands bled around the zip ties. Around 11 o'clock, Amy came down. She brought me water and a sandwich. I was sitting on the floor, my back pressed against the wall, trying not to look at the names carved into the wood. "I can't let you go," she said. "They'd hunt me instead. That's the rule. If the prey escapes, the person who brought them becomes the new prey." "Jesus Christ, Amy." "My ex-boyfriend lasted until almost dawn," she said quietly, sitting down next to me. "Michael got him about 100 yards from the road. If you're smart, if you run fast and don't panic, maybe you'll make it." "Maybe?" 2 people have made it in the last 10 years. Dad let them go. That is the rule. You make it to the road and you're free. They even drove one guy to the hospital because he'd cut himself pretty bad on the barbed wire. Amy, that's fucking crazy. "I know." She was crying again. "I tried to get out. When I was 18, I left for college and I swore I'd never come back. They found me. Dad explained that family is family and tradition is tradition. He said I could either participate or I could be Christmas dinner. So I participate. Like the people you date? I'm sorry, she whispered. I pick people who don't have much family, people who won't be missed. You told me your parents died when you were 20. You said you didn't have siblings. I'm so sorry, Jake. She kissed me on the forehead and left, locking the door behind her. At midnight, her dad came down with bolt cutters. He snipped the zip ties off. My wrists were raw and bleeding. Here's how this works, he said. You run, we count down 30 minutes. Then we come after you. We've got ATVs, we've got rifles, we've got dogs. But we give you a fair shot. More than fair. Now, this isn't fair. This is murder. No, this is tradition, he said. Now, my advice? Head north. The terrain is harder, but you might lose the dogs in the creek. Don't go south. That's where we set all the traps. And don't go east. That's just more property. You'll never make it out that way. West turns into cliffs, so north is your best bet. Why would you tell me that? Because it's not fun if you don't have a real chance. We're not monsters, Jake. We follow the rules. He walked me outside. The whole family was there, dressed in hunting gear. Camouflage at blaze orange. Rifles slung over their shoulders. The dogs were already excited, pulling at their leashes. Amy stood off to the side, her face blank now. All cried out. Merry Christmas, Jake, her mom said. She'd changed into hunting boots. Her dad checked his watch. 30 minutes starts now. I took off like a bolt. I've been typing this up on my phone, crouched behind a rock outcropping, maybe 1.5 miles from the house. Maybe less. It's so hard to tell in the dark. My lungs are burning, and I've already fallen twice. My knee is bleeding, and I think I twisted my ankle on the second fall. I can hear the ATVs starting up. I can hear the dogs. I found the creek her dad mentioned, and I waded through it for maybe 1/4 mile, trying to lose my scent. The water was ice cold, and it came up to my chest in places. Soaking wet now and shivering so hard I can barely hold the phone. Battery's at about 12%, and there's still no signal, but I'm leaving this here, under a rock. Somebody finds it. Somebody reads this. The address is 4487 Black Ridge Mountain Road. Family name is Carver. They've been doing this for years. There are names in that basement going back a decade at least. Probably more before that. Don't go up there. Don't ever go there. And if you meet a girl named Amy who invites you to Christmas with her family, you run the hell away. I've got to move. We can see flashlights in the trees, maybe 1/2 mile back. Dogs sound closer. 4 miles to go. Maybe 5. They're coming.
I don't hike in the winter anymore. Now, I know that sounds dramatic, but after what happened to me last February on Blood Mountain, I can't even look at the snow without feeling sick. For context, I'm not some inexperienced idiot. I've been hiking the North Georgia mountains for 6 years. I knew the trails, I knew the weather patterns. I knew how to handle myself. And when the forecast called for snow that weekend, I actually got a little excited. A February snowstorm in Georgia? That's rare enough. I wanted to experience the trails in that kind of quiet, that specific stillness that only comes with fresh snow. I should have stayed home. I started the hike around 9 a.m. on Saturday. The snow had been falling since dawn, already laying down 3 or 4 inches. The Appalachian Trail section up to Blood Mountain is about 2 miles. It's not a difficult hike, and I figured I'd have it mostly to myself. I was right about that, at least. I didn't see another soul on my way up. In the forest, it was beautiful in that surreal way that snow makes everything. The laurel thickets looked like they'd been dipped in powdered sugar. My boots crunched through the accumulation, sound muffled and intimate. I had my headphones in, some podcast, I can't even remember now. I was just happy to be out there. I was about 1.5 miles in when I first saw the tracks. Bear tracks. Big ones. They crossed the trail about 20 feet ahead of me, coming down from the ridge and heading into the ravine on my left. I pulled out my headphones and stood there listening. Nothing but wind through the pines and the soft hiss of falling snow. Now, black bears aren't really a threat if you know what you're doing. They're usually more scared of you than you are of them, especially in winter when they should be denned up sleeping. But these tracks were fresh, maybe 15 minutes old. The snow hadn't even filled them in yet. I made a noise as I kept walking, talking to myself, clapping my hands every minute or so. That's standard procedure. You let the bear know that you're there. You give it space to leave. I kept my bear spray in my hand, though, just in case. That's when I noticed something odd about the tracks. Where they crossed the trail, there was a strange pattern, like the bear had stopped, shifted its weight weird, then continued. One of the prints looked almost smeared, like something had dragged through it. Not a tracker or anything, but it felt off. I decided to head back. That was the smart move. I'd gotten most of my hike in anyway, and there's no shame in giving a bear its space. I turned around and I started back down the trail. That's when I heard it following me. Not right away. I'd gone maybe 200 yards when I heard something moving through the brush parallel to the trail. Heavy, deliberate, keeping pace with me. I stopped. It stopped. I started walking again. It started moving again. My heart was hammering, but I kept my head. You're not supposed to run from a bear. You're supposed to make yourself big, make noise, back away slowly. So I turned towards the sound, and I yelled, "Hey, bear, get out of here." Nothing, just that soft hiss of snow. Then I saw it through the trees. At first, all I could make out was the dark shape, maybe 40 feet away, standing between 2 pines. It was massive, easily 7 feet tall, maybe more. The bear hide draped over it in a way that looked wrong, lumpy and uneven. I raised my bear spray, finger on the trigger. "Go on," I shouted. "Get!" It didn't move. And then I realized that it was standing upright, completely straight, not reared up like a bear does when it's trying to look bigger. Standing, like a person stands. My mouth went dry. Bears can stand on their hind legs, I told myself. They do it all the time, but they don't stand still like that. They wobble, they shift their weight, they drop back down. This thing was just standing there, watching me. I could feel it watching me, even though I couldn't see its face through the snow and the shadows. And then it moved, and my blood turned to ice. It didn't drop to all fours. It took a step, a human step, 1 foot in front of the other. And the bear hide shifted with the movement, and I saw something underneath. An arm, a person's arm, pale and sinewy, reaching out from under the pelt before disappearing back inside. I ran. I don't care what you're supposed to do. I don't care about the rules. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, so that's what I did. I tore back down the trail, my boots slipping in the snow, my breath coming out in ragged gasps. Behind me, I could hear it crashing through the brush, not even trying to be quiet anymore, just coming. I risked a glance back and wish that I hadn't. It was on the trail behind me, maybe 30 feet back, running, actually running, upright, in that lurching, wobbly way that shouldn't be possible. The bear head bounced sickeningly with each stride, empty and loose. I could see the person inside now, could see their filthy, matted hair, and the gaunt face stretched in something that might have been a grin. I pushed harder, my lungs burning. The trail was downhill here, which helped, but the snow was getting deeper, and my legs felt like lead. I could hear it getting closer behind me. I could hear its breathing, this wet, rattling sound that definitely wasn't a bear. The trail curved ahead, wrapping around a boulder, and I didn't even slow down. I grabbed the rock as I came around it and used the momentum to swing myself forward. My feet went out from under me, and I went down hard, sliding through the snow on my side. I felt something in my ribs go crunch. I scrambled to my feet, gasping, and that bear man came around the boulder, and I got my first clear look at him. The bear hide was old, rotting. I could see where it had been crudely stitched together. I could see the holes where the original bear's eyes had been. The man's face peered out from the neck opening, emaciated and scarred, his eyes completely black in the shadow of the pelt. His mouth was open, his teeth brown and broken. He wore nothing else that I could see, just the bear. He was close enough that I could smell him. Rot and copper and something else, something animal and pungent. I pulled the trigger on my bear spray. The orange stream caught him full in the face. He screamed this high, keening sound that wasn't anything like a bear, and clawed at his eyes. But he didn't go down. He didn't even back up. He just kept coming, blind and furious, swinging his arms widely. And one of those swings caught me across the shoulder and sent me spinning. He was strong, not normal strong. I hit the ground again, rolled, came up running. My shoulder throbbed where he'd hit me, but nothing felt broken. I could hear him behind me, still screaming, crashing into trees as he chased blind. But I bought myself distance. Maybe 30 seconds, maybe more. Now the problem was, I was running deeper into the wilderness, away from the trailhead, away from my car. But I couldn't turn around. He was between me and safety. And my side was on fire where I'd fallen. Every breath felt like broken glass. I veered off the trail, plunging into the deep snow between the trees. Harder to run, but maybe harder for him to follow. I could hear him somewhere behind me, his screaming fading into a low animal keen. I don't know how long I ran. 10 minutes? 20? The snow was falling harder now, cutting visibility to maybe 30 feet. I was leaving a clear trail, but I didn't have a choice. I just had to get away, get enough distance to hide, to think. I found myself in a dense laurel thicket and forced my way in, ignoring the branches that tore at my face and jacket. In the middle, where the growth was thickest, I stopped and tried to control my breathing, tried to listen. Nothing, just wind and snow. I waited 5 minutes, and then 10. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto my useless can of bear spray. My ribs screamed every time I took a breath. But I was alive. I was still alive. Then I heard the humming. Soft at first, a tuneless, droning sound. Getting closer. He was tracking me, following my trail through the snow. He was humming while he did it. I pressed myself further into the laurel, making myself as small as possible. The humming got louder, and now I could hear his footsteps, the crunch in the snow. He was close, maybe 15 feet away, just on the other side of the thicket. The humming stopped. I held my breath. Seconds stretched into hours. My lungs burned. I could see his shadow through the branches, a dark shape standing perfectly still, waiting, listening. Then he spoke. "I know you're there." His voice was cracked, ruined, like he hadn't used it in years. But the words were clear, human. "I could smell you. I can smell your fear." He started moving around the thicket, circling, and I turned slowly, trying to keep branches between us. "No one comes here in winter," he said. "No one but you. Just you and me." He was on the other side now. I could hear him pushing at the branches, testing. "I'm going to find you. And when I do..." He didn't finish the sentence. He just laughed. This wet, bubbling sound. My hand found a rock in the snow, softball-sized, heavy enough. It was the only weapon I had left. He was pushing into the thicket now, forcing his way through. I could see the bear hide, could see his hands as they grabbed branches and pulled them aside. 10 feet away. 8. I waited until he was close enough to see my eyes. Then I threw that rock as hard as I could. It caught him right in the throat. Not the face like I'd aimed for, but good enough. He gagged and stumbled back, and I burst out of the other side of the thicket. I ran blind, crashing through snow and underbrush, my ribs screaming, my shoulder throbbing. Behind me, I could hear him coughing, trying to breathe. And then the humming started again, angrier now. I ran for another 100 yards before I saw it. A small cave, really more of an overhang in a rock face. But it was shelter. More importantly, it was defensible. Narrow entrance, solid rock on 3 sides. I grabbed the biggest branch I could find and ducked inside. The cave was shallow, maybe 8 feet deep. I pressed myself against the back wall, branch held in both hands like a bat. My breath came in white clouds. I was shaking from cold and adrenaline and pain. I didn't have to wait long. He appeared in the cave entrance, silhouetted against the gray light. The bear hide was torn now, where I'd hit him with a rock, and I could see more of him underneath. I could see the ribs pressing against skin, arms too long and thin. He'd lost the bear head somewhere. His own head was worse, scarred and misshapen, hair matted, with ice and filth. He smiled at me. I'll never forget that smile. "Nowhere left to run," he said. He started crawling into the cave. I swung the branch with everything that I had. It caught him across the side of the head with a crack that echoed off the stone. He grunted, but he didn't go down. He just grabbed the branch and yanked it out of my hands. And then he was on me. His hands closed around my throat. The nails dug in. I grabbed at his wrists desperately, but he was too strong. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Black spots danced across my vision. My hand found another rock. Smaller this time. Sharp-edged. I swung it into his temple as hard as I could. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th hit, his grip loosened. On the 5th, he slumped to the side. But I kept hitting him. I couldn't stop. I was sobbing, screaming, just hitting him over and over until my arm gave out. And he lay there, breathing wetly, blood pooling in the snow. Not dead, but not moving. I crawled past him, out into the cold. I couldn't feel my hands anymore. I couldn't feel much of anything. But I could walk. Eventually I found the trail. I followed it down in the fading light. Made it to my car as the sun set behind the mountains. The police went up the next day after I called from the hospital. 6 broken ribs, severe hypothermia, lacerations across my face and hands. They found blood in the cave. They found the bear hide, torn and abandoned. They found tracks leading deeper into the wilderness. But they didn't find him. They told me it was probably just a disturbed hiker, someone who'd lost their mind to exposure and isolation. Maybe someone who'd been living rough in the mountains. Said the bear hide was likely from a poaching incident years ago. So yeah, I don't hike anymore. And on winter nights, when the snow is falling and the house is real quiet, sometimes I still hear that humming. Okay, so you wanted a good winter horror story, and I'm going to deliver. I just need to tell somebody about this. I haven't talked about it in years. Maybe writing it down will finally, make it feel less real. It was winter solstice. We were idiots, 17 and immortal in our own minds. Me, Jake, Sarah, and Emily. Bunch of bored kids from Blue Ridge, looking for something to do that wasn't the same old gas station hangout. Jake, naturally, is the one that suggested it. He'd heard some story from his grandfather about an abandoned moonshine still way back in the woods. Haunted, of course. Every old shack in these mountains is supposedly haunted. Imagine the bragging rights, he'd said, eyes gleaming with that stupid adrenaline rush he always chased. We spend the solstice at the still. Post it online, we'll be legends. Now Sarah, practical as ever, rolled her eyes. Legends of trespassing and catching hypothermia, maybe. But Emily, bless her naive heart, was already intrigued. What kind of ghost stories? She asked, her voice just a little breathy. And that's how we ended up crammed into Jake's beat-up Jeep, tires slipping on the icy back roads. Sun was already dipping below the horizon, painting the bare trees in long skeletal shadows. The air bit at our exposed skin, that kind of cold that sinks right into your bones. Now the road to the still was barely a deer trail. Jake, determined to prove his Jeep's worth, barreled through, branches scraping against the metal. Eventually, we had to park and walk. It was getting dark fast, and the woods thickening around us like a shroud. We followed a creek, its surface frozen in patches, until Jake stopped. "Well, this is it," he announced, pointing into a particularly dense thicket of rhododendron. Even through the gloom, I could see it. Dilapidated stone structure, half hidden by the undergrowth. The roof had mostly collapsed, and the walls were stained with what looked like years of grime and moss. It reeked of damp earth and something else, something acrid, faintly metallic. "Charming," Sarah muttered. We cautiously approached the still. As we got closer, I started to hear something, faint, like the wind whispering through the trees, but different. It sounded like singing, an old mournful tune, sung in a cracked, wavering voice. Appalachian folk music, the kind my grandma used to listen to on the radio. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Jake, of course, pretended not to. "Probably just the wind," he said, trying to sound nonchalant, but I saw him glance nervously around. The singing grew louder as we neared the still. We stepped inside. The interior was worse than the outside. Rusted copper piping snaked across the ground like frozen veins. Broken glass crunched under our boots. The stone furnace in the corner was blackened with soot. But not old soot. Recent. Like someone had been using it. It should have been our first clue to leave. Emily pulled out her phone for light, and the beam cut through the darkness, catching fresh footprints in the dust. Multiple sets, different sizes, leaning deeper into the structure. "Guys," Emily whispered, her voice tight with fear. "Someone's been here recently." "Probably just homeless people," Jake said. But even he sounded uncertain now. The singing was getting louder. Multiple voices now, harmonizing. Men's voices, rough and raw, singing something I almost recognized. An old ballad, kind of song that makes your spine prickle. It was coming from deeper in the structure, from a doorway that we hadn't noticed at first. Just a black rectangle in the stone wall, leading down. Stairs, maybe, or a cellar. And at the bottom, I could see a faint flickering orange light. Firelight. "Oh, hell no," Sarah said immediately. "People are down there. We are leaving now." But before we could move, the singing stopped. Somehow, the silence was worse. And then we heard footsteps. Multiple sets. Coming up the stairs. Fast. "Run!" I yelled. We turned for the entrance, but someone was already there. A man, backlit by the twilight, blocking our exit. He was tall, gaunt, wearing layers of filthy clothes and furs. His hair was long and matted, his beard reaching halfway down his chest. Even from 10 feet away, I could smell it. Rot and smoke and unwashed flesh. And he smiled. His teeth were brown and broken. "Well now," he said, his voice like gravel. "Look at what come visiting." More steps behind us. I spun around and saw them emerging from the cellar. 3 more, no, 4. A woman,
older, her face deeply lined and scarred, and then two men, one missing an ear, the other with a milky white eye that seemed to look everywhere and nowhere, and then a younger one, maybe 20, with a hunting knife already in his hand. We were surrounded. "I'm sorry," Emily stammered. "We didn't know anyone was here. We'll just go." "Go?" the woman laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "You come into our home, and you think you just go?" "Well, this isn't your home," Sarah said, trying to sound brave. "This is abandoned property. We're leaving." The man at the entrance moved closer. "Ain't abandoned. Been our family's land for 100 years. Still works just fine." He gestured to the cellar. "Got a batch cooking right now, matter of fact. I can see it now in the firelight from below. New copper tubing mixed with the old. Fresh barrels. They weren't just living here. They were running it. Actually making moonshine in this forgotten corner of the mountains. And we won't tell anyone," I said quickly. "We promise we'll just forget we were ever here." And the one-eyed man spat on the ground. Well, that's what the last one said, too. My blood went cold. "What last one?" "That boy," the woman said. 2 weeks back. Come poking around with his camera. Said he wouldn't tell neither. Jake. They were talking about Jake. "Where is he?" I demanded. "What did you do to him?" The man with the knife grinned. "Oh, he's around. Parts of him, anyway." Emily made a sound like a wounded animal. Sarah grabbed her arm, holding her up. The man at the entrance pulled something from his belt. A revolver, old, but well-maintained. He didn't point at us. He didn't have to. "Y'all are going to come down to the cellar now. Nice and quiet. If you try and run, try and fight, I'll put a bullet in your spine. You'll live long enough to regret it." He herded us toward the stairs. The knife wielder went first, and then Emily and Sarah. Finally me. The man with the gun was behind me, and I could feel the barrel pressing against my back. The others followed. The cellar was worse than I imagined. The still was operational. Copper tubes running from a large pot over a fire. The heat was oppressive after the cold outside, but it wasn't the still that made my stomach turn. It was the corner. There were bones there. Human bones. The skull cracked open. Ribs scattered among empty mason jars and old bottles. And Jake's jacket, torn, stained dark. Emily saw it and started screaming. So the woman hit her hard across the face with the back of her hand. Emily went down, blood streaming from her nose. "Shut up," the woman hissed. "You want to end up like him? You keep screaming." Sarah dropped to her knees beside Emily, helping her sit up. I could see the fury in Sarah's eyes, but she was smart enough to stay quiet. "What are you going to do with us?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Same thing we do with anyone who finds us," the man with the gun said. "Can't have people knowing where we are. Revenuers still come around sometimes. So do police. We stay hidden, so we stay safe." "By killing people?" My voice cracked. "You're insane." The one-eyed man moved closer. "Insane is letting the government tell you what you can and can't do on your own land. Insane is paying taxes on money you earn with your own hands. And we live how we want, and we do what we want. And if that means taking care of trespassers, so be it." The man with the knife, standing next to Sarah now. He reached down, grabbed a handful of her hair, and pulled her head back. "Well, this one's pretty," he said. "Maybe we keep her for a while." Something in me snapped. I lunged at him. I didn't have a weapon. I didn't have a plan. I just moved. My shoulder hit him in the ribs, and we went down together. I heard Sarah scream, heard the gun go off, sound deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet missed me. It hit the wall and ricocheted, and someone else yelled in pain. I was on top of the knife wielder, punching him in the face. He still had the knife, and he brought it up, slashing. The blade caught my arm, slicing through my jacket and into the flesh beneath. I barely felt it. I grabbed his wrist with both hands and slammed it against the ground. Once, twice, the knife fell free, and I snatched it up. Everything was chaos. Sarah had grabbed a bottle and smashed it over the one-eyed man's head. He went down in a spray of glass and moonshine. And then Emily was on her feet, bleeding and crying, backing toward the stairs. The woman was trying to reload the gun. The man with the gun was clutching at his leg where the ricochet had hit him. "Go!" I yelled at Sarah and Emily. "Go now!" Sarah grabbed Emily, and they ran for the stairs. I was right behind them, the knife still in my hand. And the man at the entrance tried to grab Sarah, but she was too fast. She ducked under his arm and shoved him hard. He stumbled back, and in that moment, we ran. Up the stairs, through the main floor, out into the cold night air. It felt like salvation. Behind us, I could hear them coming, yelling, cursing, swearing vengeance. But we had a head start, and we knew where we were going. We ran through the woods like our lives depended on it. Because they did. I still had the knife. My arm was bleeding badly, leaving a trail in the snow. But I didn't stop. None of us stopped. We made it to the Jeep. Jake's keys were still in the ignition, right where he always left them. Sarah drove. I'd never seen her drive so fast on those icy roads. But somehow we made it back to town in one piece. We went straight to the police station, told them everything. About the still, about the family living there, about Jake, about the bones. They sent officers up there that same night. Found the still, found it still running, fire still hot. Found fresh boot prints, found blood. But they didn't find any people. The family was gone, vanished into the mountains like they'd never been there at all. They found Jake's remains, though, what was left of them. DNA confirmed it 2 weeks later. The police kept the still under surveillance for months. Nobody ever came back. Eventually they dismantled it, hauled out all of the equipment, sealed off the cellar. The case went cold. But I know they're still out there. Somewhere in those mountains, their family is still running their moonshine, still living by their own rules, dealing with trespassers, the way they always have. I moved away after graduation. Sarah did too. Emily transferred schools halfway through senior year, and I never heard from her again. None of us could stay in Blue Ridge, not knowing that family was out there somewhere. I've still got that scar on my arm. It's 8 inches long, raised and white. Aches when it gets cold, which is most of the time now that I live in Maine. As far as those mountains as I could get. Sometimes I wonder if they remember us, if they're angry we got away, if they're looking for us. Sometimes late at night, when the wind howls outside my window, I swear I can hear it. That singing, those rough voices harmonizing old Appalachian songs about blood and revenge and debts that never got paid. I know that it's just my imagination. I know that. But I still check the locks 3 times before bed. And I still sleep with that knife under my pillow. Look, I'm not crazy. I know how this is going to sound, and I know what you're thinking, but I need you to understand that I'm not crazy. My hearing's always been good, real good, better than most people's. I can hear a mouse scratching in the walls. I can hear the hum of the power lines outside. I can hear things that other people can't, and that doesn't make me crazy. That makes me aware. And my name doesn't matter. What matters is that I was taking care of Mr. Howell for 8 months. He lived in this old farmhouse outside of Eatonton, Georgia, middle of nowhere. Just him and about 40 acres of pine trees and kudzu. His daughter, she lived up in Atlanta. She made good money doing something with computers. She paid me about $400 a week in cash to make sure her daddy didn't fall down the stairs and forget to eat or wander off into the woods. So it wasn't a bad job. I've had worse. I lived in the spare bedroom. I cooked his meals. I made sure he took his pills, drove him to his doctor appointments in town. Mr. Howell was 82. He's hard of hearing, and his mind was starting to go a little. Some days he knew who I was. Some days he called me by his dead son's name. But he was harmless, quiet. He spent most of his time in his recliner, watching game shows with the volume up so loud that you could hear it from the road. And I didn't mind the work. The house was old but solid. The money was steady. I needed both of those things because I was 3 months behind on child support and my ex-wife's lawyer was making noise about getting a warrant. So I did what Mr. Howell needed, and I kept my head down, and everything was fine. Till I started noticing his eye. It was his left eye. The other one was normal, just regular brown, like you'd expect. But the left one had this film over it, probably a cataract. Made it look pale and milky, like the eye of a dead fish. And the thing about that eye was that it never seemed to close all the way. Even when Mr. Howell was sleeping, that eye would be cracked open, just a little, just enough that you could see that white, clouded thing staring at nothing. At first, it just bothered me a little. I'd be watching TV with him, and I'd catch sight of that eye in my peripheral vision, and I'd feel this little crawl up my spine. I started sitting on his right side just so I didn't have to look at it. But then I started having dreams about it. That pale, milky eye staring at me, watching me, judging me. I'd wake up in a sweat, and I'd hear Mr. Howell moving around in his room across the hall, and I'd know that eye was open. Even in the dark, even in his sleep, that eye was always watching. So I'm not crazy, but that eye was wrong. It looked like the eye of something dead that was still moving around. It looked like the eye of something that has seen things it shouldn't have seen and couldn't unsee them. It looked evil. That's the only word for it. Evil. I started thinking about it all the time. When I was cooking breakfast, when I was helping him to the bathroom, when I was lying in bed at night listening to him shuffle around. That eye, that goddamn eye. So I decided that I had to do something about it. Now, I'm not a violent person. I never have been. But I started thinking that if I could just get rid of that eye, if I could just make it stop watching me, everything would be fine. Mr. Howell was a nice old man. I didn't have anything against him. But that eye had to go. So I made a plan. And let me tell you, A crazy person wouldn't make a plan like I made. A crazy person would have just done it. But I was careful, I was smart, and I was methodical. For 7 nights, I went into his room at midnight. I'd open his door real slow. It took me like 10 minutes just to get the door open wide enough to slip through, moving so slow that the hinges wouldn't creak. And then I'd stand in the doorway with my flashlight turned off, just listening to him breathe, listening to his old man wheeze and snore. And then I'd turn on the flashlight, but I'd keep my thumb over the lens so only the thinnest little beam of light would leak out. And I'd shine that beam right on his face, right on that eye. But every night, the eye would be closed, or closed enough. And I couldn't do it if I couldn't see the eye. That was the whole point. The eye had to be open. The eye had to see me coming. So every night, I'd stand there for maybe an hour, waiting. And when nothing happened, I'd back out of the room just as slow as I came in, and I'd close the door, and I'd go back to my room and lay in bed, thinking about that eye. In the morning, I'd be extra nice to Mr. Howell. I'd make him his favorite breakfast, grits and eggs and bacon. Ask him how he slept, and he always said fine. He never knew that I'd been in his room. He never suspected a thing, because I wasn't crazy. I was careful. On the 8th night, I went through the same routine. I opened the door slow as molasses. I stood in the dark, listening to him breathe. And then I turned on my flashlight, just that little beam of light, and I aimed it at his face. The eye was open. Not all the way, but enough. I could see that pale, milky surface. I could see it staring at nothing, staring at everything, staring at me. And then Mr. Howell made a noise, not a snore. It was more like a groan, like he'd sensed something wrong. He shifted in bed. I froze, didn't move, didn't breathe. Just stood there with my flashlight pointed at his face. He groaned again, and then he sat up a little, and he said, "Who's there?" I didn't answer, couldn't answer. My throat had closed up. "Is someone there?" His voice was shaky, scared. I knew that fear. God help me. I knew exactly what he was feeling. That middle of the night terror, when you wake up and you know something's wrong, but you don't know what. I'd felt it myself plenty of times, lying in bed in the dark, listening to sounds that might be nothing or might be something. Your heart hammering in your chest, your whole body tensed up and ready to run, but you can't run because you don't know what you're running from. I almost felt sorry for him. And then I heard it, his heart beating loud as a drum. Now I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, there's no way I could hear his heartbeat from across the room. But I told you my hearing is good, real good. And in that quiet house, in the middle of the night, I could hear it. Thump, 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 thump. It got louder, faster. He was scared, like really scared. And the more scared he got, the louder his heart beat. And the louder it got, the more I knew that I had to do something, because if it got any louder, the neighbors would hear it. Never mind that the nearest neighbor was half a mile away. Never mind that the old man's heartbeat couldn't possibly carry that far. I knew they'd hear it. I knew they'd come asking questions. So I knew I had to act. I crossed the room in 3 steps. He tried to yell, but I put my hand over his mouth. And then I grabbed his pillow with my other hand, and I pressed it down over his face. He struggled. Of course he did. But he was 82 years old and frail as a bird. I'm 34, and I'd worked construction before I blew out my knee. It didn't take long. When he stopped moving, I stayed there for a while, listening, making sure his heart had stopped. The room was quiet. That eye, that goddamn evil eye, was closed now. Finally closed. I sat on the edge of his bed for maybe an hour, just breathing, thinking about what I'd done. And you know what? It felt good. I felt relieved. That eye was gone. It couldn't watch me anymore. It couldn't judge me anymore. And then I got to work. I'm not going to give you all the details. Let's just say I used to deer hunt with my daddy when I was a kid. And I remembered how to field dress an animal. The bathroom was tile. That was easy to clean. I used trash bags, bleach. I cleaned everything twice. By 4 a.m., I had the pieces wrapped up tight. Took up 3 floorboards in his bedroom. The one's right under his bed. Crawl space underneath was dirt. That was easy to dig. I buried everything there. Put the boards back. Moved the bed back into place. You'd never be able to tell that anything had happened. I even moved some of his stuff around. Made it look like he'd gotten confused and wandered off. Took his coat. Left the back door open. Old people with dementia wander off all the time. It happens. And then I took a shower. I got dressed. And I waited. Called his daughter at 8 a.m. Told her that I couldn't find her daddy. Told her I'd woken up and his bed was empty and the back door was open. She called the sheriff. The sheriff called search and rescue. And he spent 3 days looking for him in the woods. They even brought dogs. They didn't find anything, of course, because there was nothing to find. Not in the woods, anyway. On the 4th day, 2 deputies came by the house to ask me some questions. Standard procedure, they said. Just trying to piece together what happened. And I let them in. I offered them some sweet tea. Sat down with them in the living room like I didn't have a care in the world. Because I didn't. I'd been careful. I'd cleaned everything. There was no evidence, no body, no blood, no nothing. They asked me about Mr. Howell's state of mind. I told them he'd been getting more confused lately. They asked me if I'd noticed anything unusual the night that he disappeared. And I told them no. Everything seemed normal. They asked if they could look around. And I said, sure. Go ahead. They walked through the house. They checked the bathroom and the kitchen. One of them even went into Mr. Howell's bedroom, looked in the closet, looked under the bed. He was standing right on top of where I'd buried the body. And I sat there in the living room, calm as anything, because I wasn't crazy. A crazy person would have been nervous. A crazy person would have given themselves away. But I was fine. I was in control. The deputies came back to the living room and sat down again, started asking more questions. How long had I worked for Mr. Howell? Did he have any enemies? Did anyone else have access to the house? And I answered everything, honest and straightforward, because I had nothing to hide. The body was secure. The crawl space was undisturbed. There was no way they could know. And then I heard it. Thump, thump. Quiet at first. So quiet I thought that I was imagining it. But then it got louder. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. I tried to focus on what the deputy was saying, but I couldn't. All I could hear was that sound, that heartbeat, coming from Mr. Howell's room. Thump, 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 thump. Louder now. How were the deputies not hearing it? How were they just sitting there, asking questions like there wasn't a dead man's heart beating under the floorboards? I shifted in my seat. I crossed my legs and uncrossed them. The sound was getting louder, faster. Thump, 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 thump. Are you okay? One of the deputies asked. Fine, I said. My voice came out higher than usual. I'm just worried about Mr. Howell. I hope y'all find him soon. Thump, 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 thump. It was so loud now. How could they not hear it? How could they just sit there like everything was normal when that sound was filling the whole goddamn house? Is there anything else you can think of? The deputy asked. Anything unusual? Anything that might help us? Thump, 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 thump. I stood up. Couldn't sit still anymore. I started pacing. No, nothing. I told you everything. I don't know where he is. I don't know what happened. I just woke up and he was gone. Thump, 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 thump. The deputies looked at each other. One of them stood up. Sir, are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. My voice was too loud, too sharp. Why do you keep asking me that? I'm fine. I'm not crazy. Thump, 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 thump. They could hear it now. They had to be able to hear it. It was so loud that it was shaking the walls. They were looking at each other with those looks that said they knew. They knew what I'd done. They were just playing with me, just waiting for me to confess. Thump, 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 thump. You hear that, don't you? I said. I was shouting now. I couldn't help it. You hear that sound? What sound? One of them asked. That sound, that heartbeat. It's coming from his room. It's coming from under the floor. Thump, 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 thump. They were lying. They had to be lying. Nobody could not hear that. It was louder than thunder, louder than a truck engine, louder than anything. So we need you to calm down. Calm down? I laughed. It came out wrong. Too high, too wild. How am I supposed to calm down when that goddamn heart won't stop beating? I killed him, okay? I killed him. He's under the floorboards in his bedroom. I smothered him with a pillow, and I cut him up, and I buried him in the crawl space. Are you happy now? Is that what you wanted to hear? I was screaming. I couldn't stop. The sound was everywhere. Inside my head, outside my head, in my bones, in my blood. Make it stop. Please, God, make it stop. Pull up the boards. You'll see his body. You'll see that goddamn heart still beating. Just make it stop. The deputies grabbed me. One of them pushed me down onto the couch, and the other one was on his radio, calling for backup. Calling for an ambulance, maybe. I don't know. All I could hear was that heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. They found his body, of course, right where I said it was. And they arrested me, read me my rights, took me to the county jail in Edenton. I've been there for 3 days now, waiting for my arraignment. They've got me on suicide watch because I won't stop talking about the heartbeat. Psychiatrist says I'm having auditory hallucinations brought on by extreme guilt. Says it's not uncommon in cases like this. But I'm not hallucinating. And I'm not crazy. I can still hear it. Even here. Even through the concrete walls and the metal floors. That quiet, steady beat. Thump, 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 thump. Mr. Howell's heart, still beating, still watching me with that pale, milky eye that I can see even when I close my own eyes. Still judging me. The lawyer they assigned me says that I should plead insanity. Says any jury will see that I wasn't in my right mind. Says I'll probably end up in a hospital instead of a prison. Maybe he's right. Maybe I am crazy. But I don't think so. I think some things won't stay buried. I think some sounds won't stop. I think the eye keeps watching you, even after it's closed. And I think I'm going to be hearing that heartbeat for the rest of my life. Thump, 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 thump.
You have to understand something about me before I tell you this story. I'm not the kind of person who holds grudges. I never have been. I let things roll off my back. Water off a duck, my mama used to say. There are limits to what a man can take. There are lines you don't cross. And Ford Tucker crossed every single one of them. Now, this happened about 15 years ago now. I'm 58, sitting in a nursing home in Valdosta, because my liver finally gave out, and my kids don't want me anymore. I can't say I blame them. The nurses here are nice enough. They don't ask too many questions. And I figure it's time to put this down somewhere. Get it out of my head before I die, which the doctors say could be any day now. My name's Travis Montgomery. I grew up in Wilkes County, outside of Washington, Georgia. If you've never been to Washington, that's probably for the best. It's the kind of town where nothing ever happens except people dying and being born. And most folks consider the dying part a mercy. I worked at the feed store for 30 years, and Ford Tucker, he worked there too. We started the same day, back in 1985. He was from one of those old Georgia families, the kind that had money once upon a time, but lost it all somewhere between Sherman's March in the 1970s. Still had the name, though. Still had that attitude, like the world owed him something just for showing up. Now me, I was nobody. Dad worked construction until his back gave out. Mom cleaned houses. We lived in a single wide off of Highway 78, but I worked hard. I showed up on time. I did my job. And Mr. Wilcox, who owned the feed store, he appreciated that. He told me I had a future there. Manager, maybe.
good pay with benefits. Then Ford Tucker started sleeping with Mr. Wilcox's daughter. I don't know if you've ever seen your whole life get stolen right out from under you, but that's what it felt like. One day I was on track for a promotion. The next day, Ford's getting groomed to take over the business. He married Jenny Wilcox 6 months later in a ceremony that cost more than I made in 2 years. But that wasn't what did it. That wasn't what made me start planning. What did it was what he said at the company Christmas party in 1995. I'd been drinking. We all had. The party was at the Elks Lodge, and the beer was free. Ford came up to me by the food table, already drunk, already loud. He put his arm around my shoulders like we were buddies. "Travis," he said. "Travis Montgomery. You know what you are?" I didn't answer. "You're a good employee. You're like, I don't know, furniture. You're just there, reliable. Nobody really notices you, but if you weren't there, they'd probably miss you. For a day or two." He was laughing. Everybody around us was laughing. Jenny was laughing. "But the thing is," he said, and he leaned in close, and I could smell the whiskey on his breath. "The thing is, Travis, you were never going anywhere. You know that, right? Mr. Wilcox, he was never going to promote you. He just said that shit to keep you working, to keep you showing up, because that's what people like you do. You show up." He patted my shoulder and walked away. I didn't say anything, didn't make a scene. I just nodded, smiled, and finished my beer. Then I went home to my apartment and sat in the dark and felt something break inside me that I didn't know could break. The next morning, I started planning. Now, I'm not a smart man, I know that. But I'm patient, and I'm careful. And I spent the next 2 years watching Ford Tucker, learning his patterns, his habits, his weaknesses. And his main weakness was bourbon. Ford fancied himself a collector. He had a whole setup in his basement, climate controlled, everything organized by distillery and age. He'd talk about it constantly. Pappy Van Winkle this, Buffalo Trace that. He went to auctions. He paid stupid money for bottles that were just going to sit on a shelf. In the summer of 1997, he told everybody at work that he'd won an auction for a bottle of 23-year-old Pappy Van Winkle, 1974 vintage. Maybe one of 12 bottles in existence. Cost him $8,000. $8,000 for a bottle of whiskey. And I made $32,000 a year. He brought it into work to show it off. He kept it in his office, behind his desk, where everybody could see it. He talked about how he was saving it for a special occasion, how he'd never open it. It was just too valuable. He just wanted to own it. And that's when I knew exactly how to do it. I waited until October, Halloween week. The feed store did inventory that week every year, which meant everybody worked late. And Ford always stayed latest, because he was the boss's son-in-law, and he had to look responsible. And I told him that I found something in the back storage area. Old moonshine still, I said, from Prohibition days. Thought he might want to see it for his collection. And Ford's eyes lit up like a kid on Christmas. "Where?" he asked. "Old bomb shelter," I said. "You know the one under the building from the Cold War?" Now, most people didn't know about the bomb shelter. It had been dug up in the 60s when Kennedy told everybody the Russians were coming.
Mr. Wilcox's father had it built, stocked it with canned goods and water and a radio. Then he forgot about it. The entrance was in the storage area, hidden behind a bunch of old inventory. I'd found it years ago when I was looking for parts. "I didn't know that we had a bomb shelter," Ford said. "Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's got all kinds of old stuff down there. But this still, man, it's the real deal. Copper coils and everything. You want to see it?" Of course he did. I led him to the back storage area, moved the old pallets aside. The entrance to the shelter was a metal hatch set into the concrete floor. I'd already unlocked it earlier. I pulled it open, and we looked down into the darkness. "There's a ladder," I said. "Goes down about 15 feet. You need a flashlight?" "Oh, I got my phone," he said. And he pulled out his Nokia, turned on the little screen light. "I'll wait up here," I told him. "My knees are shot. I can't do ladders anymore." Well, that was a lie. My knees were fine, but Ford didn't know that. He climbed down, and I watched his phone light bob around in the darkness. "I don't see anything," he called up. "It's in the back corner," I said, "behind the old shelves." I heard him moving around down there, and then I pulled the hatch closed and locked it. It was that simple. The hatch was solid steel. It was installed back when people thought nuclear war was coming. It had a lock on the outside, the old-fashioned kind that needed a key. I had oiled it that morning. It turned smooth as butter. I heard Ford yelling and then pounding on the metal. The sound was muffled and distant. The storage area was in the back of the building, away from everything. And it was already after 8 p.m. Everybody else had gone home. I waited until he stopped yelling, and I went to his office. The Pappy Van Winkle was right where he kept it. I took it off the shelf, put it in my backpack, and then I locked his office door from the inside and left through the window, which is what the police would later think the thief had done. I went to the bomb shelter entrance one more time. Listened. Ford was still yelling, but quieter now. Hoarse. "Ford," I called down through the hatch. "You know what you are? You're furniture. You're just there. And I'm going to make sure that nobody misses you. Not even for a day." He started screaming then, really screaming, begging, offering me money, offering me anything I wanted. I went home. I drank a beer and I watched the news. And then I went to bed. The next morning, I showed up for work like always. Ford's truck was still in the parking lot. Mr. Wilcox was worried, and Jenny was calling his cell phone over and over. I told him that I'd seen him leave around 8:30, and he seemed normal. They searched the building. They found his office had been broken into. Found the Pappy Van Winkle missing. Called the police. The police interviewed everybody. I told them that I'd left around 8:45, right after Ford. I was home watching TV. No, I didn't see anything suspicious. They ruled it a robbery. Some thief had broken in, stolen the bourbon, and Ford had either surprised them or left before it happened. Or both. His truck being there was weird, but maybe he got a ride from someone. Maybe he'd gone looking for the thief himself. And they searched for 3 weeks. They dragged the pond behind his house, checked all the hospitals. They put his picture on the news. Nothing. I went to work every day. I did my job. I kept my head down.
in the storage area, late at night, when I was the only one there. I could hear him, just barely, pounding on the hatch, yelling, then crying, and then finally nothing. After about 2 weeks, the smell started. I told Mr. Wilcox we had a dead animal in the walls, probably a raccoon. He called an exterminator, and they looked around, but didn't find anything. Said the smell would go away eventually. And it did, after about a month. They never found Ford Tucker. Eventually, they declared him dead. Jenny married some lawyer from Atlanta. Mr. Wilcox sold the feed store around 2002 and retired to Florida. The new owners remodeled, but they never found the bomb shelter. It's still there, as far as I know, hidden under the concrete. And the Pappy Van Winkle? Well, I kept it for exactly 1 year. And then on Halloween night, 1998, I opened it. Drank the whole damn bottle by myself. Sat in my apartment and drank $8,000 of bourbon. You know what it tasted like? It tasted like every year I spent at that feed store watching Ford Tucker coast on his daddy-in-law's money. It tasted like every Christmas party where people like him got to laugh at people like me. It tasted like the look on his face when he called me furniture. It tasted like victory. I'm not proud of what I did, but I'm not sorry either. Ford Tucker took my future, so I took his, and that seems fair to me. The thing is, nobody ever suspected me. Not once. Because I'm furniture. I'm just there. Nobody really notices me. And that's exactly what made it work. I left Washington in 2003. I moved around a lot. Worked odd jobs. Drank too much. The guilt didn't hit me for a long time. Maybe 5 years. Then it hit all at once. Like a freight train. I started having dreams about being trapped in the dark, underground, nobody coming to help. I started waking up thinking that I heard pounding on metal. And the doctor said it was anxiety, gave me pills. They didn't help. My drinking got worse. I lost jobs. I lost apartments. My kids stopped talking to me. Ex-wife said that I changed, said I wasn't the man she married. She was right. I wasn't. And now here I am, dying in a nursing home. Liver's gone. Kidneys are going. Doctor says I got maybe a week. You'd think that I'd be scared. You'd think I'd be begging God for forgiveness. But you know what? I'm not. Because Ford Tucker never apologized. He never even realized what he'd done. He spent his whole life stepping on people like me and never once looked down to see what he was stepping on. So yeah, I killed him. I locked him in a bomb shelter and I left him to die. It was slow and cruel and exactly what he deserved. The nurses here, they ask me if I want a chaplain, if I want to make peace with God. I tell them no thanks. I made my peace a long time ago. Sometimes, late at night, when the nursing home was quiet, I think I can hear it though. Pounding, screaming, Ford Tucker down in the dark, calling for help that's never gonna come. But then I remember that's impossible. He's been dead for 15 years. He's been rotting in that shelter, surrounded by old canned goods and water barrels and dreams of nuclear holocausts that never came. You know what I think about the most? Think about that bottle. That 23-year-old Pappy Van Winkle. How Ford paid $8,000 for it, for something he was never going to drink. How he kept it on a shelf just to look at it, just to prove that he could afford it. And I drank every last drop. It was good. It was real good. That's what revenge tastes like, if you ever get the chance. I need to tell you about what happened at Red Bluff last October. I know what the official story says. Equipment failure at a private gathering. Carbon monoxide leak. Tragic accident. But I was there. I saw what really happened. And the official story is bullcrap. My name's Carl Redmond. I'm 42 years old, and I've been catering events in North Georgia for 15 years. Weddings, corporate retreats, fancy dinners for people with more money than sense. It pays decent, and the tips are good if you smile and don't talk too much. Preston Prosper invited me to cater a party at his estate in October 2023. If you don't know who Preston Prosper is, you're probably not from around here. His family owned half of Dawson County at one point. He sold most of it off to developers in the 90s and made a fortune. Preston inherited the rest, plus the family compound up on Red Bluff Mountain. And Red Bluff was something else. 20,000 acres of forest, a main house that looked like something out of Gone with the Wind, guest cottages scattered across the property, private lake, private hunting grounds, the works. It was the kind of place that has a name instead of just an address. And Preston called me in September. He said he was having a gathering. 50 guests, all staying on the property for a weekend. Wanted full catering service, staff to serve and clean up. Money wasn't an issue, he said. He paid double my normal rate. I should have asked why he was having a party right then. I should have wondered why he was willing to pay so much. But I didn't. I needed the money. My daughter was starting college, and the loans weren't going to pay themselves. Here's what you need to understand about October 2023. The hemorrhagic fever had been spreading through Georgia since August. It started down in Valdosta, moved north through Macon, Columbus, Athens. Nobody knew where it came from. CDC was calling it novel, meaning they'd never seen anything like it. The symptoms were bad, real bad. It started with fever and headaches, and then the bleeding began. Out of your nose, your eyes, your pores. You'd be dead within half a day. The news was calling it the crimson fever because of how the blood looked when it dried on people's skin. Dark red, almost black. By October, it had killed maybe 2,000 people in Georgia alone. The schools were closed, businesses were shutting down, the hospitals were overwhelmed. The governor had declared a state of emergency, but nobody really knew what to do. And Preston Prosper decided to throw a party. I got to Red Bluff on Friday afternoon with my crew. 400 people, all reliable. We loaded in through the service entrance and started setting up. The party was scheduled for Saturday night, which gave us plenty of time to prep everything. The compound was bigger than I remembered. The main house had 7 major rooms, all connected by this long hallway. Preston had decorated each room in a different color scheme for the party. I thought that was weird, but rich people are weird, so I didn't think that much of it. And the first room was done in blue. Blue curtains, blue tablecloths, blue lights. And the second was purple. And green, orange, white, violet. The 7th room, the one furthest from the entrance, was decorated entirely in black with red accent lighting. It looked like something out of a horror movie. "What's with the color thing?" I asked the estate manager, a nervous little man named Webb. Mr. Prosper's instructions," he said. "He's very particular about his aesthetic choices." And that one, the black one, it had this grandfather clock in it. Big old thing, probably an antique. Every hour it would chime, and the sound carried through the whole house. It was unsettling. When the guests started arriving Saturday afternoon, I recognized some of them. Local politicians, business owners, a couple of minor celebrities who had vacation homes in the area. All of them wealthy. All of them healthy. Not a mask in sight. And that's what got me. Down in the valleys, people were dying. Hospitals were full. Grocery stores had empty shelves because workers were too sick or too scared to show up. But up here on Red Bluff Mountain, it was like nothing was happening. Like the world outside didn't even exist. And Preston gave a speech before dinner. I was in the kitchen, but I could hear him through the serving window. "My friends," he said, "welcome to Red Bluff. I know these are troubling times. I know there's fear and uncertainty in the world beyond these gates. But here we are safe. Here we are protected. I've spared no expense to ensure this estate is completely sealed off from the outside world. No one enters and no one leaves. We are a sanctuary." People applauded. They actually clapped. And the party started around 8 p.m. There was music, dancing, and drinking. And these people were celebrating while Georgia was burning, while people were bleeding out in hospital hallways. And I tried not to judge. I tried to just do my job. Serve the food, clear the plates, smile when appropriate. But it was hard. Every time I looked at those people laughing and dancing, I thought about the news footage I'd seen. Bodies in the streets, morgues overflowing. Around 10 p.m., I noticed something. The guests were moving from room to room as the night went on, following the color progression. Blue to purple, to green to orange, to white to violet. But nobody went into the black room. They'd approach the doorway, look in, and turn around and go back to the other rooms. I asked Webb about it. "They don't like that room," he said. "The clock unnerves them. Every time it chimes, the music stops, and everyone gets quiet. It's like they're counting down to something." "Counting down to what?" And he just shrugged and walked away. Around 11 p.m., my crew finished their work and went to wait in the service building. I was supposed to stay until midnight, make sure nothing was needed. So I did. I stayed in the kitchen, listening to the music and the laughter from the main rooms. At 11:45, the laughter got louder, more frantic, like they were trying to drown out something. The music swelled, the glasses clinked. Someone was shouting toasts. And then, exactly at midnight, the clock in the black room started to chime. The music stopped immediately. The laughter died. Even from the kitchen, I could feel the silence that fell over the house. The clock chimed 12 times, and on the 12th chime, I heard somebody scream. Not a playful scream, not a drunk person being dramatic. A real scream. Terror. I ran to the doorway of the kitchen and I looked into the main hall. People were backing away from something, crowding into the colored rooms. Somebody was shouting. I couldn't make out the words. And then I saw it. Him. Whatever. A figure was walking through the rooms, moving from the entrance toward the black room at the end. It was dressed in clothes that looked like they'd been pulled from a grave. An old suit, torn and dirty. But that wasn't what made people scream. The figure was covered in blood. Fresh blood, dark red, soaking through the clothes and dripping onto the floor. Its face was a mess of hemorrhages, the eyes bloodshot and weeping crimson. It looked exactly like someone in the final stages of crimson fever. And Preston Prosper pushed his way through the crowd. He was furious. "Who let this person in?" he shouted. "Who the hell let them pass the gates?" Nobody answered. "This is unacceptable," Preston said. He was drunk, swaying on his feet. "This is a private event and you are not welcome here. Leave now." The figure didn't respond. It just kept walking, taking slow, measured steps through the blue room and into the purple room, then through the green, orange, white, and violet. Preston growled, getting angrier. "I said leave. This is my property. You're trespassing." The figure reached the black room. It stopped just inside the doorway, next to the grandfather clock. Then it turned to face Preston. Preston was screaming now. Something about lawsuits and police and how dare they. He grabbed the figure by the shoulder and spun it around. The figure's face was right in front of his, close enough to kiss. Preston stopped mid-word. Just stopped. His eyes went wide. Then he started bleeding. From his nose, at first. Then his eyes. Then it looked like his pores just opened up and started weeping blood. He opened his mouth to scream, and blood poured out from there. He collapsed, convulsing, and within seconds, he was still. The guests panicked. They started running for the exits, but the exits were locked. Welded shut, Preston had said, to keep the sickness out. And the figure moved among them. It didn't touch anyone. It didn't have to. Just being near it seemed to be enough. One by one, the guests started showing symptoms. Bleeding, screaming, dying. I fled. I got out through the kitchen service entrance, which, thank God, was locked from the outside. I could hear the screaming behind me as I ran across the property to where my crew was waiting. "We need to leave," I said. "Now. Right now." We piled into my van and drove. We made it a couple of miles before the property security gate wouldn't open, and we were locked in. The whole estate was sealed. And we spent the night in the van with the doors locked, trying to call for help. There was no cell service. The landlines weren't working. It was like Red Bluff had been cut off from the world. At dawn, we walked back to the main house. I don't know why. Maybe we thought the daylight would make it less terrifying. Maybe we thought that we'd imagined it. We didn't imagine it. The house was full of bodies. All 50 guests. Preston, even Webb. All of them dead, covered in dried blood. The hemorrhaging had been extensive. There was blood everywhere. On the walls, the floors, pooled in the colored rooms, like someone had spilled paint. The back room was the worst. Bodies piled up near the doorway, like they'd been trying to escape and couldn't. And the grandfather clock was still ticking, still working. The figure in the grave clothes was gone. We never found it. We never found out who or what it was. The police showed up around noon. Someone had seen the smoke from the kitchen chimney and called it in. They found us sitting on the front steps in shock, covered in other people's blood from trying to check for survivors. And they quarantined us, tested us. Somehow none of my crew got sick. And the doctor said we were lucky. Said we must have gotten out before we were exposed. But I know better. I saw that figure. I saw how it moved through those rooms. It wasn't spreading a disease. It was the disease. Or something worse. Something that decided Preston Prosper and his friends needed to learn a lesson about hiding from the world while it burned. The official report said carbon monoxide poisoning. Said the symptoms we described were consistent with hypoxia and hemorrhagic complications. Said the figure we saw was probably one of the guests who wandered in from outside before succumbing to the gas. Carbon monoxide doesn't make you bleed from your pores. It doesn't walk through 7 rooms and kill everyone it passes. And it doesn't disappear without a trace. I quit catering after that. I just couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't smile and serve rich people who thought their money would protect them from everything. Because it won't. Sooner or later, whatever you're hiding from will find you. The crimson fever burned itself out by December. It just stopped spreading, like it had accomplished what it came to do. And the CDC never figured out where it came from or where it went. They just called it contained and moved on. Red Bluff is still there. The estate went to some distant custom with Preston's. Nobody's lived there since. Nobody wants to. Local kids say it's haunted. They're not wrong. Sometimes late at night, if I can't sleep, I think about that figure, about how it walked through those colored rooms one by one, like it was following a path laid out just for it, about how it stopped at the black room, like that was always the destination. And I think about Preston Prosper, standing in his sealed estate, surrounded by his walls, his gates, and his money, thinking that he was safe, thinking that he could hide while the world outside suffered, thinking death was something that happened to other people. He was wrong. Death comes for everyone. You can build walls, lock doors. You can throw parties and pretend that the world isn't burning. But death doesn't care. Death doesn't need an invitation. Death just walks through the front door like it owns the place. And eventually, it finds you in the last room. The black one. The one nobody wants to enter, but everyone ends up in anyway.
We were arguing when it happened. Something stupid. Something that wouldn't have mattered if we'd made it home. But we didn't make it home. Rachel wanted to take Highway 60. It's the long way around the mountain. It's well lit, maintained, safe. And I'd insisted on the gold switchback road. It cut 30 minutes off the drive. We had champagne waiting at the cabin. Midnight was in 2 hours. Why waste time? Well, this road is a death trap in winter, Rachel said. Not the first time. Maybe the 5th time since we turned into it. Well, that's fine. I've driven it 100 times. Not in the dark. Not with ice. Oh, there's no ice. It's just cold. It's 28 degrees. There's ice. She was right. There was ice. I could feel the car slipping slightly under the curves. There's nothing that I couldn't handle, but she was right. I didn't say that. I didn't want to admit it. I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of being right when I'd been so sure that I was. That's who we were lately. Just two people, too proud to admit when the other person had a point. Two people that were keeping score. The road climbed, steep switchbacks, dense forest on both sides. No guardrails in some sections, just a drop into darkness. No lights except my headlights. No other cars. Just us and the mountain and an argument that wouldn't end. We should have stayed at your parents' place, Rachel said. Left in the morning when we could actually see. Well, we have our own place. Why would we spend New Year's at my parents' house? Because it's smart. Because it's safe. Now, you just don't like being alone with me anymore. Matt stopped her. She turned to look at me, and I kept my eyes on the road, but I could feel her stare. That's not fair. Isn't it? Every time I suggest we do something together, you have an excuse. Every time I want to talk, you're too tired. You put us in a room full of people, and you're fine. Well, maybe I'm just tired of fighting. Maybe being around other people means we don't have to fight. Well, we wouldn't have to fight if you just... I never finished that sentence. Something stepped into the road, right in front of the car, 10 feet ahead. I saw it for maybe a second. It was human-shaped, wearing white or gray, just standing there. And I slammed on the brakes, and the car slid on the ice Rachel had warned me about. I cranked the wheel, tried to avoid whatever it was. The car fishtailed, and the rear end swung wide. I felt the thump. Not huge or violent, just definitely an impact. We hit something. The car stopped, crooked across the road, headlights pointed into the trees, and it's still running. Both of us breathing hard. What was that? Rachel's voice was high and scared. I don't know. Someone. I tried to stop. Did we hit them? I think so. I felt it. I sat there. Neither of us moving. The heater blew warm air. The radio played some forgotten song. Everything was normal, except for the thing that we just hit. We have to check, Rachel said. I know. But neither of us moved. Checking meant getting out. Meant seeing what we'd done and facing it. Rachel opened her door first. I followed. The cold hit immediately. Sharp, bitter. The kind of cold that gets into your bones in seconds. And I grabbed my phone, used the flashlight. The road behind us was empty. No body, no blood. Just tracks in the light dusting of snow. Where is it? Rachel was standing beside me. Her breath making clouds. Her coat pulled tight. I don't know. Maybe I missed. Maybe we didn't actually hit anything. You felt it. You said that you felt it. Yeah, I felt it. That bump. That resistance. You don't imagine that. But I walked back along the skid marks where Rachel followed. We checked the roadway, the shoulder, the edge where the ground dropped off. Nothing. Maybe they walked away, Rachel suggested. Maybe they weren't hurt. Or maybe there was nobody there. Maybe it was a deer. Maybe I imagined the shape. You don't imagine a person standing in the road. I checked the car and walked around it. No damage or blood or hair. No sign of an impact at all. Well, that doesn't make sense, I said. That's when I saw the footprints. Not ours. They were different. Larger, bare feet. In the snow on the shoulder of the road. Leaning away from where we'd stopped. Circling around the car. Around and around. Multiple loops, like someone had walked circles around us while we were sitting inside. Rachel saw them as well. Her hand found mine, squeezed. Michael, I see them. Those aren't from before. The snow there is undisturbed when we stopped. She was right. I looked at that shoulder when I got out. It had been smooth, untouched. Now, there were footprints. Fresh ones, circling our car. Who walks barefoot in the snow? Rachel's voice was barely a whisper. I don't know. The footprints circled the car 3 times, and then they headed off the road, into the forest, into the darkness between the trees. We should go, Rachel said. Now. I didn't argue. We got back in the car, and I turned it around. Slowly, carefully. The engine sounded too loud in the silence. The headlights cut through the darkness, but didn't show anything. Just trees and snow and empty road. I started driving back the way we'd come. Rachel was right. We'd take Highway 60, the long way, the safe way. What was that? Rachel asked. What did we hit? I don't know, but it's gone now. We're okay. We drove in silence. The switchback road seemed longer going back down. More curves, more darkness. I kept checking the rearview mirror. Nothing behind us, just empty road. Then I saw them in the headlights ahead. Footprints. Crossing the road, bare feet in the snow. Leading into the forest on the left, coming out on the right, like something had crossed ahead of us recently. Do you see that? Rachel leaned forward. Yeah. We passed the footprints. I watched them disappear in the side mirror, and I kept driving. A minute later, more footprints. That same pattern, crossing the road, fresh, barefoot. Michael, something is following us. We're moving. It can't be following us. Well, then it's ahead of us, like waiting. Another curve. More footprints. These ones didn't cross. They ran parallel to the road, on the shoulder, keeping pace with us. I could see them in the headlights. Fresh prints appearing in the snow, like something was walking alongside the car. Right now. But there was nothing there, just the prints. No figure, no shape, nothing visible. Rachel was crying, quiet tears, her shoulders shake. I reached for her hand, but she pulled away. This is your fault, she said. I told you not to take this road. I told you. I'm getting us out of here. Just hold on. Road straightened out. I accelerated. Faster than I should have, on ice. But I needed to get off this mountain. I needed to get to Highway 60. To lights, to other cars. Civilization. The footprints kept pace. They stayed right beside us. No matter how fast I went, they were always there in the headlights. They always looked fresh. And then, they were on the car. I heard it first. Footsteps on the roof. Light but distinct. Walking from the back to the front, right above us. Rachel screamed, and I swerved the wheel, trying to throw off whatever was up there. The car fishtailed again, and I corrected, and barely kept us on the road. And the footsteps continued, though, back and forth across the roof, like something was pacing, like it was deciding something. I rolled down my window, stuck my head out, and looked up at the roof. But there was nothing there, just empty roof. I could still hear it. I could hear the footsteps. I could feel the weight shifting. Drive faster! Rachel was sobbing now, hysterical. Get it off! Get it off! I floored it. The car shot forward. The road curved ahead. Too fast. Way too fast. But I didn't slow down. The footsteps stopped, and there was silence. Just the engine, Rachel's crying, and my own ragged breathing. I checked the rearview mirror. The road behind us was empty. Dark. No footprints or shapes. Nothing. It's gone, I said. Whatever it was, it's gone. Rachel didn't respond, just stared straight ahead, shaking. And we made it to Highway 60. We made it to lights, and pavement, and normalcy. We saw other cars passing us. Saw normal people doing normal things, going home for New Year's, safe and unaware. And we drove to the cabin in silence. We didn't talk about what happened. We didn't even acknowledge it. What would we say? Did we hit something that wasn't there? That something circled our car and walked on our roof? That we'd seen bare footprints in the snow? We'd sound crazy. At the cabin, we went inside, locked the doors, turned on every light. Rachel took a shower, a long, hot shower, like she was trying to wash off the memory. And I looked up the switchback road on my phone, looked for accidents, for news stories, anything that might explain what we'd experienced. And I found something. An old article from the 60s. New Year's Eve. A woman had been walking that road, trying to get to town for supplies. She was caught in a snowstorm. Never made it. They found her 3 days later, frozen solid and barefoot. She'd lost her shoes somewhere on the mountain and walked miles in the snow. Died on one of the switchbacks. Her name was Sarah Whitmore. She was 23 years old. The article had a photo. Young, pretty, wearing a light coat. Not enough for winter. I showed Rachel and she read it. Handed me back my phone without saying a word. You think that's what we hit? I asked. I don't know. Does it matter? But don't you want to understand what happened? I understand enough. You insisted on taking that road and we hit something. Something followed us, and now we're here. That's all I need to understand. And she went to bed. I stayed up, drinking the champagne and watching the clock. Midnight came and went. New Year's, 2025. A fresh start. New beginnings. But I kept thinking about those footprints. About the circles around our car and the weight on the roof. About that girl, Sarah Whitmore, walking barefoot through the snow, dying alone on that mountain. About how we'd driven away and left her there again. Around 3, I heard it. Footsteps on the porch. Light, barefoot, walking back and forth, testing the door, the windows, looking for a way in. I didn't wake Rachel. I didn't move from the couch. I just listened. The footsteps circled the cabin, round and round, just like they circled the car. Patient, persistent, all night. At dawn, they stopped. I went outside and checked the porch and the ground around the cabin. They were footprints in the snow, circling the cabin over and over, fresh like they'd just been made. Rachel came out and saw them, saw me looking at them. Didn't say a word, just went back inside and started packing. We left that morning, drove back to Atlanta. We took Highway 60, the long way. Didn't talk about it. And that was 4 months ago. Rachel left me in February, said she needed space, said she needed to figure things out, but I knew the reason. She can't look at me without remembering that night, without remembering that I'm the one who insisted on that road, that I'm the one who hit something, that I'm the one that brought it back with us. I still hear those footsteps sometimes at night at my apartment. Little barefoot pitter-patters walking back and forth outside my door. Always circling. I stopped answering the door. Stopped looking out the windows. What's the point? I know what I'll see. Fresh footprints. Now, Sarah Whitmore died on New Year's Eve in 1967. That was 58 years ago. Frozen and alone. Barefoot on a mountain. And I hit her on New Year's Eve of 2024 and drove away. And I left her there again. And now she's circling, waiting, following. For what? I don't know. Maybe for me to acknowledge what I did. Maybe for an apology. All I do know is that the footsteps keep appearing. The circling never stops. And every night I hear them, going round and round and round. Forever. We weren't believers. That was the whole point. Tyler ran a YouTube channel called Appalachian Myths Debunked, with maybe 12,000 subscribers. It's not huge, but it was growing. Me, Jenna, and Marcus were his regular crew. We spent the last year investigating local legends. The Brown Mountain Lights, the Wampus Cat, the Bell Witch. All of it explainable. All of it mundane once you looked close enough. And the Cordell Coal Camp was supposed to be our New Year's Eve special. Tyler had been hyping it for weeks. The Ghost Children of Cordell. A legend about a camp that closed in 1962 after a mine collapse killed 7 workers. And the story went that every New Year's Eve, you could hear children laughing in the abandoned buildings. Tiny handprints would appear in the frost and the dust. Small footprints in the snow. And the spirits of the mining families, people said, still living in the camp, still waiting for fathers who never came home. This pure superstition. And we were going to prove it. And we arrived around 10 p.m. on December 31st. The camp was 40 minutes outside of Dahlonega, down a deteriorating forest road that barely qualified as drivable. 23 buildings still standing. Company houses. There was a company store and a schoolhouse. They're all abandoned for 60 years. Most were collapsed or collapsing. There were a few that were intact enough to explore. And Tyler had all of the equipment. He had cameras, audio recorders, thermal imaging, EMF readers, the works. Not because we believed any of it would detect ghosts. We didn't. But because debunking required thoroughness. You had to rule out every possibility. All right, Tyler said, setting up his main camera. It's 10:17 p.m. We've got just under 2 hours until midnight. Now, the legend says the activity peaks right at midnight, so we'll do a full sweep of the camp before then, document everything we find, and then be in a position for the witching hour. He was doing his host voice. A little bit overdramatic. It was good for the channel, though. Jenna rolled her eyes, but started checking the audio equipment. Marcus pulled out the thermal camera. I grabbed my flashlight and notebook. My job was documentation. Writing down timestamps, locations, anything we found. Now the camp was creepy. I'll admit that. Not supernaturally creepy, just abandoned place creepy. The kind of eerie you get from places where people used to live and don't anymore. Empty windows like dead eyes, doors hanging open, the smell of rot and mold and time. We started with the schoolhouse. It was a single room with a collapsed roof on one side. Old desks still in rows, though most were broken or overturned. There was a chalkboard on the wall, somehow still intact. Somebody had written on it recently, not 60 years ago. Chalk was too fresh. Tommy was here, 2015. Vandals, Tyler said, filming it. Probably local kids. You see? That's what most of this ghost stuff is. Teenagers screwing around. And we checked the rest of the building. We found more graffiti, beer cans, and cigarette butts. All the usual signs of people using the place as a party spot. Let's check the houses, Jenna suggested. The legend specifically mentions hearing laughter from the houses. When we moved over to the residential section, there were rows of identical small houses, with 4 rooms each, 10 roofs. Most had collapsed porches. And we picked one that looked stable and went inside. And the temperature dropped immediately. Not supernatural, just the difference between outside and inside a building with no heat and no insulation. But it was noticeable. Might have been 40 degrees outside and 30 in. Tyler swept the thermal cameras. No heat signatures, no living things in here, except us. The front room was empty, wallpapers peeling, floorboards rotted through in places. We moved carefully. That second room had an old mattress with more beer cans and a camping lantern. Somebody's been staying here, Marcus said. Yeah, homeless, probably. Or hikers. People camp in these places all the time. Tyler filmed everything. Document it. This is probably what people mistake for ghost activity. Someone camping here, making noise, leaving traces. We checked the remaining rooms, the kitchen and the bedroom. Nothing unusual. Just decay and abandonment. A little bit of evidence of the occasional human visitor. We moved to the next house and then the next. Same story. Graffiti, trash, signs of people, but no ghosts. Nothing unexplainable. By 11:30, we checked 8 buildings. Tyler was getting frustrated. Come on, give us something. It doesn't even have to be supernatural, just something interesting. Well, maybe it's all bullshit, Jenna said. Maybe nobody actually hears anything here. Maybe it's just a story. Well, stories have to come from somewhere. People don't invent legends about specific places for no reason. We were heading back to the schoolhouse when I saw it. The window of one of the houses that we hadn't checked yet. There was frost on the glass. And in that frost, clear as day, a handprint. Small, child-sized. Fresh. Tyler, look. He turned, saw it, got excited. Now we're talking. Marcus, thermal on that window. Jenna, start recording audio. Let's document this properly. We approached the house. The handprint was definitely there. Small palm. 4 tiny little fingers and a thumb. Pressed into the frost on the inside of the window. Like someone had been standing inside, touching the glass. Temperature differential, Tyler said, already explaining it for the camera. Someone with warm hands touches cold glass. There's a print in the frost. It's simple physics. Let's see who left it. We went inside. The house was in better shape than the others. Roof intact, windows mostly unbroken, solid floors. The front room, where the handprint was empty. No furniture or trash. No signs of anyone having been there. Except the handprint wasn't alone. There were more. On other windows, on the walls, small handprints everywhere. In the frost, the dust, fresh and recent. Okay, Marcus said slowly. That's a lot of handprints. Kids, Tyler said, but he sounded less certain now. Local kids messing around, touching everything, making prints. Yeah, in every room, on every window, Tyler? Why? Jenna was looking around. And when? These prints look fresh. We've been here for over an hour. We'd have seen someone. Well, maybe they were here before we arrived and left just before we got here. But the prints were too fresh for that. I touched one on the wall, and the dust was still disturbed and soft. This was made minutes ago, not hours. And that's when we heard it. Laughter. Faint, coming from somewhere in the house. Children laughing. High-pitched. Multiple voices. We all froze. Tyler's camera was recording, and Jenna's audio equipment would have caught it. We'd have proof. Evidence of whatever it was. The laughter came back, closer this time, from the back room, the bedroom. Tyler moved toward it, camera up. Hello? Is someone there? We're not here to hurt you, we're just documenting the camp. No response, just that laughter. Fading now. It was moving like whoever was making it was backing away. We reached the bedroom. It was empty, but the back window was open. There were fresh handprints on the sill, and outside in the snow, there were tiny little footprints, multiple sets, leading away from the house into the darkness between buildings. They're here, Marcus whispered. The kids are actually here. Not ghost kids, I said. Real kids. These are real handprints, real footprints. Someone is actually here. But who? Why? Jenna looked spooked. For the first time all night, actually a little scared. Tyler checked his watch. 11:47. We've got 13 minutes. Now let's follow the footprints and document this. If there are actual kids here, that's the real story. Why are children in an abandoned coal camp on New Year's Eve? We followed the footprints. They led between houses, around the old company store, toward the edge of the camp where the forest started. 5 sets, different sizes, small, like children, ranging from maybe 5 to 12 years old. The footprints circled one of the larger buildings, the old company store, 3 stories, mostly intact. Those footprints went to a side door and stopped there. The door was slightly open. They're inside, Marcus said. We pushed the door open. Hello? Kids? We're not gonna hurt you, are you okay? Do you need help? We went in. The building was dark. Our flashlights cut through the darkness. Shelves still stood in rows. Empty, stripped decades ago. But the structure was sound. The stairs led up to the second floor. There were more handprints on the walls, on the banister, leading up. We climbed. The second floor was residential. There were apartments where the company managers had lived. 4 units with the doors open. We checked them one by one. They were all empty. Abandoned. But in each one, there were more handprints and more little footprints in the dust. That laughter came again, above us, on the 3rd floor. Tyler was breathing hard, from climbing or from fear, I couldn't tell. But this is insane. Who are these kids? Why are they running from us? We reached the 3rd floor. One large, open room. Used to be a meeting hall or something. In the middle of the room, finally, we saw them. Not children. Not exactly. There was a woman, maybe 35, thin, dirty, wearing layers of clothes. And around her, 5 actual children, filthy and scared, huddled close to her. The oldest was maybe 10. The youngest could have been 4. They stood when she saw us, positioned herself between us and the children, defensive, protected. "Please," she said. Her voice was rough, unused. "Please don't tell anyone we're here." And we stood there, flashlights pointed at this woman and these kids, hiding in an abandoned coal camp. Not ghosts or spirits, just desperate people. "What are you doing here?" Tyler asked. His host voice was gone. This was just genuine shock. "Surviving?" She pulled the children closer. "We've been here for 3 months, since October. Nobody comes. Nobody bothers us. We're safe here." "Safe from what?" She didn't answer that. "Please, we're not hurting anyone. We just need a place to be. Somewhere warm enough. Somewhere hidden. Please don't tell anyone." Jenna lowered her camera. "Are these your kids?" "They're my responsibility. That's all you need to know." The children looked terrified. Not of us, of something else. Something that had driven them here. Made them hide in this abandoned place. Made them live like ghosts. "The handprints," I said. "The laughter, that's them. They've been playing, acting like normal kids, and people heard them and thought it was ghosts." The woman nodded. "It's better that way. Better they think it's ghosts. Ghosts don't get reported to authorities. Ghosts don't get investigated." Tyler was staring at the children, at this woman, at the situation we'd stumbled into. "Are you running from someone?" "We're surviving. That's all. Please just leave us alone. Forget you even saw us. Go back to your ghost hunting or whatever. Tell people there's nothing here." Marcus had tears in his eyes. He had kids of his own, 2 daughters. "You can't live here. It's not safe. There's no heat or food. These kids need help. Like real help. You're managing. You're not. Look at them. They're freezing. They're scared. Whatever it is you're running from, there are ways to get help. Resources, shelters. You don't understand. Well, then explain it to us." She looked at the children, at us, weighing her options. "Their father," she said finally. "He's looking for them, and he has connections. Police, social services, court orders. Everything looks legitimate on paper, but he's not a good man. The things that he did, the things he wanted to do, I'm their aunt. I took them. I hid them. And I've kept them safe. But if anyone finds us, they go back to him. And I can't let that happen. Tyler lowered his camera completely and turned it off. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? Do they look happy about pretending to be ghosts in a coal camp? We stood there, all of us, urban explorers who'd come to debunk a ghost story, who'd found instead something much more real, much more complicated. Midnight came while we stood there. Somewhere in the distance we heard fireworks, people celebrating, ringing in the new year. Normal people doing normal things. What do we do? Jenna asked quietly. Tyler was thinking. I could see him processing. The channel, the footage, the story, the clicks and the views this would generate. And then he looked at the kids, at their faces, the fear in their eyes. He ejected the memory card from his camera, handed it to the woman. Here, this is everything we filmed tonight. Delete it or destroy it, whatever you need to do. Marcus and Jenna did the same, handed over their memory cards. All of the evidence, all of the proof. We were never here, Tyler said. We checked the camp and found nothing. Just another fake legend, nothing to report. The woman took the cards with tears in her eyes. Thank you. But you can't stay here forever, Tyler continued. Winter's going to get worse. These kids need more than this. Let us help. Not officially, not in a way that'll compromise you, but let us do something. She shook her head. You've helped enough by not reporting us. We'll come back, Marcus said. Bring supplies. Food, blankets, propane heaters. We won't tell anyone. We won't involve anyone. But you can't live like this. She didn't agree. But she didn't disagree. She just held those kids and watched us with wary eyes. But we left, walked back to the car, drove away from the camp. Didn't speak for a long time. Finally, Tyler said, we're going to help them. Figure something out. We can't just leave them there. When we came back 3 days later with supplies, food and winter clothes and heaters, everything that we could think of. But the camp was empty. The woman and the children were gone. There was no note or explanation. They were just gone. We searched. We asked around carefully, checked the shelters. There was nothing. It was like they vanished, like they were actual ghosts. Tyler never posted a video about Cordell Coal Camp. Told his subscribers the legend was a bust. Nothing there except vandalism and decay. It was boring. It wasn't even worth the drive. His channel took a hit from disappointed viewers who'd been waiting for the New Year's Eve special. But he didn't care. Some stories aren't meant to be told. And I still think about those kids, about that woman, about where they went. I hope they're safe and warm. I hope if they're still running, they've at least found somewhere safe to stop. But I think about the ghost stories too, and the laughter that people heard, those handprints they saw. They were all real, all explainable, just not the explanation anybody expected. Sometimes the scariest stories aren't about ghosts. They're about the living and what drives people to hide in abandoned places, about what makes children pretend to be something they're not, because being a ghost is safer than being seen. The coal camp children aren't ghosts. They never were. They were just desperate people, playing and haunting, because that was safer than being found. And that's something worse than any ghost story could ever be. The note arrived with the morning mail on December 31st, tucked between a utility bill and a grocery store flyer. It's a plain white envelope with no return address. Just my name, written in careful block letters that looked like they'd been formed by someone who didn't write often or didn't want to be recognized. Inside, a single sentence on equally plain paper. Your death comes true at midnight. I sat at my kitchen table for a long time, staring at those 6 words. 43 years I've been living in this house. 43 years since I'd quit running shine and gone straight. I worked at the paper mill, paid my taxes, and I kept my head down. I became the kind of man who received grocery store flyers and utility bills, and nothing more interesting than that. But the past doesn't forget just because you do. I knew what did. I knew exactly what did. Curtis Hamby, summer of 1982. We'd been running shine together out of a still up on Brasstown Ball. Partners for 3 years. Good years. Making money. Staying ahead of the revenue earners. Then Curtis started sampling the product a little bit too much. He started getting sloppy. Started talking in town about things you don't talk about. I'd warned him. Told him to get his act together, or we were done. He laughed. He said I worried too much. He said nobody cared about a couple of fridge rentals making corn liquor. Then he got picked up, drunk and disorderly in Blue Ridge. Had one of our mason jars in his truck. The revenuers found it when they arrested him. Started asking questions. Wanted to know where it came from, who made it, where the still was. Curtis knew the code. You don't talk. You do your time. You keep your mouth shut. Curtis was facing his 3rd strike, looking at real prison time. Curtis didn't want to go to prison. So he made a deal. Tell them about the still, about his partner, and walk away with probation. I found out from a friend who worked county dispatch. Curtis was meeting with federal agents the next morning. He was going to give them everything. Names, locations, evidence. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't go to prison. I had a wife. I had a baby daughter. I had a life that didn't include a federal cell. So I went to see Curtis that night, at his place. Little cabin out on Owltown Road. We talked. I tried to reason with him. I offered him money. I offered to disappear. I offered him anything except going to prison. But he wouldn't budge. He said he was sorry. He said he had to look out for himself. He said I'd do the same if I were in his position. Well, he was right. I might have. But I wasn't in his position. He was. We fought. Not with fists, with words at first. And then with hands. And then with whatever was nearby. A chair, a lamp, fireplace poker. When it was over, Curtis was on the floor, not moving, blood pooling under his head, eyes open, but not seeing. I'd killed him. I hadn't meant to. I hadn't planned to. But intent doesn't matter when a man stops breathing. I cleaned up as best I could. I made it look like a robbery. Took his wallet, broke a window, left the door open. Then I drove home, waited for someone to find him. And they did. 2 days later, the sheriff ruled it a home invasion. Some drifter, probably. A lot of that going around. Curtis had been known to flash money. That made him a target. Tragic, but not surprising. Nobody suspected me. Why would they? We were partners. Friends. I went to his funeral. Told his mama how sorry I was. How much I'd miss him. And I did miss him. Some days. When the guilt got heavy. When I dreamed about that poker. About that sound that it made. About his eyes. But mostly, I just moved on. I quit the shine business, went straight. I built a different life. Became a different person. 43 years ago. Now, someone knew. Someone had figured it out. And they were calling in the dead. I thought about running, loading up the truck, driving until I hit ocean. I was 71 years old. Arthritic, half dead. Where was I going? And for how long? I thought about calling the sheriff too, confessing. After 43 years, what were they going to do? I'd be dead before any trial finished. But confessing meant admitting it. Meant my daughter knowing, my grandkids, my friends in church, everyone knowing what I'd done. So I did nothing. I just sat at that kitchen table and watched the clock and waited. New Year's Eve passed slowly. I didn't even turn on the TV. I didn't make dinner. Just sat there. The sun went down, darkness came. The house got cold. I didn't bother with the heat. Around 11, I saw the first light. Way down at the bottom of the driveway. Just a pinpoint. Flashlight, maybe. Moving slow and steady. Coming up the hill. My driveway is a quarter-mile long. It's gravel. Winds through the trees. It takes a good 10 minutes to walk. I watch that light bob and weave, getting closer, taking its time. I thought about locking the doors, getting my deer rifle from the closet, making a stand. What was the point? You can't shoot your way out of a kill. You can't kill what's already dead. Because I knew who was coming up that driveway. I knew it in my bones. Curtis Hamby hit 41 when I killed him. He was young. He was strong. Not ready to die. I'd stolen 43 years from him. Years he should have had. Years he should have spent with his mom before she died. Years he should have spent living whatever life he would have lived. Now he was coming. The light reached the top of the driveway and stopped. I could see it through the kitchen window. Just sitting there, waiting. The clock on the wall at 11:58. I stood up. I walked over to the door, My hand was steady on the knob. No shaking or hesitation. 43 years I've been waiting for this. Might as well face it. I opened the door. The porch light was off, but I could make out a shape. Tall, thin, standing at the bottom of the porch steps. The flashlight was pointed at the ground. I couldn't see a face. We stood there in silence. Me in the doorway, the shape at the bottom of the steps. The night air was cold. My breath made little clouds in the air. The shape's breath didn't. The church bell in town started ringing. Midnight. New Year. 1982 was now 2025. 43 years of borrowed time. The shape moved. Up one step, then another. Into the porch light. Not Curtis. It was a woman in her 60s. With a weathered face, eyes hard, knowing. She looked like Curtis. She had his nose, his jawline, his mama's eyes. "You're Lila," I said. Curtis's younger sister. She'd been about 17 when Curtis died. Just a kid. "I remember you." "I remember you too, Mr. Caldwell. You came to the funeral. You told Mama how sorry you were. How much you'd miss Curtis." "I was sorry. I am sorry. Not sorry enough to tell the truth. Not sorry enough to turn yourself in. Not sorry enough to give Mama peace before she died, wondering who killed her son. She knew it was me?" Lila smiled. Sad, tired. She suspected. Never said it out loud, but she knew. Mama wasn't stupid. Knew Curtis was about to give you up. Knew you had a reason. She didn't have proof. And what would proof to me? Would it bring Curtis back? No. Well, why now? Why after all this time? Because Mama made me a promise. On her deathbed 2 months ago, she made me promise that I'd settle it. Not with police, not with courts. She said those were for people who didn't understand mountain justice. She wanted to settle the old way. She reached into her coat. I tensed, expecting a gun, a knife, something. What she pulled out was a mason jar, clear liquid inside. Moonshine. The real thing, you could tell by the bead. This is from Curtis's last batch. Mama kept it, saved it for this, for you, for New Year's, and for the debt coming due. She set it on the porch rail and stepped back. "You're gonna drink it. All of it. Right now. And then whatever happens, happens. If you live, the debt is paid. If you don't, the debt is paid. Either way, it's settled." I looked at the jar. Clear liquid. Could be poison. Could be pure shine. Either one could kill me. Or it could just make me sick. And if I don't drink it, then it's not settled. And I make sure everyone knows what you did. Your little girl, your grandkids, your church, the sheriff. You'll spend whatever time you have left in prison or shame, or both. Your choice. Not much of a choice prison at 71, dying there, my family knowing, my name destroyed. Or I could take my chances with the jar. Might live, might die. Either way, it's over. I picked up the jar. Heavy. At least a quart. Strong shine could kill you if you drank that much. Alcohol poison. Or it could just put you down hard for a day or two. Depending on the proof and your constitution. You don't have to watch, I said. Yeah, I do. I promise, Mama. I unscrewed the lid. The smell hit me immediately. Corn liquor. Pure and strong. Probably 140 proof or better. A quart of that would absolutely kill a man my age. I raised the jar. I'm sorry, for what it's worth. I'm sorry that I killed Curtis. I'm sorry that I lied. I'm sorry your mama died not knowing peace. Well, she knows now, Wally said. She's watching. They both are. I drank. One long pull, and then another. The shine burned going down. Burned inside my chest and my stomach. My eyes watered. My throat was raw, but I kept drinking. Halfway through the jar, my vision started to blur. My legs felt weak. I leaned against the door frame and kept drinking. 3/4 gone. I couldn't feel my face anymore. Couldn't feel my hands. The jar was slipping. I grabbed it tighter. Kept drinking. The last of it went down. I dropped the jar. It bounced on the porch. Rolled. Craig. I tried to speak, to say something, but my tongue was thick. My words were slurred. I slid down the doorframe, sat hard on the porch floor. Lila watched me with no expression, just watching. My world was spinning. My heart was pounding too fast, too slow. I couldn't tell. Everything was distant, muffled, like being underwater. I closed my eyes, and I saw Curtis. I saw him on his cabin floor. I saw his eyes staring up at me, empty and dead, because of me. I'm sorry, I tried to say. I don't know if the words came out. When I opened my eyes again, Lila was gone. The porch was empty. It was just me, the dropped jar, and the cold night air. I don't remember falling asleep, passing out, or dying. I don't know which it was. But I woke up to sunlight. My head felt like it had been split with an axe. My mouth tasted like death. Every muscle ached. But I was alive. It was New Year's Day, January 1st, 2025. The first day of the rest of my borrowed time. The jar was gone. No sign that Lila had ever been here. Just me on my porch, cold and sick and alive. I don't know if she meant to kill me or just make me suffer. I don't know if the shine was poison or just strong. I don't know if I survived through luck or because Lila chose mercy. All I do know is that the debt is paid. Lila said so. However it ended, the debt is paid. I'm still here, still breathing, still carrying what I did. But the debt's paid. Curtis is still dead. His mama's still dead. I'm still alive. It's just the way it is. That's the way it'll stay until my time comes. Until I answer for it somewhere other than a porch on New Year's Eve. Debt's paid. But the guilt is still here. That's my sentence. That's what I carry. For however long I have left. The debt is paid. But the guilt is mine forever.